Chapter 1826, Vulcan's Sigh. Chapter 1826, Vulcan's Sigh. After Sherfong left, all of the various large guilds' members visibly relaxed. Black Flame is leaving just like that? He doesn't intend to deal with Blackwater's members? My guess is that Black Flame finds it beneath him to deal with them. I've watched the battles that occurred at the primordial divine ruin. Black Flame had soloed a mythic monster. Then he sent both Blackwater's army and the evil beast army running with their tails tucked between their legs. A measly 1,000-man elite team probably isn't worth his effort. Black Flame is too strong. His presence alone was enough to make the various large guilds shrink back with fear. It's no wonder why Black Flame is recognized as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. He is far stronger than those famous peak experts. The adventure teams watching from a short distance away were shocked when they looked at the various guild players who watched the departing convoy cautiously. They had never thought that the presence of a single player would be enough to deter so many guild players. They had all heard many rumors about Black Flame, but they had assumed the rumors were jokes and baseless assertions. However, they simply treated those rumors as jokes and baseless assertions. However, after seeing the man in person today, they finally understood that the rumors were actually true. In fact, Black Flame was even scarier than the rumors made him out to be. Because of this discovery, many of these independent players, who hadn't been interested in joining any guild, began to have second thoughts. They all considered joining Zero Wing, especially the swordsman players. This was especially true for swordsman players. Unbeknownst to Sherfong, his casual action of sparing Blackwater's members had made many independent players in the Orc Empire reconsider their position about joining his guild. At the same time, news of Sherfeng's appearance in the Orc Empire had reached the various dark players hiding in the Empire. "Commander, we have discovered Black Flame." "Where?" "He's near the Orc Empire's border. However, there are quite a number of NPCs moving with him. Taking him out won't be easy. Follow after him for now. I'll gather our members and head over as soon as possible. As long as our Wind's Arrow adventure team kills Black Flame once, we'll qualify to join Dark Soul. We cannot miss this opportunity, so follow him closely." "Understood." The various dark adventure teams operating within the Orc Empire began to make their way toward Sherfong. Some time ago, the Dark Knight Empire's Dark Soul had placed a bounty on Zero Wing. For each Zero Wing upper echelon killed, one could earn a dark mutation slot. If one managed to kill Zero Wing's guild leader, regardless of whether an individual or an entire team completed the task, both would be welcome to join Dark Soul. Individuals would be given command of a new adventure team in Dark Soul. To players that operated in the Dark Soul's reputation was equivalent to that of a super guild. Joining the Dark Alliance and become one of its commander-level figures was no different than becoming the vice guild leader in a super guild. Why wouldn't such an offer be tempting? The various dark adventure teams and several dark guilds began an enthusiastic search for Black Flame. Although Black Flame was very powerful, even giants would fall against overwhelming numbers. God's Domain also had many special methods to kill players. Dark Soul had not specified a requirement to defeat Black Flame with raw strength. The lightning-horned earth dragons dashed down the Orc Empire's gravel roads. As Sherfong ventured deeper into the Orc Empire, stronger monsters and orcs showed up to hinder his progress. Initially, most of the monsters had only been chieftains, but now, lords began to target his caravan. If not for the lightning-horned earth dragons being level 80 great lords, the monsters in their way would have stopped the caravan long ago. Sure enough, it really is difficult to set up a trade rule in a land ruled by the dark forces. Sherfong inwardly celebrated as he watched one Lord Ranked Orc get knocked aside after another. Fortunately, he was the first player to set up a trade route in Starmoon Kingdom and had the privilege of using the lightning-horned earth dragons. Normally, players would only have access to mysterious iron transport carriages, which were only pulled by Lord-ranked monsters when setting up a trade route. Traveling through a neutral map under the Dark Force's rule with such carriages would be extremely difficult. He would have had to stop his progress whenever he was attacked. In that case, he would have had to rely on the NPCs he had hired to clear a path or dispatch a large number of his guild members to do so. With the lightning-horned earth dragons, however, he could simply bulldoze his way through. Though, due to the large number of orcs and monsters blocking his path, his advance had slowed considerably. Now, the transport carriages only moved a little faster than players running at full speed. Meanwhile, this was only the beginning of the Dark Force's territory. As Sherfong traveled deeper into the Empire, he would encounter more numerous and powerful orcs and monsters, which even the Tier 3 NPCs accompanying him would have some trouble with. After about 8 hours, Sherfong arrived before an orc fortress. According to the system map, the fortress was the final point for the trade route. This quest, does it really want me to build the expulsion magic array inside the fortress? As Sherfong watched the patrolling orcs on the fortress's walls, he wondered if he had read his system map wrong. This was nothing like the orcs he had faced on the road earlier. On his way here, he had faced wild orcs or orc patrols, but these orcs were members of the Orc Empire's well-trained army. Fortunately, due to his quest, the fortress only had around 3,000 orc guards, far fewer than normal. In return, however, their levels and rank had increased significantly. Now, the weakest orc guarding the fortress was a chieftain, with the majority of the orcs being lords. The leader of these creatures was even a level 80 mythic ranked orc general. After spotting Sherfeng's caravan, the orc general raised its great sword with one hand and loosed a furious roar. Suddenly, the army of 3,000 orcs stationed inside the fortress flooded out of the fortress's gates and marched towards Sherfeng's caravan. Sturdy, shield-wielding orcs occupied the front line while agile, bow-wielding orcs moved at the rear. The orc army's approach even made the NPCs with Sherfong nervous. Sherfong could see well over 100 Great Lord ranked orcs and over a dozen Grand Lords. This force was on an entirely different level than the caravan's contingent. As Sherfong wondered if something had gone awry, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, you have triggered the epic trade route quest, Orc King's Ambitions. You may choose to accept or abandon this quest. If you complete this quest, you will receive a commendation from Starmoon Kingdom and qualify to build an airport. Abandoning this quest will not affect your original trade route quest. If you choose to abandon this quest, the system will designate an alternative path for the trade route. You have 3 minutes to consider. An epic trade route quest? Sherfong was stunned when he read the system notification, but after seeing the quest rewards, he couldn't help his growing excitement. Could this be the reward for being the first player to set up a trade route? The qualifications to build an airport. Countless guilds in neutral maps dreamed of acquiring this qualification, but very few succeeded in doing so. In the past, not a single guild had revealed how they had managed it. Meanwhile, the sensational scene at the Orc Fortress stupefied the various dark adventure teams and dark guilds following Sherfong. Crap, what's going on? Is Black Flame trying to raid the fortress? Does he intend to raid a fortress by himself? Is he crazy? Black Flame is insane. That's an orc fortress we're talking about. Although he can stand against a mythic monster for some time, capturing a fortress is a different story entirely. Even if he has some NPCs to support him, ambushing a fortress is impossible. As the dark players watched the distance between the orc army and Sherfeng's caravan decrease, they were dumbfounded. They had watched many guilds try to raid one of the Orc Empire's fortresses before, but this was the first time they had seen a single player attempt it. "Commander, what should we do? Should we attack Black Flame? These orcs are too high-leveled. Moreover, there's a mythic orc among them. If we attack carelessly, we might get dragged into the fight. Let's wait. It won't be too late to take action once the orc army pushes Black Flame and his NPCs back." All of the dark adventure teams and dark guilds following Sherfong came to the same decision. Meanwhile, as the orc army approached the caravan, Sherfong and his NPCs prepared for battle. "Let's give it a try," Sherfong decided after analyzing his current combat power and the challenge. The quest had only mentioned that he needed to set up an expulsion magic array in the fortress, not capture the fortress. There was a huge difference between the two tasks. Naturally, the former was far easier. Moreover, this was a valuable opportunity. It would be a huge waste to give it up. Grinding his teeth, Sherfong accepted the quest. He then pulled a magic scroll with crimson divine runes from his bag. This magic scroll was none other than the Tier 4 continuous use magic scroll, Vulcan's Sigh, which he had acquired from the gold magic crystal treasure chest in the Eclipse Throne. The magic scroll was even more valuable than ordinary epic equipment. Vulcan's Sigh was also an extremely rare summoning scroll. He had hoped to save the scroll as a trump card for any future guild wars, but using it to complete this epic trade route quest was worth the expenditure. Following which, Sherfong injected 1,000 magic crystals of mana into the magic scroll and activated it. In the next moment, a crimson, threefold magic array manifested beneath Sherfeng's feet. The sky also began to transform, and the earth started to quake. Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Everyone noticed dark clouds block out the sun. A moment later, the space around Sherfong began to freeze. The spectating dark players felt a powerful aura assault their minds and bodies. Chapter 1827 Battle of Monsters. Chapter 1827 Battle of Monsters. As the dusky space froze, over 24 magic arrays appeared in the cloudy sky, radiating a light that illuminated the orc fortress and its surroundings. As these magic arrays manifested, the dark players felt their aura's intensity increase, making their bodies feel much heavier than a moment ago. As the heavy feeling grew, they began to panic. What's going on? Why can't I move? What did Black Flame do? Everyone quickly discovered that they couldn't even move a finger, much less walk away. They felt as if time had stopped. Moreover, they weren't the only ones subjected to this phenomenon. Even the orc army had fallen, deathly silent. Some orcs had even lost strength to stand and fell to a knee, terrified. Following which, the sky shattered and formed a massive black hole. If one looked closely, they would notice a pair of flaming eyes, as large as small mountains within the black hole. As these eyes appeared, the pressure on the players present increased yet again. Immediately, all of the orcs, including the mythic ranked orc general, slumped to the ground and shuddered in fear. What's going on? It's over. We're doomed. Damn it. This must be a trap Black Flame set up. We've been tricked. As the dark players looked up at the massive pair of eyes, they sensed their impending death and destruction. They weren't even ants before the owner of those eyes. As long as the creature willed it, its aura alone would slay these players. It wouldn't even need to attack. The players from the various dark adventure teams and dark guilds suddenly regretted their decision to target Sherfong. Just as everyone cowered before their doom, the pair of flaming orbs vanished abruptly before fire began to pour from the black hole, raining down on the Orc Empire like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the Orc fortress and the area. The ground trembled so violently that the dark players, who stood quite a distance away, nearly lost their footing. The shower of fire continued for 6 seconds, transforming the earth under the Orc army into a burning hellscape. By the time flames stopped pouring out of the black hole, the chieftain-ranked orcs had been wiped out while the lords sustained heavy injuries. The several thousand dark players gasped when they saw this outcome. With one attack, Shurfong had obliterated half of the entire orc army. However, before the crowd could recover from their shock, the fire on the battlefield converged and transformed into easily over 100 flame giants. The weakest among these flame giants was a level 80 High Lord, whereas the strongest 5 were level 82 Grand Lords. Vulcan's sigh is actually so powerful. Even Shurfong was astonished as he gazed at the flame giants. He had assumed that he'd be lucky to summon even one Grand Lord. He had never expected for Vulcan's sigh to summon such a powerful legion of flame giants. After the single activation of Vulcan's sigh, Shurfong noticed that the magic scroll had lost half of its durability. In other words, Vulcan's sigh was a continuous-use magic scroll that could only be used twice. Moreover, he would have to wait 2 natural days before he could use the scroll again. He could not use it consecutively. However, Shurfong was very satisfied with the result. Although most Tier 4 continuous-use magic scrolls could be used 4 to 6 times, their effects couldn't compare to Vulcan's sigh. The Flame Legion's arrival instantly disrupted the orc army's formation. The 20-meter-tall Grand Lord ranked flame giants sent over a dozen orcs flying with a single slap. In terms of strength, even the Grand Lord ranked orc warriors were no match for the Grand Lord ranked flame giants. For a time, the Legion of Flame Giants brought chaos to the orc army. The battle between the flame giants and orcs was earth-shattering. Sounds of slaughter and explosions echoed across the barren plains that surrounded the orc fortress, stupefying the dark players that hid in the distant forest. Although the battle only involved several thousand monsters, it was no less intense than a battle between tens of thousands of players. If players joined this fight, even the shockwaves from the orcs and flame giants clashing would vaporize them. While the orc army tangled with the Flame Legion, Shurfong used the opportunity to lead his NPC mercenaries past the orc army and towards the orc fortress. He did not need to exterminate the orc army to capture the fortress. He only needed to set up the expulsion magic array inside of it. Moreover, Shurfong did not think that he could defeat the orc army. The army was led by a mythic orc, after all. Although the flame giants were powerful, a mythic ranked creature could easily suppress them. Furthermore, the Flame Legion was badly outnumbered. It was only a matter of time before the orcs wiped the Legion out. When Shurfong was within 500 yards of the fortress, the level 80 orc general discovered his group. With a roar, the orc general raised its great sword, firing a chilling beam attack at the Grand Lord ranked flame giant before it. The attack sent the flame giant flying back as a layer of ice formed on the ground before the orc general. The mythic orc then led a group of subordinates as they ran down the icy path its attack had created to block the fortress's entrance with their bodies. Other orcs also began to abandon their fights with the flame giants, charging towards Shurfeng's group. Sure enough, they won't let me through so easily. Shurfong smiled bitterly as he looked at the orc general before the fortress's entrance. He then turned toward Anna and ordered, "Do it!" Nodding, Anna began to chant as she approached the orc general. When less than 100 yards separated the two, Anna finished her spell and pointed her staff at the orc general. Suddenly, a level 85, Tier 4 Valkyrie descended from the sky. Using an advanced, instantaneous movement, the Valkyrie instantly appeared before the orc general and swept the lightning spear in her hands at the mythic orc. Boom! Failing to react in time to the strike, the orc general and a dozen, or so great lord, ranked orcs got sent flying over 100 yards to the side. The Valkyrie's frightening strength had even shattered the ground before her, creating a small ravine. Good. Shurfong then led his group into the fortress, commanding his NPC mercenaries to guard the entrance, while he headed for the system-designated location to set up the expulsion magic array. The fortress's entrance wasn't particularly large. 20 NPCs would be more than enough to form a barricade. Fortunately, the fortress's walls had been enhanced with magic runes, and not even mythic monsters would be able to jump over them. Now, the orcs could only enter the fortress if they destroyed its walls or the NPCs guarding the entrance. The fortress walls were quite sturdy, and it would even take a mythic monster some time to destroy them. By the time the orc general created an opening, Sherfong would have long since completed his task. The only way the orc general could get into the fortress before Sherfong finished was through the main entrance. Hence, stationing guards would be enough. Very quickly, Sherfong found the targeted location. Wasting no time, he immediately took out a large, blue crystal from his epic ranked spatial bag and began to engrave the expulsion magic array. As the seconds ticked by, more orcs tried to force their way into the fortress. The Tier 2 NPCs defending the entrance began to die, one after another. Only the Tier 3 NPCs barely held their ground against the Grand Lord ranked orc warriors. The Valkyrie fought a fierce battle against the orc general outside of the building, doing her best to injure the mythic orc. Meanwhile, the orc general was utterly powerless to stop the beating. Although the orc general was a level 80 mythic ranked creature, the Valkyrie was a level 85 mythic ranked angel. There was a massive difference between the two beings' life ratings. The Valkyrie completely overpowered the orc general, and it took everything it had just to block the Valkyrie's attacks. Occasionally, the orc general slipped up, and the Valkyrie's attacks sent it flying. The watching dark players were flabbergasted. The various commanders and upper echelons from the dark adventure teams and dark guilds wiped the sweat from their foreheads. They inwardly celebrated the fact that they hadn't rushed to attack Sherfong. The consequences would have been unimaginably dire. By the time the Valkyrie disappeared, the orc general was heavily injured, greatly reducing its combat power. Now, it was only slightly more powerful than the Grand Lord ranked orc warriors. "I need to hurry." When Sherfong saw the orc general attack the guards at the entrance, he began to inscribe runes faster. 20 seconds, 40 seconds, 60 seconds. Once the orc general rejoined the fight, more NPC mercenaries began to fall. In just 60 seconds, over 10 Tier 2 NPCs had died. One of the Tier 3 NPCs had even sustained heavy injuries. When there were fewer than 30 NPC mercenaries remaining, the orc general used a powerful skill and charged past the blockade. Upon entering the fortress and spotting Sherfong, the orc general roared and swung its great sword at the defending swordsman. Suddenly, a cold energy beam shot toward Sherfong, and everything it passed froze. While inscribing the magic array, Sherfong couldn't move without canceling the inscription process. He'd have to start all over again. Hence, Sherfong had no choice but to activate absolute defense. After the energy beam disappeared, everything except for Sherfang's immediate surroundings had frozen solid. When the orc general saw that Sherfong had survived, it was further enraged. It charged up to Sherfong, brandishing its greatsword. Despite the fact that the power of the orc general's attacks shattered the ground around him, Sherfong remained unharmed. However, his heart pounded with nervous energy rather than feeling relieved. Just when absolute domain's duration was about to end, the blue crystal in Sherfang's hand suddenly lit up. He had finally finished inscribing the magic array. "Go." Sherfong shoved the crystal into the ground before him. As the crystal melded with the ground, a magic array appeared beneath Sherfang's feet. Seeing this, Sherfong activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his attributes skyrocketing. "Scram!" Sherfong yelled as he swung Killing Ray at the orc general. "Lightning Slash!" A blue lightning bolt struck the orc general, and like a cannonball, the creature flew backward, only stopping when it crashed into a nearby wall. Using this opportunity, Anna had her 10 rock guardians form a magic array around the orc general, trapping the mythic orc. Meanwhile, Sherfong took out several small crystals for the magic array's finishing touches. Since Sherfong was now very familiar with the process, he only needed 10 seconds to complete the array. As the magic array completed, a blue ripple of light enveloped the war fortress. A moment later, a series of system notifications reached Sherfeng's ears. Chapter 1828, Advanced Manager. Chapter 1828, Advanced Manager. System, congratulations. You have completed the epic trade route quest, Orc King's Ambitions. Rewarding Star Moon Kingdom reputation, plus 100, plus 50% EXP of current level, and 1 Star Moon Kingdom airport building order. Orc Empire Region System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing's Silverwing Town for becoming the first town in the Orc Empire to set up a trade route, rewarding 10,000 popularity points to Silverwing Town and 1 transportation firm design. The system announcement echoed 3 times in the ears of every player within the Orc Empire. Set up a trade route? What's that? It should be something that can lure in more NPC merchants. If that's true, doesn't that mean we can obtain even more rare items from the NPCs of Silverwing Town now? Zero Wing is really amazing. Silverwing Town got promoted into an intermediate town just recently. Now, Zero Wing has even managed to set up a trade route for it. The Orc Empire will definitely fall under Zero Wing's dominion in the future. That's for sure. Previously, the evil beast army was already helpless against Zero Wing. With how rapidly Silverwing Town is developing right now, I believe it will surpass Ancient Rock City before long. It would be great if that's the case. If Silverwing Town really does surpass Ancient Rock City, we won't have to worry about getting ambushed by dark players when grinding in the Orc Empire's outer area. The players grinding in the Orc Empire promptly started a discussion about Zero Wing. They all held an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. At the same time, they also hoped that Silverwing Town could develop quickly. For some reason, Ancient Rock City had actually become a mecca for the dark forces. A large number of dark players was currently gathered there. Since Ancient Rock City was located in the Orc Empire's inner area, the dark players' main sphere of activity encompassed the Orc Empire's inner area and the boundary between the inner and outer areas. As a result, the independent players trying to grind and do quests in these areas frequently came under attack from dark players. As for Silverwing Town, which was the town closest to Ancient Rock City, well, it could be considered a mecca for normal players like themselves, as the town could accommodate only a very limited number of people. Not that many players gathered around the town. Hence, the number of normal players operating within the vicinity of Silverwing Town was relatively low, far from enough to contend against the dark players operating around Ancient Rock City. However, if Silverwing Town were developed further, the number of players gathering at the town would also increase. The influx of normal players would naturally pose a deterrent to the dark players. At the very least, they would refrain from boldly launching attacks in large numbers. Although the news of Silverwing Town setting up a trade route brought joy to the independent players operating within the Orc Empire, somber expressions appeared on the faces of the various major powers' upper echelons when they received this piece of news. At this point in time, the number of players willing to operate within the Orc Empire had already peaked. In other words, the player population within the Orc Empire would no longer increase significantly like before. Meanwhile, the various major powers that had captured a town within the Orc Empire all needed to lure more players to their towns to develop their towns. However, if most of the players operating within the Empire were heading to Silverwing Town, how were these major powers supposed to develop their own guild towns? Wind, with this recent development, the Ancient Rock City you're managing is in for a tough time. Falling Fire, who held a crystalline crimson staff, said when he heard the latest system announcement. A grin appeared on his face as he turned to look at the level 55, Tier 2 berserker standing beside him. To begin with, we only joined hands with the dark players to use their strength to whittle down Zero Wing. This change will bring no loss to the evil god's temple, Wind Hunter said indifferently. Moreover, no matter how Zero Wing develops Silverwing Town, it is already too late. Don't you agree? Indeed. While Zero Wing's black flame is indeed very scary, unfortunately for him, a guild can't become strong just by relying on one person. At the end of the day, a war between guilds is decided by the financial strength and foundations both sides possess, Falling Fire said as he looked at the Crimson Flame Fortress, whose defensive magic array had already been shattered. We'll let Zero Wing maintain its arrogance for now. As long as we capture the Crimson Flame Fortress, Zero Wing's existence will be over. The Crimson Flame Fortress was one of the most important fortresses within the Orc Empire's inner area. It was also one of the relatively safe transport hubs in the Empire. Capturing the Crimson Flame Fortress would be equivalent to taking control of the majority of the players heading to the regional dungeon or capital city. The amount of coins and resources they could earn from the fortress would easily surpass that from Ancient Rock City at its peak. At the same time, their control of the Crimson Flame Fortress would essentially allow them to bar Zero Wing from entering the Orc capital city. This would render all of Zero Wing's efforts in the Orc Empire useless. In the long run, their alliance would grow increasingly stronger in the Orc Empire, whereas Zero Wing would weaken. After accumulating sufficient strength, they could then capture Silverwing Town and destroy Zero Wing, permanently relegating the guild to history. Elsewhere, due to Sherfong completing the expulsion magic array, the Orc army trying to kill him was subjected to a powerful pressure from the magic array. Even the Orc general's reactions turned sluggish under the pressure, allowing the swordsman to evade the Orc general's attacks, albeit barely. Just as Sherfong was trying to think of a way to escape, a series of war cries suddenly came from outside the fortress. In the next moment, an army of NPCs suddenly appeared roughly 1,000 yards away from the fortress and charged toward it. Although there were only 1,000 NPCs in this army, they were all very high-leveled, at least level 100. In God's domain, level 50 was a major turning point. Likewise, level 100 was also a very important turning point. A level 100 Tier 2 NPC would make short work of a level 95 Great Lord. Meanwhile, among the NPCs galloping over, the weakest one was a level 100 Tier 2 NPC. Claude, the NPC leading the charge, was even a level 120 Tier 3 Knight Captain. Although Claude was only Tier 3, he was not in the same league as ordinary Tier 3 NPCs, because Claude was fully equipped in epic equipment. The silver spear he wielded was even a fragmented legendary weapon. His combat power was no doubt at the peak of Tier 3. He could even go toe-to-toe with ordinary Tier 4 mythic monsters. Shortly after these NPCs appeared, they quickly engaged the Orc army in battle. Riding atop a one-horned beast, Claude swung his spear at the Orc warriors that were trying to force their way through the entrance. Claude's spear transformed into a silver streak of light, tearing a hole through space as it swept at the Orc warriors. 2 level 80 Grand Lord ranked Orc warriors went flying. Meanwhile, the Lord ranked Orcs, which were caught in the crossfire, were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Claude cut open a path in the Orc army and charged straight into the fortress. Reinforcements. Sherfong was both joyful and confused at Claude's appearance. He had never thought that the system would provide such a service after he completed his quest. In the eyes of a level 120 Tier 3 NPC, the level 80 mythic ranked Orc general was no different from a common monster with a lot of HP. Claude sent the Orc general flying with every one of his attacks. As Claude and the Orc general clashed, the Orc general's HP continuously decreased. When the Orc general's HP fell to 50%, the mythic Orc let loose a frustrated and indignant roar. In the next moment, the battling Orc army started retreating. As for the Orc general, it, too, backed up to the top of a fortress wall, then jumped off and escaped. After the orc army fled, Claude approached Sherfong. Lord Protector, thanks to your efforts, we were able to set up this important trade route. From now onward, Star Moon Kingdom's army will be managing this place to assure the trade route's security. Meanwhile, as you are the pioneer of this trade route, are you willing to pay 60,000 gold to repair this secret stone fortress and become its advanced manager? Chapter 1829, Secret Stone Fortress. Chapter 1829, Secret Stone Fortress. Advanced Manager. Sherfong was ecstatic upon hearing Claude's words. In God's domain, becoming a fortress town's manager was akin to becoming a noble of an NPC town or city. Players would gain the authority to manage a portion of the shops in the fortress town and would be able to determine its development direction. However, an NPC fortress town wouldn't have only one manager. Just like Thunder Island, there could be multiple managers overseeing a single fortress town. An advanced manager possessed more authority than a basic manager. An advanced manager was close to being the deputy mayor of a fortress town. They would be able to manage important establishments such as the auction house, teleportation hall, and adventurers association, not just a bunch of shops. Although becoming an advanced manager was inferior to fully occupying a fortress town, since an NPC fortress town would be partially operated and guarded by NPCs, barring special situations, it was much safer than a guild fortress town. For example, currently, so long as the secret stone fortress was being garrisoned by level 100 NPCs, even if Beast Emperor sent his entire evil beast army over, he wouldn't be able to take down the fortress. Unless Beast Emperor had some way to reduce the garrisoned NPCs' levels, capturing the fortress would be impossible. Lord Claude, must the 60,000 gold be paid right now? Sherfong asked. 60,000 gold was no small sum. This was especially true for Sherfong right now, as he had already spent most of his funds on this expedition. 60,000 gold is indeed a lot of money. Moreover, it'll take some time to get the necessary materials to repair the secret stone fortress, Claude said, nodding. It'll take 4 days at the quickest for the kingdom's army to arrive. It is fine so long as you gather the 60,000 gold within these 4 days. System. You have triggered the quest Secret Stone Fortress. Collect 60,000 gold within 4 days. Failure to do so will result in the loss of the opportunity to become Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager. Wonderful. Sherfong breathed out a sigh of relief upon seeing the system notification. While it might be difficult for ordinary first-rate guilds to collect 60,000 gold in 4 days, some might even have to sell some of their lands to do so. This was not a problem for Sherfong. After all, he had a business deal with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. Both these super first-rate guilds had shown great interest in the Dark Corrosion set. They had also placed an order for a large number of all-round devices and Elven Silver. If he offered to let the two guilds pay for a portion of the all-round devices and Elven Silver using coins, instead of magic crystals, the two guilds would definitely be more than happy to do so. After Sherfong was done speaking with Claude, he immediately left for Silverwing Town. While collecting 60,000 gold in 4 days posed no problem, the money he needed amounted to far more than just 60,000 gold. After completing the Orc King's Ambitions quest, he had acquired the extremely precious Star Moon Kingdom Airport building order, as well as a transportation firm design. Both these items were priceless treasures. The Star Moon Kingdom Airport building order was akin to a permit to open up an air route. However, he would need a lot of funds to build an airport. Fortunately, the construction of the airport did not require design, only money. Even so, building a small airport still cost 50,000 gold. However, once he set up an air route from Star Moon Kingdom to Silverwing Town, not only would it expedite the transport of NPC merchants' goods, but players from Star Moon Kingdom would also have an easier time getting to Silverwing Town. Although air travel wasn't as fast as teleportation, it was still many times faster than traveling on land on a mount. Moreover, the transportation fee one had to pay was also much cheaper than that for a teleportation array. In the past, a large part of the reason why many superpowers were able to develop their neutral towns into an advanced city was their possession of an airport. Although many first-rate guilds possessed great financial strength, the neutral towns they developed only managed to reach the basic city standard. They simply couldn't become an advanced city no matter what. Only the first-rate guilds that succeeded in building an airport were able to develop their neutral towns to the advanced city standard. This was because an airport was capable of bringing a town or city immense popularity and prosperity. Not only could an airport help NPC merchants enter a town or city much more easily, but it also provided the ability to transport cargo safely and swiftly. A delivery trip that normally took 1 or 2 days by land could be completed in just a few hours by airship. Moreover, in God's domain, some NPC trading firms restricted their development to towns and cities with airports. In addition, there was the recruitment of NPC soldiers. As neutral maps were located very far away from human civilization, many NPCs were unwilling to travel to neutral towns and cities. However, if a neutral town had an airport, the number and quality of NPCs willing to work as a soldier for that town would also increase. With this, the improvement of the neutral town's security level would accelerate. Due to this reason, the development speed of a neutral town with an airport far surpassed that of a neutral town without an airport. This was also the reason why Sherfong had decided to undertake the Orc King's ambitions, quest no matter what. As for the transportation firm, its construction cost 20,000 gold. The transportation firm was something that would be of great help to the players developing in the town where the firm was based. Once he constructed it in Silverwing Town, players would be able to pick up transportation quests in Silverwing Town. When players completed these quests, they could not only obtain a large sum of coins, but also accumulate transportation firm contribution points. Players could then spend the CPs and coins they earned to purchase items that were exclusively traded between NPCs. To players that were incapable of raiding high-difficulty team dungeons, this was a good opportunity to acquire top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools. In the past, the transportation firm was actually much more popular than even the auction house. Normally, NPC auction houses hosted auctions only once a week. However, the transportation firm would stock up on new items every day. Moreover, the more prosperous the town or city a transportation firm was based in, the better the quality of the items sold. Hence, in the past, any guild town or city that housed a transportation firm had become a holy land for independent players. Meanwhile, the airport and transportation firm would complement each other. If he could build both in Silverwing Town now, he might not even need a month to upgrade Silverwing Town into an advanced town. However, building these two constructions would cost an astronomical number of coins. Hence, he needed to take action as soon as possible. The moment Sherfong exited the Secret Stone Fortress, the members of the various dark adventure teams and dark guilds immediately shifted their gaze to him. "Commander, should we move out now?" a level 54 assassin asked, licking his lips as he turned to look at the level 54, Tier 2 rangers standing beside him. The other adventure teams and guilds seemed to be getting ready to take action as well. After the battle with the orcs ended, the NPCs following Sherfong had also disappeared. The various dark players hiding in the forest grew restless at this development. Although they had seen Black Flame's strength, the remuneration offered by Dark Soul was simply too tempting, so much so that they were willing to risk attacking Black Flame. After all, so long as they succeeded, what awaited them was a life of glory and financial security. Chapter 1830, Shocking Retreat. Chapter 1830, Shocking Retreat. Hearing the words of the assassin, the other players belonging to the same dark adventure team started looking around curiously. Just like the assassin had said, their adventure team wasn't the only one taking action. The members of the 24 or so other adventure teams and several dark guilds around them had also started sneaking closer to Shifeng. It was obvious that these dark adventure teams and dark guilds were growing impatient. In God's domain, the dark forces were constantly oppressed. During the early stages of the game, players belonging to the dark forces had a much more difficult time getting by than normal players. After all, the dark forces were still incapable of contending against the various kingdoms and empires right now. Meanwhile, dark adventure teams and dark guilds with the potential to become a superpower were extremely rare. The conditions to join one such power were extremely stringent. Powers like Dark Soul, which was as strong as a superpower and also offered its members the freedom of an adventure team, were even rarer. Joining Dark Soul would definitely bring plenty of benefits to their future development. They also wouldn't have to worry about getting hunted just because they killed the members of certain guilds. Moreover, they could grind in the high-resource maps occupied by Dark Soul and not make do in poor maps. Commander, the assassin could not help but call out to the silent tier 2 Ranger once again. If we don't make a move now, I'm afraid we'll lose this chance to the other adventure teams. Fine. In for a penny, in for a pound. Even if we fail, at worst, we'll lose a level. If we succeed, we'll become members of Dark Soul in the future and instantly join the upper ranks of the Dark Forces, the gruff man carrying an exquisite crystalline longbow said, nodding. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. Dark players had a much more difficult time getting by than normal players. The difficulty of finding a strong support to rely on as a dark player was also much greater than what normal players faced when trying to join the various superpowers. Now that there was an opportunity to join Dark Soul, how could he possibly let this chance get away? When the 24 or so members of the adventure team heard their commander's words, they immediately revealed fierce expressions. They then followed their commander and slowly inched their way toward Shifeng. At this moment, aside from this one adventure team, the several thousand other dark players hiding in the forest were also entering a combat-ready state. Some stealthed assassins had even gotten within 200 yards of Shifeng already. Black Flame has many means of escaping. We must not let him get away from us. First, form an encirclement around him. Then, use war bondage to trap him here. Once the battle starts, use your silencing skills on him right away. We must finish him in the first exchange. A level 54, Tier 2 assassin clad in dark gray robes said to the 30+ assassins around him through the team chat. As long as we kill Black Flame, everyone in our Poison Blade guild will get to join Dark Soul. Then, we'll be able to live like kings in the Dark Knight Empire. We won't need to fear even super first-rate guilds. When their leader said that, the eyes of the 30+ level 53 and level 54 assassins glowed with excitement. Their guild, Poison Blade, was a relatively ordinary dark guild in the Dark Knight Empire. Normally, they could fight only second- and third-rate guilds. When facing first-rate guilds, they had no choice but to run away. As for super first-rate guilds, these existences were no different from gods to them, let alone provoking one. They didn't even dare to come into contact with one. When they thought about how they wouldn't need to fear Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul after joining Dark Soul, they could not help but feel excited. As they entertained visions of such a future, their footsteps as they approached Shifeng became much lighter than before. Their auras also became gentler. At this moment, one could say that their focus had reached unprecedented levels. Only Shifeng existed in their eyes right now. 150 yards, 100 yards, 80 yards. As these assassins closed in on Shifeng's rear, they also grew increasingly nervous. When the assassins were within 50 yards of Shifeng, a low voice suddenly entered everyone's ears and echoed loudly in everyone's mind. Scram! Before anyone could react, Shifeng abruptly turned around and unsheathed Killing Ray. He then swung the sacred sword at the air before him. Suddenly, countless arcs of lightning formed before Shurfong and joined together to form a blue river. Like a primordial beast, the blue river of lightning scorched everything in its path, spreading out in a cone covering an 80-yard radius. Before the stealth assassins could even react, countless arcs of lightning had already devoured their bodies. After a brief moment of exposure, the assassins' bodies then transformed into streaks of light and disappeared from the area. As the lightning river gradually dissipated, the other dark players, who were still a distance away, could not help but gasp. In just one hit, Shurfong had killed over 70 stealthed assassins. Right now, numerous pieces of shiny equipment littered the scorched ground. Meanwhile, due to Shurfeng's sudden attack, the footsteps and breathing of the other stealthed assassins turned chaotic, their bodies becoming exposed to everyone. This is the Sword King's strength? A Tier 2 assassin wearing dark gray leather armor gulped in fear as he looked at the scorched ground that was just a few centimeters beside him. Compared to the players hiding in the distance, he had managed to get a much clearer view of Shurfeng's attack just now. From the moment Shurfeng started activating a skill until the time the skill had fully activated, he, a Tier 2 assassin, had actually failed to react by the time he realized Shurfeng had attacked. The blue river was already shooting out from Shurfeng's sword. Moreover, despite him being able to clearly see the approach of the blue river, his body had been unable to react at all. This situation was just too frightening. His mind could not process how Shurfeng had executed such an attack. An ordinary expert player might not understand the implications of such a situation, but he did. The requirement for activating a life-saving skill was for players to think the skill's name. Only after doing so would the life-saving skill activate. However, if one could attack a player before the said player could have such a thought in their mind, then even having the most powerful life-saving skill in the game would be meaningless. In other words, Shurfeng could kill an assassin, the class that was famed for having the most life-saving skills, in one attack whenever he wanted. This discovery instantly crushed any thoughts the assassin in dark gray leather armor had of fighting Shurfeng. In reality, though, Shurfeng's inconceivable attack wasn't entirely impossible to block, especially for experts who understood the principles of the realms of truth. This was because the move Shurfeng had just executed applied the realms of truth's basics, moving the body before moving the mind. Unless one trained arduously to go up against attacks executed using such quick reaction speeds, reacting to such an attack was simply impossible. After executing Lightning Edge, Shurfeng took a look at everyone present. Upon seeing no new challengers moving up to him, he sheathed Killing Ray before turning around and leaving. Due to Shurfeng's attack, the remaining 100+ assassins no longer dared to approach him. They simply stood still as they watched him leave the battlefield. Guild leader, Black Flame, is leaving. Are we still not moving? A level 54, Tier 2 shield warrior could not help but ask as he looked at the level 54, Tier 2 ranger beside him. You want to go? Be my guest, the Tier 2 ranger said, rolling his eyes at the shield warrior. The Tier 2 shield warrior shrank his neck back instinctively and shook his head. The fact that he was able to get promoted to Tier 2 at this stage of the game proved that his combat standard was much better than ordinary experts. However, Black Flame's attack inspired dread even in him. He definitely wasn't confident of blocking the attack Black Flame executed just now. Meanwhile, even after Shurfeng's figure disappeared from the battlefield, the thousands of dark players remained standing quietly at their original positions with pale expressions. Some independent players that were passing by the area were stupefied when they saw the scene. Too strong. With just one attack, Shurfeng had deterred several thousand dark players from making a move. By the time the dark players retreated from the area, news about the battle had already been spread like mad on the official forums by the independent players. Chapter 1831, or Empire's No. 1 Swordsman, or Empire, Silverwing Town. Chapter 1831, or Empire's #1 swordsman or Empire, Silverwing Town. After Shi Feng shook off the Dark Player's pursuit, he immediately returned to Zero Wing's residence in Silverwing Town to make arrangements for the transport and purchase of products from NPC merchants. Although he had already set up the trade route, the collection of usage fees from the NPCs who used the trade route would have to be carried out by both players and NPC soldiers. In addition, players would need to be present in person to purchase the goods that were meant to be sold to NPCs. Hence, he would need to assign considerable manpower to handle these tasks. Moreover, in order to make sure the items purchased were useful, he would have to send knowledgeable personnel to deal with the NPC merchants. However, as soon as Shi Feng returned to the guild residence, he was greeted by a boisterous scene. Currently, guild members were chatting happily and excitedly with each other inside the guild hall. "Guild leader, you're back. Everyone is talking about you right now," Aqua Rose said, excitement sprouting in her heart when she saw Shi Feng. "Because of your performance over at the Secret Stone Fortress, many people have already started titling you as the Empire's #1 swordsman. Of course, there are some who object to this. They feel that you are unworthy of this title and will accept it only when they have actually fought you. Even so, due to this situation, many more players from the neighboring kingdoms are trying to join Zero Wing now. In addition, several well-known experts from the neighboring kingdoms want to challenge you. However, Fire Dance has accepted these challenges in your place and is currently fighting these experts in the battle arena right now. Well-known experts from other kingdoms are challenging me." Shi Feng could not help but smile upon hearing this. This is a good opportunity. He had never thought that his battle over at the Secret Stone Fortress would spark such a development. Before today, he had received many challenges from experts before. However, back then, these had been limited to the experts of Starmoon Kingdom. Now, however, even the experts of other kingdoms were challenging him. This proved that his fame had already reached a considerable degree in those kingdoms. Otherwise, the well-known experts of those kingdoms wouldn't have come to challenge him. Meanwhile, the fact that these experts had come to challenge him was a good thing for Silverwing Town. Aqua, from today onwards, set up a challenge arena in the battle arena specifically for people wishing to challenge me. However, they cannot just issue a challenge without restrictions. Before I accept their challenge, they'll have to win 10 consecutive matches against people of our choosing. For now, select our fighters from our main force members. The challengers have to pay 5 gold for each match. If the challengers win, they'll get 20 gold in return, Shi Feng said. "I understand," Aqua Rose replied, her eyes glowing. With Shi Feng's plan, they could not only increase the popularity of Silverwing Town's battle arena, but also earn a lot of money and train the main force members, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Following which, Shi Feng turned to Melancholic Smile, who stood beside Aqua Rose, and asked, Melancholic, "How is the production of the all-round devices and elven silver coming along?" Before he embarked on his quest to set up a trade route, he had left matters regarding the all-round devices and elven silver to Melancholic Smile to handle. The all-round device was an item he personally created. Hence, he could make as many copies of its design as he wanted. The only reason he had not bothered trying to mass-produce the all-round device until now was the much lower success rate other people would have when producing the all-round device compared to him, the creator. In addition, the production costs for the all-round device were also extremely high. However, now that everyone's forging techniques had improved, it wasn't entirely impossible to mass-produce the all-rounded device. Currently, only I have a feasible success rate when producing the all-round device. Hence, I am the only one producing it right now. I have already made 53 all-round devices. I am still far from fulfilling the 200 pieces you requested. However, Coco has become a master forger in Titan City. If we include her help, I believe it'll take only 1 more day for us to get the required 200 pieces. As for the elven silver, We already have over 200 bottles produced. We can deliver them to you at any time, Melancholic Smile reported joyfully. Coco has already been promoted into a master forger. Sherfone was overjoyed at this piece of news. A master lifestyle player would be welcomed by any major power, not to mention a master of the forger subclass, which was one of the 3 most popular subclasses. Now that Cream Coco had already become a master forger, the Candlelight trading firm's forging standards would also improve. Although Candlelight had 2 master forgers, as he was a guild leader, he was always busy with one thing or another. He simply could not afford to stay cooped up producing items. Likewise, Melancholic Smile had to manage the Candlelight trading firm. The time she could spend producing items was also very limited. However, Cream Coco was different. She did not have to manage any personnel or deal with guild affairs. She could focus fully on forging. Guild leader, this isn't everything. While you were away doing your quest, the people from the ice crystal world sent over another large batch of materials. Save for some of the specialty materials, I split the other materials into batches and had them brought to other kingdoms and empires to be sold. I also reserved a portion for our own use. After deducting our purchasing costs and the cost of the products brought over to the ice crystal world, we netted over 53,000 gold from this batch of materials, Melancholic Smile said. That much? Sherfone was a little surprised when he heard Melancholic Smile's report. While it had been several days since he returned from the ice crystal world, he had emptied the market of all the rare materials he could find in the 2 NPC cities before leaving. He had never imagined that the players there would refill the market with materials so quickly. He had to admit that the wealth earned by selling the rare materials obtained from other worlds was truly amazing. Of course, a large part of the success this time was due to the Azura Adventure Team and Adventure Alliance. Without these 2 organizations, collecting so many rare materials from the ice crystal world wouldn't have been possible. Meanwhile, they had already generated such massive wealth despite occupying only 2 NPC cities. If they could occupy the entire ice crystal world, the wealth they could generate would be many times more than even what the secret pavilion's magic crystal vein could provide. It was no wonder the various superpowers fought heavily over other worlds during his previous life. Back then, the intense competition for other worlds didn't allow second and third-rate guilds to poke a hand into the competition. Even first-rate guilds could only fight for the scraps left behind by the various superpowers. All right, I got it, after pondering for some time. Sherfone turned to Aqua Rose and said, Aqua, contact Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart and tell them that we'll have their items ready by tomorrow. If they are lacking in magic crystals, they can pay a portion of the bill using coins. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose nodded. After Sherfone was done dealing with these matters, he promptly headed to Silverwing Town's advanced smithy. Currently, the advanced smithy was overcrowded with players. The majority of these players were here to disassemble their obsolete weapons and equipment, after which they would use the materials they obtained to order custom-made weapons and equipment. Whenever these players used the services offered by the advanced smithy, 10% of the total bill would go into Zero Wing's coffers. For the item breakdown service, Zero Wing would receive around 10 to 15 copper for bronze equipment, 20 to 30 copper for mysterious iron equipment, 40 to 50 copper for secret silver equipment, 70 to 80 copper for fine gold equipment, and 1 silver to 1 silver, 50 copper for dark gold equipment. While this might not seem like much, there were tons of people coming to get their old equipment disassembled, including the money received from repairs and custom orders. Zero Wing earned over 400 gold from the advanced smithy every day. However, this was only the beginning. As players reached higher levels and the fame of the advanced smithy spread, more and more players would come to order custom-made equipment. At that time, the advanced smithy could earn 1,000 to 2,000 gold per day. After Sherfong took a look at the advanced smithy situation and had his weapons and equipment repaired, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. He then made his way to Starmoon City's Adventurers Association. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Inside one of the Adventurers Association's VIP rooms. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? The NPC Senior Administrator asked as he looked at Sherfong. I wish to construct a transportation firm in Silverwing Town. Here is the design for it. I hope that you can start construction as soon as possible. Sherfong replied before placing the transportation firm design on the table before him. Previously, as his funds had been insufficient, he had planned on setting the transportation firm aside for the moment. However, now that he was rich again, he naturally had to get it constructed as soon as possible. That won't be a problem. The construction fee will be 20,000 gold, the senior administrator said, nodding after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the design Sherfong presented. Sherfong then took out 20,000 gold and handed the sum over to the senior administrator. After Sherfong completed the transaction, a system notification suddenly entered his ears. Chapter 1832 Three Great Trading Firms. Chapter 1832 Three Great Trading Firms. System, congratulations. You are the first player to have constructed a transportation firm, rewarding 1 silver Twin Lions trading firm token. The system announcement repeated 3 times, the system's emotionless voice echoing in Sherfang's ears. Upon hearing these words, Sherfong fell into a daze that lasted for a long time. A silver Twin Lions token? Sherfong stared in shock at the silver token in his hand. Carved on this circular silver token was the image of 2 lions. There were also golden divine runes etched along its rim. It radiated an extremely ancient aura, obviously having existed for a very long time. Lord Protector, congratulations on obtaining this Twin Lions trading firm token. You are now a silver VIP of the Twin Lions trading firm, one of God's domain's 3 most ancient trading firms. It is very difficult to become one of the trading firm's VIPs. This token will be of great help to you when you're doing business or transporting goods. Lord Protector, please make sure to keep the token secure. You will not be given a new one if you lose it, the NPC Senior Administrator explained. However, at this point, Sherfong wasn't even listening to the NPC's explanation anymore. After all, he had a clearer understanding of the value of the Twin Lions trading firm's token than even the NPC Administrator, having long familiarity with the ability and influence of the trading firm. The Twin Lions trading firm was one of the oldest trading firms extant in God's domain. Its origins were unknown. However, rumor had it that the Twin Lions trading firm had a hand in the establishment of the famous War God's Temple. Although the Twin Lions trading firm currently did not possess as extensive an influence as the War God's Temple, whose influence spanned the entire continent of God's domain, it was still more influential than an ordinary empire. Only the 4 great empires of God's domain could possibly rival the trading firm in influence. Meanwhile, to guilds, the Twin Lions trading firm was much more important than even the 4 great empires. In fact, the trading firm's importance to guilds surpassed the War God's temples. This distinction was because the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes covered over half of the entire continent. Anyone ferrying non-bag space items would prefer to use the trade routes of the trading firm, as these were much safer than the trade routes operated by players. Aside from the greater danger, player-operated trade routes were far less efficient. By using the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes, one could save more than half the travel time they would normally need when using a player-operated trade route. However, getting to utilize the Twin Lions trading firm's trade routes was not an easy task. One had to be a member of the Twin Lions trading firm. In other words, they needed to obtain one of the trading firm's tokens. Only then could they transport goods through the trading firm's trade routes. Hence, The various large guilds and merchant players in the past all sought to join the Twin Lions trading firm. Of course, the benefits and treatment one received depended on one's status in the Twin Lions trading firm. VIPs not only got more discounts, but also had access to trade routes that were normally not open to lower-ranking members. This was especially true for trade routes in neutral maps. In addition, higher-ranking members also had the privilege of hiring NPC escorts from the Twin Lions trading firm. For example, in the past, due to Shadow's low ranking in the Twin Lions trading firm, Shifeng had no choice but to lead the guild's delivery runs himself. As a result, they frequently came under attack from NPC bandits. Had Shadow's ranking been enough in the Twin Lions trading firm to hire NPC escorts to serve as a deterrence, the guild's caravans wouldn't have come under attack so frequently. In the Twin Lions trading firm, the token one held represented their rank in the trading firm. From lowest to highest, the ranks were common, bronze, silver, gold, and elder. Although there were only 5 ranks, even the lowest common token was extremely difficult to obtain. On the market, a common Twin Lions token had been worth around 10,000 gold. Even so, nobody who had a token would be willing to sell it. One could easily imagine the difficulty of acquiring a common token. In addition, the Twin Lions trading firm acknowledged only the token and not its owner. There was no way to upgrade a token's rank. The number of tokens distributed also had a limit, and the tokens would all drop upon death. Hence, many players and powers had sought to steal the tokens in the past. From what Shifeng knew, there were only 99 common tokens, 49 bronze tokens, 24 silver tokens, and 12 golden tokens in the game at any time. As for the Elder token, he had never heard any information about it. However, he expected it to be limited to 10. With the billions of players in God's domain, this small number of tokens simply wasn't enough to satisfy the demand. Hence, every token was extremely valuable, regardless of its rank. In the past, Shifeng had managed to get his hands on a common token only by a stroke of good luck. He had never dreamed of obtaining a silver token in this life. With this, transporting important items across neutral maps will no longer be a problem. Looking at the Twin Lions token, Shifeng cooked up many new plans. Non-bag space items were always worth a fortune. This was especially true for specialty products that were unique to a certain area. The main reason for their high value was the high cost of transporting them. However, many items important to players generally required the use of these materials. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the development of guild towns and cities would also start to require more and more non-bag space items. In addition, some special weapons and tools would necessitate the use of non-bag space items. Hence, the Twin Lions trading firm had been extremely popular among the various large guilds and merchant players. Now that Shifeng had a silver token, he would have no problem traveling across many neutral maps. He could also use these specialty non-bag space items to make a fortune. In addition, the Twin Lions trading firm would hold an auction once a month. The standard of this auction far surpassed any auction hosted by players and empires. One could say that the Twin Lions trading firm's auction was the highest standard auction in the entire God's domain. In the past, even legendary items had appeared in the auction, as well as fragmented legendary items in significant quantities. As for epic items, they were no different from commonplace items in the auction. In the past, every Twin Lions trading firm auction was a time for the various large guilds to increase their combat power. However, participating in the auction was not easy. At the very minimum, one needed to possess a common token. Depending on the rank of one's token, the number of people one could bring into the auction would differ. The common token allowed only one person entry into the auction venue, whereas the bronze token allowed 2 people, the silver token allowed 3, and the gold token allowed 5. As for the elder token, as nobody had ever obtained one even after 10 years had passed in God's domain, nobody knew how many people the token allowed entry to. It seems I can have Aqua start tasking some people with transporting the diamond would we have stockpiled to the Apocalypse Empire's shipyard. Shifeng smiled as he looked at the silver token. Previously, as he had been worried about having insufficient strength to protect the shipment, he had not bothered transporting the diamond would they collected. Now that he had a silver token, he could borrow the Twin Lions trading firm's power. By spending a little money, he could easily send the stockpile of diamond wood over to the Apocalypse Empire. Although he didn't have a bronze speedboat design right now, using diamond wood to construct advanced speedboats would still increase the attributes of the speedboat somewhat. Afterward, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose and had her dispatch some guild experts to make the necessary preparations. As for himself, he returned to the candlelight trading firm and started producing all-round devices. Although Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile could indeed produce enough all-round devices for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, he was also in dire need of the all-round devices himself as he planned to head to the Flame Demon's Valley and activate the World Gate as soon as possible. Only with the help of the Philosopher's Hand could he increase the development speed of Candlelight's lifestyle players. The production of ships required a large number of master engineers, not to mention the production of the Hell Chariots and Guardian Puppets. Having just 2 or 3 master engineers simply wasn't enough. Meanwhile, over at Silverwing Town, the transportation firm's construction was just completed. The sudden appearance of the 3-story, stadium-sized building immediately caused a commotion among the players in the town. Chapter 1833, Gathering at Silverwing Town. Chapter 1833, Gathering at Silverwing Town. The 3-story tall transportation firm was located close to Silverwing Town's main entrance. Meanwhile, 10 level 100 NPC guards stood before the entrance, one of which was a Tier 3 guard captain. The guard captain carried a great sword on his back and wore silver armor. Due to the strict atmosphere around him, players kept a wary distance from the transportation firm, only daring to glance at the building from far away. However, although players did not dare approach the building, one NPC merchant after another nonchalantly entered the firm. Large caravans also moved their goods into the building on a regular basis. After several minutes, the stadium-sized building was crowded with carriages and NPCs. Many players mustered their courage and entered the building after such a lively scene. Amazing! There are so many NPC merchants here. Upon entering the transportation firm's first-floor hall, the curious players immediately spotted many NPC merchants lined up at the front counter, handling some formalities. There were easily over 1,000 NPC merchants in the building, some of which had set up stalls in front of their parked carriages, selling a variety of precious items. The scene was simply dazzling. Meanwhile, the most eye-catching thing in the transportation firm had to be the gigantic crystal hovering in the center of the hall. The crystal displayed the transportation quests available today and their corresponding rewards. The quest difficulty and requirements were also listed. Players' jaws dropped after they inspected the colossal, translucent crystal in the hall. Delivery to Bronze Teeth Town, difficulty 2-star. Requirement Tier 2, must have completed 5 1-star quests. Remuneration 3 gold, 300 contribution points, and 1 void magic gold. Recruiting 6 people. Delivery to Bronze Teeth Town, difficulty 1-star. Requirement level 50 or above. Remuneration 80 silver, 50 contribution points, and 1 smart armor kit. Recruiting 10 people. Every quest offered tempting rewards. Many expert players drooled over the 2-star quests in particular. At this stage of the game, many expert players wouldn't earn 3 gold even after a full day of grinding. Although the reward items might not be as valuable as the gold, they were also highly sought after. For example, void magic gold could be used to increase a weapon's sharpness and lower its durability consumption. However, void magic gold wasn't normally sold on the market. To the expert players present, The void magic gold was far more valuable than 3 gold coins. Naturally, the 3-star quest rewards even tempted players from the various major powers. 3-star quests actually awarded rare Tier 2 skill books upon completion. Even the various major powers experts lacked Tier 2 skills. Aside from purchasing such skills with legacy points, players could only obtain them by farming monsters for skill books. However, even the drop rate for Tier 1 skill books was extremely low, not to mention Tier 2 skill books. After everyone finished gawking at the quests on the giant crystal, they noticed an exchange counter. This exchange counter allowed players to spend the contribution points and coins they earned to purchase rare items the NPC merchant sold. The available rare items were impossible to purchase elsewhere. In fact, the NPC merchants even had epic items for sale. Upon seeing these items, the players in the hall immediately went into an uproar. "Quick! Notify the guild leader. We must get those epic items before the other guilds." The members of the various major powers immediately contacted their respective guilds' upper echelons and notified them about the transportation firm. As for the independent players present inside the transportation firm, their eyes glowed with excitement upon seeing the item list. Epic items. Independent players only dreamed of obtaining such items. Yet, as long as they earned enough coins and contribution points, they could purchase these items. In other words, they now had the possibility of acquiring an epic item. For a time, news of the transportation firm spread like a plague throughout the Empire and the neighboring countries. "We can purchase epic items just by collecting enough contribution points from quests. There's no status restriction. In that case, our adventure team can contend with the various large guilds for these epic items. The rewards for Silverwing Town's transportation quests are actually so bountiful. That's at least triple the amount we get from the usual transportation quests. We need to head to Silverwing Town to develop right this instant." Many adventure teams and independent players decided to shift their base of operations to Silverwing Town. Setting aside the fact that they could earn more money by developing there, the fact that they could purchase top-tier weapons and equipment was the final push. For a time, players swarmed toward Silverwing Town. "Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? The number of players trying to enter the town has suddenly increased by more than 200,000. By the looks of it, even more people will show up later. However, we've already reached the town's entry limit of 1,500,000 players, and the players waiting outside are making a huge fuss," Yaya, Aqua Rose's assistant, said as she ran up to Aqua Rose, who was currently swamped with work. "I understand. Temporarily increase the town's entry limit to 1,800,000, Aqua Rose said, nodding as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Due to the transportation firm's appearance, many merchant players had contacted her, expressing their interest in renting a shop in Silverwing Town long-term. Some top adventure teams had even asked to garrison in Silverwing Town. These top adventure teams had declared their willingness to purchase private houses at a high price and sign a garrison agreement with Zero Wing. She never thought that Silverwing Town would become the focal point of the Empire and its several neighboring countries. This had all happened so suddenly, and she hadn't been prepared. Meanwhile, Feng, who currently forged all-round devices in the Candlelight trading firm, remained ignorant of the situation. He simply focused on forging and increased the pile of all-round devices on his table. After working for more than half a day, Feng received joyous news. Liang Jing, his temporary assistant, had finally come to a compromise with Xiaoyu and would officially join God's domain today. Moreover, she had already joined Zero Wing and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to White River City's guild residence. To help her acclimate to God's domain, Feng decided to have her assist Melancholic Smile in managing White River City's Candlelight trading firm for the moment. This way, Melancholic Smile could somewhat relax. "So, this is the Candlelight trading firm?" Liang Jing, who wore a set of long, white robes, and held a wooden staff, couldn't help but gape at the towering building before her. In her opinion, a virtual reality game was only a form of entertainment. However, after logging into God's domain, she discovered that this game was no different than reality. In fact, she felt that her senses in the game were much sharper than her senses in the real world. If not for the diamond markers and HP bars hovering above the players around her, she'd even have suspected that she had been transported into another world. Aside from God's domain's realism, the number of players she saw in the city also shocked her. She had never thought that White River City would have so many players. The city's commercial district where she currently stood was even livelier than Jinhai City's commercial district. Meanwhile, the most eye-catching building in the district actually belonged to Zero Wing. This was simply inconceivable. "Are you Liang Jing, the person the guild leader mentioned?" While Liang Jing tried to process the new information and environment, she noticed a mellow voice. Turning towards its origin, Liang Jing discovered a beautiful young woman in a luxurious dress. Upon hearing this woman greet Liang Jing, nearby players shot the new woman envious glances. "What's going on?" Liang Jing was even more confused upon noticing players' reactions. Chapter 1834 Frightening Zero Wing. Chapter 1834 Frightening Zero Wing. Looking at the woman approaching her, Liang Jing could feel the weight of the surrounding players' gazes. The long line of players waiting to enter the Candlelight trading firm turned to look at her as well. If these people were focused on the woman approaching her, she could, more or less, understand their reactions. After all, the woman before her was tall and elegant, with a face and temperament to match. It was only natural that such a graceful woman would attract attention. But these players were focused on her, not this woman. A moment ago, these people had ignored her. Yet, she had instantly become a sensation the moment this beautiful young woman had called out to her. The beauty greeting Liang Jing was none other than Melancholic Smile. According to Shifeng, he had found her a capable assistant, although her guild leader had asked that she show Liang Jing the ropes first. "Hello, I am Melancholic Smile. I will be helping you learn about the Candlelight trading firm and all there is to know about our business. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Melancholic Smile introduced herself. After Melancholic Smile's introduction, the nearby players went into an uproar. "Crap! Who is that woman?" Melancholic Smile actually came out to greet her. Could she be some sort of master lifestyle player? That can't be it. She's only level 10, and she isn't wearing a lifestyle insignia. She's definitely a newbie, but she must be someone important if Melancholic came to welcome her personally. Maybe she is the heiress of some major corporation, here to visit the Candlelight trading firm? For a time, the lifestyle players seeking to join the Candlelight trading firm quietly discussed Liang Jing's identity, glancing at the woman with envy and admiration. Not only was Melancholic Smile the Candlelight trading firm's manager, but she was also a master forger. She was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Rumors had it that many superpowers and major corporations had even offered astronomical prices to hire her, but she had rejected them all. Melancholic Smile was an idol to lifestyle players like them. Not only was she very beautiful, but her forging standards also ranked at the apex of God's domain. They all dreamed of a life like the one Melancholic Smile enjoyed. That was also the reason that so many lifestyle players had come from neighboring kingdoms to join Candlelight. Meanwhile, overhearing the nearby lifestyle players' discussions, Liang Jing was inwardly shocked as she examined the player before her. She never thought that this woman held such a high position. She also blushed with embarrassment as she heard the players guess her identity. The heiress of a major corporation? She was only the assistant of the Big Dipper Group's chairman. She was insignificant compared to an heiress. After Melancholic Smile and Liang Jing introduced themselves, they entered the Candlelight trading firm. White River City's candlelight trading firm was the sole three-star shop in Star Moon Kingdom. When Liang Jing entered the building, she felt as if she had stepped into a modern shopping mall. Only, the shop had magical elements, unlike a mall in the real world. Customers crowded the first-floor hall, stupefying Liang Jing. She hadn't imagined that a shop in God's domain could be so lively. Melancholic Smile simply smiled at Liang Jing's reaction before leading the new recruit to the third floor. The third floor and up were not open to the public. Only Candlelight's members had access. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm has over 20,000 lifestyle players. They're split across multiple branches. Among them, over 4,000 have officially signed a contract to become internal members. You could say that Candlelight is the bona fide #1 trading firm throughout Star Moon Kingdom. This shop alone houses a little over 2,000 lifestyle players. In the future, you will manage this shop and its employees, Melancholic Smile explained as she gestured to the various workshops, which contained Candlelight's lifestyle players hard at work. Although you won't have to manage a lot of people at first, once you get used to the job and perform well, I'll have you take over managing Silverwing Town. Things are getting hectic in Silverwing right now. We just increased the entry limit to 1,800,000 people. We'll have to increase this number slowly in the future, so we have a lot to do. As Liang Jing listened to Melancholic Smile's explanation, she wondered if she had heard wrong. Candlelight had over 20,000 employees. Moreover, over 4,000 were officially contracted to the trading firm. In other words, there were over 4,000 players working as full-time employees for Candlelight. This was several times more than the Big Dipper Group's employees. Later, she'd even have to manage a town with 1,800,000 players. This was simply madness. If the situation was, as Melancholic Smile had described, as the assistant of the Big Dipper Group's chairman, she was certain that Zero Wing was far wealthier than the Big Dipper Group. There was simply no comparing the two. She had always wondered why Shifeng acted so nonchalantly towards the Big Dipper Dojo's offers. It had offered a salary and benefits that countless people dreamed of, yet Shifeng had settled for a temporary position, focusing his efforts on God's domain. Now she finally understood. It turned out that the Big Dipper Group's offers, which it had deemed quite generous, were little more than a farce to Shifeng. He had only been working for the Big Dipper as a pastime. Meanwhile, Shifeng had offered her a position with Zero Wing in God's domain because he had appreciated her management skills, and Xiaoyu wanted to use the opportunity to learn more about Shifeng's affairs. Whether she chose to work for the Big Dipper Group or Zero Wing Workshop in the future would be up to her. However, right now, she had no idea how she was supposed to report her discoveries to Chairman Xiao. What Liang Jing did not know was that Silverwing Town wasn't Zero Wing's most populated territory. Rather, Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing City saw far more traffic, with a player population several times higher than Silverwing Town. Elsewhere, Shifeng, ignorant of Liang Jing's thoughts, still focused on forging all-round devices. Finally, after a full day of work, he had crafted over 100 all-round devices. He had also made quite a few standard, level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons. Thanks to all the EXP from forging, he had finally reached level 68. Although he had killed plenty of monsters when setting up the trade route, due to the NPC's participation, the EXP reward had been significantly reduced. He had only received a lot of EXP after he completed the quest. Even so, it hadn't been enough to push him to level 68. However, compared to his recent level up, the Philosopher's Hand's ability truly surprised Shifeng. When he used the Philosopher's Soul to help guide him in forging level 50 fine gold and dark gold weapons, the designs he had obtained from Titan City, the finished products had ranged between level 50 and 55. It was a massive improvement. although a standardized level 55 fine gold weapon was slightly weaker than level 55 fine gold equipment acquired for monsters. It was still considerably stronger than a level 50 fine gold weapon. This was also the case for standardized level 55 dark gold weapons. The highest leveled players in the various large guilds were currently level 55. Hence, trying to acquire level 55 weapons was extremely difficult. Currently, most of these level 55 experts still used level 50 fine gold weapons. If given the choice, these experts would definitely wield a standardized level 55 dark gold weapon. If he sold these standardized dark gold weapons in bulk, he could fetch a higher price than normal. Suddenly, Melancholic Smile contacted Sherfong and reported, "Guild leader, the representatives from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul have arrived. They're waiting in the second floor VIP reception room." "All right, I'll head over now." Nodding, Sherfong collected his forged items and headed to the reception room. Chapter 1835, Massive Profits, Candlelight Trading Firm's VIP Reception Room. Chapter 1835, Massive Profits, Candlelight Trading Firm's VIP Reception Room. Currently, Phoenix Rain, Blue Phoenix, Unyielding Heart, and Mu Lingsha waited in the reception room. "Uncle Heart, are the items you mentioned really that effective?" Mu Lingsha asked worriedly. "The guild has employed various methods, but we still haven't made it into the Dark Battlegrounds inner region. Moreover, the Silent Waters corrosion is extremely powerful. Even the rare Advanced Toughness potion only extends our survival rate a little. We've shed all pretenses with the Starline Corporation already and are engaged in an all-out war with them. We can only spare a very limited amount of resources. If we spend so many magic crystals, and these items end up being useless, it'll be disastrous." When she had asked Unyielding Heart to lead a team in assisting Zero Wing, she had assumed that the guild only needed some help with a slightly difficult quest. Yet when Unyielding Heart had returned, he had told her that Zero Wing had secured the Hell Mode Eclipse Throne's first clear. The report had left her flabbergasted. She had never realized that Zero Wing's main force was so powerful. Moreover, Unyielding Heart had praised Zero Wing's black flame. His praise was rare, even in Unyielding Soul. Unyielding Heart had gone on to mention that Zero Wing possessed some special tools that could help them deal with the Dark Battlegrounds' severe environment. This revelation had further increased her shock. Truthfully, she wanted to believe Unyielding Heart's claim, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Their guild had expended a lot of effort to reach the Dark Battlegrounds inner region, but every method they tried had been a failure. She had even worked herself to the bone to find a solution to this problem. Yet, Unyielding Heart had told her that Zero Wing had 2 items that could help their survival in the map. Moreover, Zero Wing could produce enough of these items for a 100-man team. "Miss Mu, you can rest assured," Unyielding Heart said with a bitter smile. Over the past few days, Mu Lingsha had repeatedly asked him the same question, yet no matter how many times he explained the situation, the young lady refused to believe him. However, it wasn't as if he couldn't understand her feelings. At this point, Unyielding Soul and Starlink, the Starline Corporation's guild, were engaged in a bitter war. As a result, Unyielding Soul spent a frightening amount of resources each day. Meanwhile, purchasing 100 all-round devices and 100 bottles of elven silver would cost them 40,000 magic crystals, and since Zero Wing had produced the items within 3 days, as per their agreement, Unyielding Soul had to pay an additional 5,000 magic crystals. For the guild, 45,000 magic crystals were by no means a small amount. If after paying so many magic crystals, the items were useless, they'd cry with regret. Mu Lingsha found it difficult to respond to Unyielding Heart's comment. She could only hope these items would be as helpful as he claimed. Big Sis Rain, Unyielding Soul's representatives, seemed worried about something. "Do you think they plan on backing out of the purchase?" Blue Phoenix, asked as she eyed Mu Lingxia's worried expression. Giggling, she continued, "If they do, we'll get to purchase their share as well. Then, we'll have a much easier time exploring the Sea of Death's inner islands. Why would they possibly back out?" Phoenix Rain asked, chuckling. "Unyielding Soul has fought several large-scale battles against Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire and desperately needs weapons, equipment, and war weapons. Both guilds are furiously fighting for the high-resource maps that yield weapons and equipment. If Unyielding Soul wishes to obtain these items, it'll have to farm high-resource maps with hostile environments. The guild will have a higher chance of securing the items in those maps. Unyielding Soul needs all-rounded devices and elven silver more than anything right now. It can't afford to back out this deal." Blue Phoenix saw the reasoning in her pavilion master's words. The more hostile a map's environment was, the more treasures it would have to offer. Take the Sea of Death, for example. After exploring the sea zone's dangerous islands, the various superpowers had acquired a significant harvest now. All of the various superpowers were organizing large, powerful teams to explore the Sea of Death. However, to explore the map's islands effectively, the superpowers would need items that could reduce the hostile environment's impact on their players. While acquiring a small number of such items was not a problem, acquiring them in bulk was almost impossible. If they could get their hands on the all-round devices and elven silver, even if they didn't use the items for themselves, they could earn impressive profits by reselling them. While both guilds' representatives quietly talked among themselves, the reception room's door swung open, following which a cloaked, middle-aged man entered the room, and the occupants fell silent when they saw him. "He is Black Flame?" Mu Lingxia was shocked when she looked at the new arrival. What a powerful aura! Shifeng radiated an extremely strong, violent aura. In Mu Lingxia's eyes, Shifeng felt like a primordial beast rather than a player. What Mu Lingxia did not know was that the aura didn't belong to Shifeng. Instead, it radiated from the abyssal blade at his waist. The abyssal blade's aura could no longer be contained after Shifeng had upgraded it to level 50. Because of this, Shifeng had chosen to appear as Black Flame for this meeting. "Sorry for the long wait. I had some business to deal with," Shifeng apologized. "It's fine. We just arrived as well," Unyielding Heart said, chuckling. "Moreover, if it means we can obtain the all-round devices and elven silver, even a several-hour wait would be worth it." Phoenix Rain, who sat close to Unyielding Heart, could not help but smile when she heard the man's words. She hadn't expected Unyielding Heart to be so direct about his desire for the items. "All right, since everyone is here for these two, let's get straight to business," Shifeng said. He then took out the all-round devices and elven silver he had prepared and placed them on the table before him. "After working around the clock with my people, we forged a total of 400 all-round devices and 450 bottles of elven silver. According to our previous agreement, 200 of each item will go to the Phoenix Pavilion Master, while 100 of each item are reserved for Brother Heart. As for the 5,000 magic crystals we agreed on before, we'll just forget about that. I'd like to sell the remaining 100 all-round devices and 150 bottles of elven silver via a private auction. You may bid for these extras with coins. May I know your opinions about this arrangement?" "All right, I have no problems with that." Upon hearing that Shifeng had so many extra items, Phoenix Rain could not help but inwardly celebrate. "I don't have any arguments either." Unyielding Heart nodded in agreement. Only he slightly regretted his previous decision. Had he known Zero Wing was capable of producing so many all-round devices and elven silver, he would have ordered more. However, when he considered his uncertainty about how useful the elven silver would be against the Silent Water, he dismissed his regret. Hearing the two players' agreement, Shifeng proceeded with fulfilling their previous arrangements. In the end, Shifeng received 80,000 magic crystals from Phoenix Rain and 40,000 magic crystals from Unyielding Heart. He then allowed both to bid for the additional all-round devices and elven silver, auctioning the items off in batches of 10, as the transaction could be completed using coins. Both guilds bid on the items without issues. In the end, Phoenix Rain had purchased 80 all-round devices and 120 bottles of elven silver, while Unyielding Heart bought the rest. When comparing foundations, Unyielding Soul was definitely superior to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Unyielding Soul didn't have as much financial freedom due to its war with Starlink. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain had earned quite a bit from the authority she wielded on Thunder Island and the harvests from the Sea of Death. Hence, in terms of financial strength, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was currently stronger than Unyielding Soul. After selling the extra items, Sherfong had made over 20,000 gold. Both super first-rate guilds were also quite satisfied with the outcome. As the representatives of both guilds were about to leave, "Since we've sold the all-round devices and elven silver, let us start the auction for today's main course," Sherfong said, intentionally dragging out his statement. "Main course. You have something even better than the all-round devices and elven silver." Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart gave Sherfong confused looks. How could he possibly have something more valuable than the two items? Correct. Sherfong then began to pull the standardized level 55 dark gold weapons from his bag, putting them on display before his guests. Chapter 1836, Arming Teams. Chapter 1836, Arming Teams. The one-handed saber Sherfong, placed on the table, looked quite modest, like a very ordinary weapon. Yet it radiated the glow unique to dark gold weapons. A dark gold weapon that can be used up to level 55. When Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart looked at the dark gold weapon, they could not help their confusion. In terms of attributes, it was only slightly better than a level 50 dark gold weapon. While it might be very tempting to ordinary expert players to gild upper echelon like themselves, it was nothing special. Although a level 55 dark gold weapon was indeed very valuable, in terms of usefulness, there was simply no comparison between it and the all-round device or elven silver. Not to mention, the level 55 dark gold weapon Sherfong just took out did not possess any special traits. It neither added any resistances nor granted extraordinarily high attributes. Hence, they found it truly confusing that Sherfong was treating this weapon as the finale item. Just as Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart were wondering what Sherfang's intention was by taking out such a plain dark gold weapon, Sherfong took out another weapon from his bag and placed it on the table. This time it wasn't a saber, but a great sword instead. "He's selling two items?" Blue Phoenix, who was watching from the side, was also baffled by this situation. Let alone two level 55 dark gold weapons. Even two epic weapons wouldn't be enough to tempt representatives of super first-rate guilds like Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart. However, just as Blue Phoenix was having such thoughts, Sherfong proceeded to take out another weapon from his bag. Moreover, he showed no signs of stopping, even after revealing the third weapon. 3, 5, 8. By the time 10 level 55 dark gold weapons were laid out on the table, Phoenix Rain's and Unyielding Heart's expressions had changed. While level 55 dark gold weapons were not that easy to obtain, with the current Strength Zero Wing's main force possessed, they understood that Zero Wing definitely could acquire some. If it were only 2 or 3 dark gold weapons, they wouldn't have felt particularly surprised by the situation. However, having 10 level 55 dark gold weapons was an entirely different story. As you can imagine, I am able to obtain quite a number of these level 55 dark gold weapons. These 10 articles are merely samples for you to see. What do you think of these weapons? Sherfong asked, smiling as he looked at the two people wearing serious expressions before him. Currently, he had produced only 10 level 55 dark gold weapons. It wasn't that he did not wish to produce more, but that he lacked the materials to do so. While the materials needed to produce these weapons were not very rare and were available in the market, they were not usually sold in large quantities. Collecting a sufficient amount would take considerable time. This was also the reason why the various large guilds that could produce dark gold weapons made only a very limited quantity. In the current God's domain, having 10 level 55 dark gold weapons was already a staggering feat. You still have more of these? Phoenix Rain asked, pleasantly surprised. May I know how many more of these weapons Brother Black Flame has? Unyielding Heart asked hurriedly. A single level 55 dark gold weapon was indeed nothing significant to them, because one weapon could improve the combat power of only one player. The improvement would be minimal. However, after reaching a certain quantity, these level 55 dark gold weapons would have much more of an impact. With enough of these weapons, one could elevate the combat power of a team to a whole new level. Meanwhile, this increase in combat power would be very useful when a team was raiding field bosses. Not many, Sherfong said. Raising 3 fingers, he added, I only have enough to equip a 300-man team. May I know if the two of you are interested in this transaction? Guild Leader Black Flame, you're not joking, right? Enough to equip a 300-man team? Doesn't that mean you have over 100 level 55 dark gold weapons? Mu Lingsha, who sat at a side, asked, her face twitching involuntarily. The weapons placed on the table were all meant for physical classes. None were for magical classes. Even so, trying to equip every physical class in a 300-man team would still require over 100 weapons. Currently, she wasn't even certain whether the various superpowers possessed level 55 dark gold weapons. At the very least, Unyielding Soul definitely did not. No matter how she looked at it, she simply could not accept that Zero Wing could actually take out over 100 of these weapons. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain's and Unyielding Heart's lips also twitched slightly when they heard Sherfeng's words. This revelation truly came as a shock to them. With so many level 55 dark gold weapons, they could construct 3 very powerful 100-man teams. So long as each team had sufficient Tier 2 players, even raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons wouldn't be a problem. If they had 3 teams capable of consistently raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons, their guild's income of weapons and equipment would increase drastically. They could even acquire level 50 dungeon set equipment within 1 cooldown cycle. May I know how Brother Black Flame plans on selling these weapons? Unyielding Heart asked, a passionate flame burning in his eyes. Right, Guild Leader Black Flame, how do you plan on selling these weapons? Phoenix Rain asked in a serious tone as well. She could not help but admit that this finale item was truly a finale among finales. After all, while the all-round devices and Elven Silver only provided them with a chance of obtaining top-tier weapons and equipment, placed right before them was a guarantee of doing so. Simple. Sherfong then took out 2 sets of documents, listing some rare materials, and handed these to the 2 people before him. Using the listed materials as the standard and 300 sets of them as 1 batch, so long as you collect 1 batch of materials, you may purchase 40 weapons. We'll use these 300 sets of materials as the starting bid. You can then increase the price using magic crystals or coins, with each increment being worth no less than 100 gold. After reading the list of materials Sherfong provided, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart gasped involuntarily. Although the materials listed were not particularly rare, 1 full set was already worth quite a lot. Yet, now they needed 300 sets just to qualify to participate in the auction. Sherfeng's asking price truly wasn't low. I don't have any problems here, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. A first-rate guild would indeed face great difficulty collecting 300 sets of the listed materials. It wasn't a matter of money, but of the rarity of the materials. With the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's huge sphere of influence, however, collecting 300 sets within a short period was still doable. Deal! Unyielding Heart was also determined to go through with this transaction. So long as he could obtain 40 of these level 55 dark gold weapons, he would have the confidence to lead his guild's main force to obtain the first clear of a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Moreover, in terms of ability to collect resources, his side was much stronger than Phoenix Rain's. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was an alliance of 2 guilds. Phoenix Rain could mobilize only half of the guild's resources at most. Since both of you are fine with this, let us start the auction now then. Upon seeing that both sides found his proposal acceptable, Sherfone grew even more joyful. Truthfully, even he felt that the amount of materials he was asking for was a little excessive, and he expected that the 2 guilds might balk at the condition. After all, even the current Zero Wing wasn't capable of collecting 300 sets of the materials at short notice. However, when he thought about how both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul were super first-rate guilds, he concluded that acquiring 300 sets of the materials shouldn't be impossible for them, although it would hurt their pockets slightly. By setting such a high price in the first place, so long as he could acquire 300 sets of the materials required, given his production success rate, which was above 30%, he could instantly earn not only his cost, but also quite an amount of materials to arm Zero Wing. Now, however, it would seem that he had somewhat underestimated the foundations of the 2 super first-rate guilds. After all, the 2 representatives before him didn't even frown as they agreed to his proposal. Apparently, they were more than capable of acquiring over 300 sets of the materials. Chapter 1837, Titan Guard Upgraded. Chapter 1837, Titan Guard Upgraded. As Sherfone started the auction, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart placed bids in a frenzy without any concern for each other. 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold, 5,000 gold. Whether Phoenix Rain or Unyielding Heart won the items, 40 level 55 dark gold weapons would serve a great purpose. These weapons were of the utmost importance to their respective guilds' development. Naturally, they wouldn't hold back. Rather than increasing the bid in 100 gold increments, they increased it by 1,000 gold increments. In just a few minutes, the price had reached 24,000 gold with Unyielding Heart's bid. Including the cost of the materials, the total value of his offer was far more than what these 40 dark gold weapons were worth. However, Unyielding Heart did not care. Even Mu Ling Sha had hinted that Unyielding Heart had to acquire the weapons regardless of the cost. Their guild currently competed with Starlink to obtain the first clear of a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Both guilds had already reached the final boss in their respective dungeons, and these weapons would ensure Unyielding Soul's victory. Even if they had to spend a little more coins than expected, they could easily earn back the cost. 30,000 gold. Phoenix Rain instantly raised the price by a significant margin. She had already acquired the all-round devices and elven silver, but if she had these dark gold weapons as well, capturing the Sea of Death's inner islands would become far easier. After competing for several more minutes, Phoenix Rain won the first batch of weapons for 40,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Unyielding Heart then claimed the second batch for 43,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Although he wanted to win the last batch as well, due to lack of funds and these weapons' ordinary nature, he didn't go all out in the bidding. As a result, Phoenix Rain won the third batch of weapons for 41,000 gold and 300 sets of materials. Super first-rate guilds really are rich. After Sherfone signed a contract with both sides, joy filled his heart, although he didn't show it. He had to admit that becoming a master forger really was beneficial. Just by selling 3 batches of standardized dark gold weapons, he He had earned 124,000 gold and 900 sets of materials. This price far exceeded his initial expectations. Now he had the money to construct the airport and repair the secret stone forest, in addition to enough materials to arm Zero Wings members. Had he sold these weapons in single units or to small guilds, he would never have gotten such a good price. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul couldn't collect the required materials as easily as Sherfong had suspected, either. This was especially true for Phoenix Rain, who would need roughly 1 day to collect all 300 sets. Unyielding Heart similarly needed a little time to collect all the materials. Sherfong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could only start crafting the weapons after he obtained the materials, and if the 2 guilds paid him in one go, he wouldn't have their purchased items ready. Hence, as a compromise, Sherfong had asked both guilds pay a portion of the required materials as a down payment. Only after they brought the remaining materials and funds would he hand over the weapons. With this compromise, not only would he have materials to produce the weapons, but the 2 guilds would also have extra time to collect the remaining materials. Neither Phoenix Rain nor Unyielding Heart had any issues with this arrangement. They hadn't brought enough money for the purchases to begin with, so it was expected that Sherfong ask for a down payment. Doing so would also ensure that Zero Wing couldn't sell the 120 dark gold weapons to anyone else. Neither Phoenix Rain nor Unyielding Heart had suspected that Zero Wing had crafted these weapons. They had assumed that the guild had acquired the items from farming monsters. Since their guilds didn't have the full payments ready, a down payment was understandable. Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart had their subordinates deliver the agreed-upon down payment, which was 30% of the full amount. In return, both guilds would be granted a full day to collect the remaining funds and materials. When the 270 sets of materials were delivered, Sherfong recruited Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa to help him craft the weapons. Although standardized level 55 dark gold weapons required a lot of time to produce, with 3 master forgers working around the clock and the Philosopher's Hand's guidance, it took them no time at all to complete the 120 weapons. After less than half a day, the 3 had used all 270 sets of materials and produced 114 weapons. Including the original 10 Sherfong had made, they had a total of 124 level 55 dark gold weapons now. Once the weapons had been forged, Sherfong left the transactions follow-up work to Melancholic Smile. He then contacted Aqua Rose and had her gather 20 main force members. He planned to head to the level 70 neutral map, Flame Demon's Valley. After his trade with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, Sherfong realized that he had to prioritize unsealing the Philosopher's Hand fully. Partially unsealing the Philosopher's Hand had already been so profitable. If he could fully unseal it, he could nurture a large number of master lifestyle players. Not only would he be able to arm Silverwing Town to the teeth, but he'd also be able to fortify the Lost Town. Then he wouldn't have to worry about the Evil God's Temple, which grew stronger with each passing day in the Orc Empire. He wouldn't have to worry about Blackwater either. He could definitely afford a battle of attribution with both the Evil God's Temple and Blackwater simultaneously. After all, war was a competition of wealth and resources. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong felt even greater need to head to the Flame Demon's Valley. In less than half an hour, Aqua Rose had gathered Cola, Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the other core upper echelons. As the group approached the guild's meeting room, they chatted and discussed the recent challengers they had faced in Silverwing Town's battle arena. After Sherfong had set the battle arena's new rules, quite a few famous experts from the neighboring kingdoms and empires visited Silverwing Town to challenge Zero Wing's guild leader. Some experts had also visited the town purely to spar with Zero Wing's experts. The battle arena's popularity in Silverwing Town had skyrocketed, and it was now even more popular than the battle arena in Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, Kola and the others' arrival in White River City's guild hall had caused a commotion among the other guild members. Now that I'm so close to them, I can really feel how powerful our guild's main force members are. Commander Fire Dance is especially powerful. Recently, I've heard that of all the challenges she accepted, she won every single one of them. I've even heard that she defeated the 5th-ranked assassin in the Black Dragon Empire. Commander Fire Dance has a 3-digit winning streak. That's right. I've also heard that on the latest issue of the God's Domain Experts list, Commander Fire Dance ranks as the 319th expert, thanks to her excellent battle records. But I still think that she hasn't revealed all of her strength yet. Her rank will definitely climb in the future. That's only natural. However, the current God's Domain ranking list has changed. Now, if you want to earn a spot on the list or improve your rank, you have to be strong enough and have a dazzling battle record. I wonder when I'll become a main force member. I really want to train directly under Commander Fire Dance. The guild holds a qualifying tournament once a month. You can participate as long as you become a core member. Right. I'll work hard to become a core member first. As the players in the guild hall talked about Fire Dance and the other main force members of the guild, a desire to join Zero Wing's main force overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, Sherfong, who had hidden his appearance under a black cloak, couldn't help but chuckle as he overheard the various conversations. He then made his way toward the guild hall's meeting room. "Guild leader, are we going on a major operation this time?" Kola asked eagerly after Sherfong entered the room. He had improved significantly in the battle arena lately and itched to display his new strength. "Of course. However, we have to replace your equipment first," Sherfong said, nodding. "Replace my equipment?" Kola was confused. He currently wore the Dark Corrosion set, the best available dark gold set equipment in the game right now, and quite a few of his other pieces were epic rank. He didn't understand what Sherfong wanted to replace. "Give me your shield first," Sherfong said. "Shield?" Kola revealed an excited expression as he guessed. Could it be? "That's right. We didn't have enough magic crystals before, but we do now," Sherfong said, nodding. Kola eagerly handed his Titan Guard to Sherfong, anticipation filling his eyes. Although he had been saving his own magic crystals, it would take him forever to collect 100,000 on his own. Moreover, the guild always needed magic crystals, making it almost impossible for him to upgrade his shield. After Sherfong received the Titan Guard, he immediately chose to upgrade it. Chapter 1838, Fragmented Legendary Shields, Hidden Effect, Inside the Resplendent Meeting Room. Chapter 1838, Fragmented Legendary Shields, Hidden Effect, Inside the Resplendent Meeting Room. After Sherfong clicked to upgrade the Titan Guard, the shield began to glow with a brilliant light that forced the players in the room to close their eyes. By the time everyone reopened their eyes, they felt a horrific pressure wash over them. Instinctively, these players took up a defensive stance. What's going on? What's with this powerful aura? Could it be from that shield? This can't be possible, right? This aura is as intense as that of a mythic monster. All of these players were experts, and they had experienced countless life-or-death battles. They had long since developed senses that surpassed that of a wild beast. If they hadn't known that they were absolutely safe in this meeting room, they would have pulled out their weapons and prepared for combat. Once the intensity of the Titan Guard's aura reached its peak, it began to fade. So, this is a fragmented legendary shield? Sherfong was inwardly shocked as he felt the Titan Guard become lighter than it had been. Although the shield had never been particularly heavy, holding it still restricted his movement. Now, however, the Titan Guard was as light as a feather. It felt as if the cold, tough metallic frame were merely an illusion. The shield's hidden effect was truly frightening. It was common knowledge in God's domain that shields were so large, so the MTs could effectively block a boss's attacks. In return, the shields were considerably heavy. Of course, there were lighter shields, such as wooden or steel bucklers. Although a buckler was easier to use and gave MTs more freedom of movement, its flaws were apparent with a buckler's small size. Blocking attacks properly was strenuous. This was especially true during a high-speed fight. Hence, the various large guilds MTs usually used large, heavy shields. However, now not only did the Titan Guard possess a huge defensive area, but it was also light. It was a dream shield for any MT. Moreover, compared to the Titan Guard's hidden effect, its new attributes were truly frightening. Titan Guard Shield, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Minimum Equipment Level, 50 Equipment Requirement. Strength 1,400 attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 9,450, level 50. Block rate 39%. Strength plus 245. Endurance plus 224. Agility plus 190. Defend skill plus 3. Levels reaction ability plus 2. Strength increased by 35%. Agility increased by 30%. And endurance increased by 30%. Ignore levels plus 20. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. When equipped, all magic damage received reduced by 50%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Paralysis effects reduced by 40%. Frontal damage received reduced by 30%. All resistances increased by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Guardian Shield automatically generates a layer of Guardian energy, which can block an attack and absorb a portion of the attack strength to recover user's stamina every 10 seconds. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Iron Wall reduces the impact from incoming attacks by 50% if attacks are of a lower tier than user. Reduces damage by 70%. If attacks are of the same or higher tier than user, reduces damage by 30%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Titan's Heart generates 3 layers of protective energy that absorbs damage equivalent to 10 times of wielder's maximum HP. Increases physique by 30%, reaction speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 45 seconds. During this period, battle recovery improved by 800%, and healing received increased by 100%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Titan's Will becomes immune to all control effects. Reduces all damage received by 95% and weakens negative effects by 90%. Increases attack speed by 100% and movement speed by 30%. Starting movement speed set at 80% of maximum movement speed. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Cannot stack with other defensive skills. Additional active skill 3 dash. Titan's Domain. Every non-friendly target within a 100-yard radius will increase wielder's basic attributes by 2%, reduces damage received by 1%, and heals wielder by 0. 1% HP every second. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 2 hours. Maximum number of targets 100. With these attributes, an ordinary MT could immediately become a peak MT by equipping the Titan Guard. Guild Leader, how are the attributes? Kola asked excitedly. Take a look for yourself, Sherfong said, chuckling. He then passed the Titan Guard back to Kola. When Kola received the Titan Guard, he noticed the change to the shield's weight. When he saw the shield's attributes, even his breathing became harsh. Guild Leader, can we go find a mythic boss? Kola asked, staring at Sherfong with desire in his eyes. He was like a swordsman that had just acquired a treasured sword and was eager to test out his new weapon. Kola had worn the best equipment in God's domain. Even while wielding the epic rank Titan Guard, he could tank a mythic monster of the same level. Now that Titan Guard had been upgraded, he felt that he could face a mythic monster head-on. Of course, he knew that was a misconception. After all, a mythic monster was still a mythic monster. Although he couldn't face a mythic monster in a direct confrontation, he was confident of tanking a mythic monster by himself. Whether or not he could kill the monster would depend on his team's DPS. Relax. You'll have plenty of opportunities later, Shifeng assured his guildmate, smiling. Shifeng had already been roughly 50% certain that he could complete his quest in the Flame Demon's Valley, but with the fragmented legendary ranked Titan Guard, his success rate had risen to 80% at the minimum. Following which, Shifeng had everyone switch to fire resistance equipment. He also allocated several all-round devices, Elven Silver and the Master ranked fire resistance potion, which Silent Wonder had crafted. His teammates were confused. After equipping the fire resistance equipment, they had over 100 points in fire resistance. With so much, they shouldn't have any issues raiding the current large-scale team dungeons with high-temperature environments, yet Shifeng wanted them to use Master fire resistance potions as well. Just where were they going? We're heading to the Flame Demon's Valley. Before we go, I have to remind you all that once we're in the valley, you must follow me closely. You absolutely must not get lost, Shifeng said. The Flame Demon's Valley? Isn't that a level 70+ danger zone? Aqua Rose, who was relatively familiar with God's Domains maps, asked shocked. The other players gasped when they heard Aqua Rose's question. While they weren't familiar with the Flame Demon's Valley, they knew what a danger zone was. The Black Dragon Empire had quite a few danger zones, as did Starmoon Kingdom. However, they had never heard of a guild successfully exploring either country's level 30 to 40 danger zones. At most, some guilds had played around in these danger zones' outer regions, but they didn't dare venture to the inner areas as death was almost certain upon entry. While part of the reason was the danger zone's extraordinarily harsh environments, the map's monsters were far more dangerous and extremely powerful. Not only did the danger zone's monsters have incredibly high basic attributes, but they also displayed very high combat standards. Even the weakest monster in danger zones had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Meanwhile, as one ventured further into the zone, they'd face even stronger monsters. Near the inner regions, one would begin to encounter monsters that could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Just thinking about a group of several hundred of such monsters would make any expert player shudder with fear. Yet, Shifeng had so casually mentioned that they were about to head to a level 70+ danger zone. If Aqua Rose hadn't told them about the Flame Demon's Valley, they would have assumed that they were going to some ordinary map based on Shifeng's tone. Relax. I've already investigated the area. Once we enter, you just need to follow my lead. Naturally, Shifeng knew what kind of horrors to expect in the Flame Demon's Valley. Danger zones are also blessed maps. They're the best places to refine your skills. Don't you want to grow stronger? Hearing Shifeng's explanation, everyone's eyes glowed with excitement and anticipation. While they had fought in Silverwing Town's battle arena, they had realized how vast God's domain truly was. Although many of the challengers hadn't been famous, their combat standards had been extraordinary. They had only managed to defeat these experts thanks to their superior equipment. Now that they had learned of a place where they could train and improve their abilities, of course, they wanted to visit it. Shifeng then led his team to Starmoon City before teleporting to the Flame Dragon Empire and again to one of its border towns. In the end, Shifeng used the 7 Luminaries Ring's spatial gate to transport everyone across the remaining distance. After several hours, the team finally arrived before a valley that radiated waves of heat. Despite just standing at the valley's entrance, the area was hot enough to sting their skin. They did not even dare to imagine how high the temperature would be once they entered the valley. Guild leader, there seem to be some people ahead, Minor Wind, who had used eagle eyes to observe their surroundings, suddenly reported as he pointed at the smoke-choked path ahead of them. People. Shifeng was astonished. Just getting to the Flame Demon's Valley was a difficult task for current players, not to mention fighting in such a harsh environment. Amazing! They're fighting a level 72 boss, and they're overwhelming it. Minor Wind exclaimed as he watched these players fight. Guild leader, some of our guild members are among them. Our guild? How? Sure Feng was even more surprised to hear that his people were present. Following which, Minor Wind sent Sure Feng a recording. Why are they here? As Sure Feng watched the video, he discovered that there really were Zero Wing members among the group. One of them was the elementalist Thoughtful Rain, and the other was the cleric Blue Bamboo. Both wore Zero Wing's 6-winged emblem. Currently, Thoughtful Rain was level 56, while Blue Bamboo was level 55. In terms of levels, these two could already contend with the various superpowers experts. Guild leader, what should we do? Aqua Rose asked. Normally, players would be on guard when they encountered others in the fields. After all, PKs were far from uncommon. If one were not careful, other players might even mug them. Furthermore, the unexpected party was engaged in a boss fight. They should be even more on guard. However, the Flame Demon's Valley only had one entrance. They couldn't just wait until the other party finished their raid. Moreover, they had already used their all-round devices, Elven Silver and Master Fire Resistance potions, all of which had time limits. Let's wait and watch them for now, Sure Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Chapter 1839 Neutral Races. Chapter 1839 Neutral Races. Piles of large rocks decorated the scorching valley. Due to the constant screen of black smoke from within the valley, it was extremely difficult to examine the area with the naked eye. One would be fortunate if they could see up to 200 yards away. Even those with stronger physiques would only see an additional 20 or 30 yards. Only with skills like Eagle Eyes could players see up to 700 to 800 yards. While 700 or 800 yards might seem far, it was nothing to monsters in a level 70+ danger zone. These monsters could normally see up to 500 yards. Due to the level difference between these monsters and Zero Wings players, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. If they were not careful, the monsters might even notice them from 800 yards away. Under Sherfang's lead, Zero Wings' team quickly moved to 200 yards away from Thoughtful Rain's team. Rocks and smoke obscured their position, so the other team would find it difficult to notice their presence. Isn't that Rain? Aqua Rose was a little surprised as she watched Thoughtful Rain in battle. Her combat standard has improved by quite a bit. Thoughtful Rain dealt with 3 level 70 Lord ranked Flame Demon Guards, which moved alongside the boss monster by herself, yet despite being out-leveled and outnumbered, she faced the 3 lords on equal footing. She had thoroughly distracted the 3 flaming humanoids, allowing her teammates to focus on the boss. It was evident that her combat standard had already reached the refinement realm. However, Thoughtful Rain's teammates were even more surprising. None of these players were human, but foreign races. They were either half-beastmen with tiger ears and tails or half-elves with snowy white skin and pointed ears. What is going on? They're not actually human? Fire Dance exclaimed in shock. Every player on Zero Wings' team was shocked. As far as they knew, it was only possible to play a human when starting the game. There weren't any other races to choose from. Although they had encountered demon players and monster players, there were transformations. Technically, they still identified as human. However, the players on Thoughtful Rain's team were different. Their initial statistics showed that they weren't humans who could transform. Instead, their races identified as half-beastmen or half-elves. While Sure Feng found the situation surprising as well, he did not find it particularly strange. Moreover, he finally understood why these other players were here. In God's domain, players were only allowed to play as human at the start of the game. There were no other racial options to choose from. However, After reaching level 30 and beyond, players could head to neutral races' habitats to complete conversion quests, becoming half-beastmen or half-elves. Although players would gain some racial abilities after becoming half-beastmen or half-elves, they'd abandon their identities as human and lose the protection of God's domain's ruling race. These players would find it far more difficult to move about on the continent and in the game. Not all kingdoms and empires permitted entry to neutral races. Only a very small number of countries did so. Even so, there were still many expert players that willingly converted. Neutral races' racial abilities were very tempting, and although these abilities wouldn't improve one's basic attributes directly, they would improve one's physical abilities. For example, half-beastmen generally gained more mobility, reaction speed, and perception. Half-beastmen were natural-born warriors. As for half-elves, they were magic's favored children. They would find magic-related tasks far easier than the other races. Both the half-beastmen and half-elf races also provided higher innate resistances. As a result, neutral players could survive and fight in maps with harsh environments, such as danger zones. In addition, like demon players, half-beastmen and half-elves were differentiated based on their bloodline purity. The purer one's bloodline, the stronger their racial abilities would be. In exchange for these benefits, not only would players face racial discrimination, but they'd also have a more difficult time upgrading their tiers. With the same combat standards and combat power, a human might be promoted to Tier 3, but a half-beastman or half-elf might only reach Tier 2. This was one of the main reasons that the human race oppressed the various neutral races. The human race had far more apex members than the neutral races. This was the law of equivalent exchange in God's domain, and it would be up to players to decide which path they would take. Those who were confident in their strength could definitely challenge the limitations neutral races faced. If they successfully broke past those limitations, they would no doubt become much stronger than human players of the same tier. After Shifeng's team observed these neutral players for some time, the level 72 Great Lord ranked Flame Demon Commander's HP finally fell to 50%. Suddenly, a level 56 half-elf female elementalist shouted, "Melee players, pull back! Dodge the boss's team wipe skill." Hearing this half-elf's command, the 9 half-beastman players fighting the Flame Demon Commander darted back from the boss. The 6-meter-tall Flame Demon Commander roared. Towering pillars of fire rose from the ground around it, melting the earth until it was molten lava. In the blink of an eye, the monster had formed a field of lava void of life. As the lava field continued to expand, the half-elf elementalist used a Tier 2 ice-type curse, Ice River. The lava then stilled, cooling until only frozen dirt remained. The Flame Demon Commander was also frozen, becoming an ice sculpture. "Attack with everything you've got!" the half-elf elementalist shouted. With the half-elf elementalist command, everyone bombarded the level 72 Great Lord with their most powerful attacks, decreasing the Great Lord's HP much faster than before. Frightening damages appeared above the Great Lord's head, one after another. Even the weakest attacks dealt over minus 10,000 damage, whereas the stronger blows dealt over minus 20,000 damage. In 2 short minutes, the Flame Demon Commander's HP fell to 30%. Once it did, the Great Lord's flaming body split into balls of flame, forming miniature Flame Demon Commanders. There were 50 miniature versions of the Great Lord, and each one had half of the Flame Demon Commander's basic attributes. They were still stronger than the Lord ranked Flame Demon Guards, but they only had 600,000 HP each. Despite so many miniature Flame Demon Commanders, the half-beastmen and half-elves coped. Each player fought 2 or 3 copies and steadily shaved away the copy's HP. Once every miniature Flame Demon Commander had died, the flames gathered and merged once more. In the blink of an eye, the real Flame Demon Commander stood before the team. This time, however, it only had 10% of its HP remaining. It took less than 2 minutes for the team of neutral players to kill the Flame Demon Commander. As the Great Lord's flaming body dissipated, it left behind 5 items and flaming wreckage. Even a large guild's main force would be awed by how fast these players had dealt with a level 72 Great Lord. After watching these neutral players slay the boss, a voice called out to Sherfong as he prepared to lead his team over to greet the other players. "You guys have been watching us fight for quite some time now. It's about time you show yourselves, don't you think?" The female half-elf elementalist asked coldly as she turned towards the rock Sherfong and the others hid behind. "If you refuse, we'll come to you." Hearing the female half-elf statement, the other half-beastmen and half-elves turned towards Zero Wing's members with frosty expressions. Chapter 1840. No Need for Explanations. Chapter 1840. No Need for Explanations. "Guild leader, it seems that we've been discovered," Aquarose said as she felt the killing intent radiating from the female half-elf elementalist. However, she did not reveal any signs of panic at being discovered. Instead, she calmly smiled and said, "It also seems that the other party doesn't appreciate our good intentions." "Forget it since they don't, so be it," Sherfong said, shaking his head and laughing. "Since they've spoken, let's head over." Kill-stealing was a frequent occurrence in the fields. For such expert neutral players to come all the way to such a high-level danger zone, it was highly unlikely that they were just here to kill bosses. The only possibility he could think of was that these players were here for a high-rank quest or had found a clue leading to one. Either way, they wouldn't like being discovered by other players. For example, Sherfong didn't want anyone to learn about his quest to unseal the Philosopher's Hand. If they did, it would definitely cause trouble for him and his guild. Even now, he hadn't told anyone about the quest, not even his teammates. Any players that had an important quest or were trying to pick one up would conceal their activities. When discovered, they'd greet the offending players with hostility. It wouldn't even be surprising if these players attacked without warning. Hence, to avoid a misunderstanding, Sherfong had decided to maintain his distance, hiding his team throughout the raid. First, he wanted to avoid unnecessary combat. Second, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were members of this neutral team. If Zero Wing's members suddenly showed up in this deserted area, the team would suspect Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo of leaking information. Third, he didn't want others to know what Zero Wing was doing in the Flame Demon's Valley. However, the female half-elf elementalist's perception had exceeded Sherfeng's expectations. He had never expected the woman to sense them 200 yards away despite her involvement in the intense battle. Even with his physique, he had barely seen the battle from this distance. The only other player that had seen the battle clearly was Minor Wind, who had activated Eagle Eyes. The other team's members had been busy with the fight, making it impossible to maintain Eagle Eyes. Hence, he hadn't expected to be discovered. However, since the team had noticed them, he had no choice but to reveal himself and see how events unfolded. Meanwhile, the half-beastmen and half-elves warily watched Sherfeng's group approach. "Guild leader, our tracks have been discovered. Should we kill them?" A level 55, Tier 2 berserker, a half-beastman in armor and wielding a white-bone spear, asked, lacing his words with killing intent. "Let's hear them out first. At the end of the day, this map is controlled by the human race. Moreover, we're already halfway through our quest. An interruption will only make it more difficult to complete," the female half-elf elementalist quietly responded. During the battle, she had discovered Sherfeng's group, but she had remained silent about it to see what the other players intended at first. She had assumed that the team was here to catch Steel, but even after the boss had died, Sherfeng's group had been motionless. This proved that Sherfeng's group had no designs on their loot. Even so, she couldn't let the other party follow them. After all, she had an important quest to complete. She could only expose the team and persuade them to leave. Of course, the decision had some risk. If negotiations soured, it was likely they would have to fight each other. If Shifeng's group insisted on following them, she would have to act. Her quest offered an extraordinary reward, which would qualitatively transform their guild. With this reward, it was entirely possible that their guild would instantly become as strong as a first-rate guild. As Shifeng's group increasingly closer to the female half-elves team, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were busy with 3 flame demon guards, stared with wide eyes. Rain, aren't they from our guild? Even Vice, Guild Leader Aqua, and Commander Fire Dance are here. Blue Bamboo said, stupefied. What should we do? Will Big Sis Melody suspect us of leaking information? The team they had joined on this expedition to the Flame Demon's Valley for a quest was extremely important to Melody, the guild leader of Ninth Heaven. This quest could even determine the life or death of Melody's guild. Hence, the woman had repeatedly forbidden them from telling anyone about the quest. Neither she nor Thoughtful Rain had spoken a word of their actions, yet their guild members had shown up here. At this point, avoiding a misunderstanding was almost impossible. We don't have a choice. We have to explain to Big Sis Melody and hope that she understands. But this is really a terrible coincidence, Thoughtful Rain, who kept the 3 flame demon guards busy, said helplessly. Unfortunately, as Shifeng's group approached, Melody and the other Ninth Heaven members noticed the 6-winged emblem on these players' chests. A 6-winged emblem? Isn't that the same one that Rain and Blue wear? Could they be Zero Wings members? Guild leader, we haven't said anything about this operation to anyone. How could Zero Wings members be here? Could it be? Did Rain and Blue? I knew outsiders couldn't. Suddenly, the half-beastmen and half-elves turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Although they did not question the 2 directly, they watched the women with questioning gazes. Enough! I'll handle this. Melody roared as she shot her team members a chilling look. Let's find out why they're here first. Suddenly, this team of neutral players heard a deep voice. I am Black Flame, Zero Wings guild leader. My team and I have a task in the Flame Demon's Valley. May I ask you to remain here for some time? Once we're done, we'll invite you in. Shifeng's voice was sonorous, echoing throughout the valley. Moreover, his aura was imposing. He felt like an ancient behemoth that had just woken. Damn it, it's true. When Melody's team members heard Shifeng's statement, they glared at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo with indignation. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were at a loss for words. They felt as if any explanation would be useless. Guild leader, since they've come to steal our quest, we should kill them, one of the Tier 2 berserkers said, exuding killing intent. I want to see just how powerful Zero Wing truly is. They had more or less heard of Zero Wing. This guild, which had started with nothing, had gone on to take control of Star, Moon Kingdom. The guild was powerful enough to rival a first-rate guild, many times stronger than Ninth Heaven. However, they didn't think that they'd lose to Zero Wing's experts in terms of individual combat standards. They had the innate advantage of half-beastmen and half-elves, which would be particularly prominent in PvP. Waving to her teammates for quiet, Melody turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In a low tone, she asked, I just want to ask one thing. Did you 2 leak our secret? Big Sis Melody, we didn't say anything about this, Thoughtful Rain insisted. Blue Bamboo nodded, repeated, firm resolution in her eyes. All right, I believe you, Melody said, revealing a gentle smile. She did not think that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo would betray her trust. She then turned back to Shifeng and said, Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Melody, the Guild Leader of Ninth Heaven. May I know why we cannot enter? That way, I'll understand what I should do. Although there was no arrogance in Melody's voice, her voice held no deference either. Rather, Her tone contained questions and threats. Depending on Sure Feng's explanation, she wouldn't shy from a battle to the death or mutual destruction. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo tensed. The reason? Sure Feng suddenly laughed. I'm afraid that you don't qualify to demand answers from me. Moreover, Zero Wing has never needed to explain itself. All you need to know is that you are not allowed entry for the moment. If you refuse, I'll simply treat you like the other monsters. Sure Feng then swung Killing Ray at the flame demon guards chasing Thoughtful Rain, tearing the space before him. A golden lightning bolt struck one of the three lords from over 60 yards away. The powerful flame demon guards then fell to one knee, the strike leaving a deep gash in their flesh. All three lords were heavily injured. Meanwhile, a damage of over -100,000 appeared above the flame demon guards' heads. Among the three lords, one even suffered nearly -300,000 damage. But compared to Sure Feng's damage, what truly surprised the other guild leader was his ability to land his attack against the three moving lords without harming Thoughtful Rain, despite being over 60 yards away. Moreover, Sure Feng had sent his attack through the other team, striking the flame demon guards before they had been able to react. Sure Feng's timing and skill usage were godlike. This stunned Melody and the Ninth Heaven members, who had planned to put up a fight. Without another word, Sure Feng led his team into the Flame Demon's Valley, leaving the dumbstruck members of Ninth Heaven behind. Chapter 1841, Rich Danger Zone. Chapter 1841, Rich Danger Zone. Melody and her teammates only breathed a sigh of relief after Sure Feng's group had vanished. Too strong. The strength and frightening aura Sure Feng had displayed had been stifling. For a moment, they even thought that they had already died. So, that is Rain and Blue's guild. How could such a powerful expert exist? When Ninth Heaven's members turned to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who still fought the three flame demon guards, they watched the women with shock and fear. They had never realized that Zero Wing was so powerful. The racial talents they were so proud of were little more than a joke before Sure Feng. Even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had thought that they understood their own guild, couldn't help but gape after witnessing Sure Feng's attack. Not only had Sure Feng's single attack alleviated the pressure they faced, but he had also shocked Ninth Heaven's experts, deterring them from attacking. Among the Ninth Heaven experts present, quite a few were even stronger than the two of them. This was especially true for Melody. Melody wore 3 pieces of epic equipment and had stronger combat standards than them, yet against Sure Feng's attack, even she had failed to react. Melody also could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly as she looked at the 3 flame demon guards' wounds. She had intended on threatening Zero Wing and questioning Zero Wing's purpose in the Flame Demon's Valley. After all, both teams had roughly the same number of players. Even if their teams fought, she did not think that her team would lose. At worst, their teams would suffer mutual destruction. However, reality proved that her thoughts were laughable. Guild leader, what should we do? Are we going to give up just like that? A tall, robust Tier 2 Tigerman Berserker asked. Before he had seen Sure Feng's power, he had been confident in defeating Zero Wing's members. But after he understood one thing, he absolutely must not clash with Sure Feng. He would only find his death if he did. He hadn't only come to that conclusion because of Sure Feng's superior basic attributes, but also because of the technique the swordsman had displayed. Why should we give up? We've gone to great lengths to find this quest, and Flame Demon's Valley is so large. Do you really think that they have eyes in every corner of the valley? A Tier 2 female ranger carrying an icy crystalline, Bao said, clicking her tongue. She had no intentions of giving up on their quest. Moreover, she refused to believe that Sure Feng's group would notice them sneaking into the Flame Demon's Valley. Forget it. Let's just wait here, Melody said, shaking her head. I don't think that Zero Wing is here for our quest, anyway. They must be here for something more important. Otherwise, with Zero Wing strength, they wouldn't need to waste words on us. They could have simply gotten rid of us before entering the valley. Hearing Melody's decision, the other members nodded in agreement, seeing the logic in her words. It would have been much easier and safer just to get rid of them, rather than asking them to wait at the valley's entrance. They had just witnessed Shifeng's prowess personally, and they doubted that he'd need long to annihilate their team. If Shifeng wished it, he could have killed several of them with that attack, and they would have been powerless to do anything about it. We should also thank Rain and Blue. Large guilds generally dislike others following them during a large-scale operation. Generally, they seal off the area. Even if they don't, they tend to get rid of any potential threats. Yet Black Flame had simply forbidden us from entering the valley, rather than kill us. Let's not stir up any more trouble, Melody explained. When large guilds were on an important mission, they definitely didn't show mercy. The fact that they were still alive was all thanks to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's membership in Zero Wing. If not for these two women, she didn't dare imagine what kind of outcome her team would have suffered. Upon hearing Melody's explanation, her teammates gave Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo grateful and apologetic looks. They now felt that their decision to invite the women on this mission had been a wise one. Otherwise, they would have likely died an unjust death at the entrance of the Flame Demon's Valley. This turn of events had also bewildered Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who still tried to figure out how to clear up the prior misunderstanding. A moment ago, the team had been hostile towards them, but now their teammates seemed grateful and cordial. It felt like they had been dropped into hell before being thrown into heaven in the next moment. They had no idea how to react. Zero Wing is so strong, guild leader, and I've heard that Candlelight, the guild's trading firm, is doing quite well. Both Rain and Blue are Zero Wing's core members. If we can get acquainted with Black Flame through them and partner with Zero Wing, our guild's development in Forest City will definitely go more smoothly, the Tiger Man Berserker quietly suggested as he looked at Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. I get what you're trying to say. I'll ask them for their opinions later. However, I must say this. If they don't want to help us in that way or find it too difficult, you will let the matter rest, Melody nodded as she turned to the Tiger Man Berserker in surprise. Previously, the Tiger Man Berserker had been very opinionated about Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's participation in this operation. She had never expected him to suggest that they cozy up to the women. The Tiger Man Berserker nodded silently in response. Meanwhile, in the Flame Demon's Valley, Shifeng remained ignorant of the fact that his behavior had made Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo VIPs in Ninth Heaven. He simply led his team toward the Flame Demon's Valley's core region. Although the Flame Demon's Valley didn't house a lot of flame demons as a danger zone, its severe environment was incredibly uncomfortable for those who entered. Despite having equipped fire resistance items and drinking master flame resistance potions, Zero Wing's team sweltered in the heat. This prevented them from displaying their full strength. Although Shifeng had been very careful in selecting their path, due to Aqua Rose and the others' low levels, they still attracted flame demons. They had no choice but to engage in a few fights, slowing their advance considerably. However, killing the flame demons also granted a bountiful harvest. Although the monsters lacked equipment drops, they did drop enough fire-type materials to earn a small fortune. This was especially true for the flame crystal the flame demons dropped. These flame crystals could be turned into flame gemstones, which could be equipped on weapons. When equipped, the flame gemstone gave the weapons an additional 10% flame damage. This was an excellent item for players like them, who struggled to increase their combat power. Unfortunately, the flame gemstones were consumable items, unlike ordinary attribute gemstones, which could be used indefinitely. Even so, the flame gemstones were an excellent item. After advancing for around 4 hours, Zero Wing's members finally reached the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Feng then contacted Thoughtful Rain and notified her that her team could now enter the Flame Demon's Valley. To current players, the Flame Demon's Valley's core was absolutely off-limits, even for half-beastmen and half-elves. Without the all-round devices, Elven Silver, and sufficiently high fire resistance, players would die in a matter of seconds upon setting foot in this area. Hence, he was not worried that others would discover his activities. After another half an hour, Fire Dance, who scouted ahead, excitedly reported in the team chat, "Guild leader, I found something. Something good." Feng muttered, curious when he heard Fire Dance's trembling, excited voice. The Flame Demon's Valley was a danger zone. It had many valuable things to offer. She shouldn't have sounded so excited. "Guild leader, you won't guess what I found. I actually found an Orvain," Fire Dance proudly proclaimed. Chapter 1842, Attributed Orvain. Chapter 1842, Attributed Orvain. Upon hearing Fire Dance mention an Orvain, everyone's eyes glowed with excitement. Orvains were extremely rare in God's domain, and particularly in Starmoon Kingdom. This was because Starmoon Kingdom was a relatively balanced kingdom. While the kingdom had no lack of herbs, ores, wood, and food materials, it did not specialize in any of these resources. Hence, Orvains were very rare in the kingdom. Whenever one was found, it would be highly contested over. "An Orvain? What type is it?" Feng asked curiously. He wasn't particularly surprised by the fact that an Orvain had appeared in the Flame Demon's Valley. After all, this was a mountainous region. It was also a danger zone, a map famed for abundant resources. However, although Orvains were generally quite valuable, they were also differentiated by rank. For example, the difference between a bronze vein and a magic crystal vein was like heaven and earth. Although a bronze vein could tempt ordinary large guilds, it wouldn't be particularly helpful to Zero Wing. At the very least, it wouldn't be occupying if it were in the Flame Demon's Valley. The Flame Demon's Valley was a danger zone and home to very dangerous monsters. The map's harsh environment would only make it even more difficult to mine the vein. Even super guilds had a hard time setting up mining operations in danger zones within kingdoms and empires, and the Flame Demon's Valley was both a neutral map and a danger zone. Normally, superpowers ignored Orvains in danger zones. The rewards simply weren't worth the effort. "A source fire vein!" Fire Dance exclaimed. When Fire Dance reported the vein's identity, her teammates let out a gasp. In their opinion, finding a copper or mithril vein was already exciting, yet they had stumbled across a source fire vein. Source fire! Feng's heart raced upon hearing this. A source fire vein was a bona fide grade 2 vein. Unlike ordinary grade 2 veins, a source fire vein was also an attributed Orvain. It was extremely rare even among grade 2 veins. Normally, an Orvain didn't attributes, just like how ores were normally unattributed. However, if an ore had an attribute, its price would increase by several fold. For example, frost steel ore was an ice type ore. When using this type of ore to forge weapons, the weapons produced would deal additional frost damage. When used to produce equipment, the equipment would have additional ice resistance. This was why attributed Orvains were far more valuable than their non-attributed counterparts. Superpowers would even fight over a grade 3 attributed vein, not to mention a grade 2 vein. If the various superpowers found out about this source fire vein, they would do everything they could to acquire it. The vein might not be as valuable as a grade 1 vein, but it would greatly help their members when raiding dungeons or exploring new maps. Even if the price were great, they would pay it to secure the source fire vein. However, Feng had never heard of an attributed or vein in the Flame Demon's Valley in the past, leaving him a little confused. Had such a vein existed, the Flame Demon's Valley would have been a battlefield for the various superpowers, rather than some obscure map that no one cared about. Send the coordinates. We'll head there immediately. Thinking up to this point, Sherfong wanted to verify the authenticity of the vein. If the source fire vein were real, it could help Zero Wing's rapid advance in both ship and weapon production. After Fire Dance relayed her current coordinates, Sherfong led the team, slowly approaching the assassin's location. Fire Dance was situated before a canyon that was surrounded by mountains and lava. The canyon was clear of black smoke, so visibility was excellent. Only the terrain was extremely dangerous. There were also a large number of giant lava beasts in the area. Moreover, laying at the canyon's entrance was a gigantic, level 80 mythic ranked beast. Lava Hound, elemental creature, mythic, level 80. HP 450 000 000/450 000 000. Everyone felt their heads ache when they saw the two-headed lava hound guarding the canyon's entrance. However, they could clearly see a cave in the distance with some crimson around its entrance. This crimson was none other than Sourcefire Oregon. It's actually real. Sherfang's eyes burned with desire as he gazed at the Sourcefire Oregon. Although the vein seemed small, it was definitely a Sourcefire vein. How unfortunate. There are too many lava monsters nearby. There's even a level 80 mythic monster guarding the canyon's entrance. We don't have a chance of securing the vein, Aqua Rose said, slightly frustrated as she looked at the cave entrance. With their current strength, they might be able to defeat level 60 mythic monsters, but a level 80 mythic ranked monster was still too difficult. Furthermore, they had to fight the lava creature in such an extreme environment. Under such circumstances, they wouldn't be able to defeat the lava hound even if they were level 80. This was because this was a danger zone. The monsters here had much higher combat standards than monsters in a normal map. Including the frightening attributes of a mythic monster, they had no hope against the level 80 lava hound unless they returned at level 90 or 100. Lava creatures were different from ordinary monsters. Players would be subjected to the burning heat radiating from the monster's body if they got close to it. Even if players had sufficiently high fire resistance to avoid taking any damage, they'd still feel the searing pain. This pain would significantly affect players' combat power and prevent them from fighting at their best. However, this was not the most frightening aspect about lava creatures. Lava creatures' corrosive ability was far more dangerous. Weapons and equipment would rapidly lose durability when they came into contact with these creatures. If the items lost all durability mid-battle, they'd be permanently lost. Because of this, players tried to avoid lava monsters as much as possible. Meanwhile, every monster in the canyon was a lava creature. Trying to clear out these monsters long-term would be hell. Not only would they fail to acquire the vein, but they would also sacrifice a large number of weapons and equipment. If they tried to construct a mining base here, a large number of monsters would assault the base during its construction. If the mining base were destroyed, all resources they had invested would be lost. On the off chance that they managed to construct a mining base here, there was also the problem of manpower. Zero Wing simply couldn't afford to station a lot of players here. This was the Flame Demon's Valley's core. Its harsh environment could easily kill the guild's players. Players needed sufficiently high fire resistance to survive here. They were only able to explore this area because they were fully equipped in fire resistance equipment and had consumed master fire resistance potions. If any other player stood in their place right now, the extreme temperatures would have long since claimed their lives. The rest of the team agreed with Aqua Rose's assessment, a little disappointed. While the source fire vein before them was a priceless treasure, they could only afford to view it from afar. Meanwhile, as Sherfong examined the roaming lava monsters, he fell deep into thought. Not many people knew the true value of an attributed or vein in God's domain yet. However, he did. The source fire vein would be particularly valuable to the current Zero Wing. Not only did the vein produce source fire ore, which could be used to increase the guild's overall combat power by a significant margin, But the vein also produced the super rare byproduct, flame source crystals. Flame source crystals were incredibly useful to master alchemists, but they were also one of the main materials to produce the epic set equipment, broken steel, a set exclusive to his Blade Saint class. Lava creatures. After carefully observing the terrain and the wandering lava monsters, Sherfong said, "While it would be impossible to set up a mining base here, it isn't entirely impossible to harvest the ore." Guild leader, can we really mine here? Anticipation burned in Aqua Rosa's eyes as she looked at Sherfong. Nowadays, fire-resistance weapons and equipment were in high demand since the various large guilds had realized how necessary these items were to their development. If Zero Wing could harvest the source fire vein, it would definitely increase the guild's development speed. Given enough time, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be limited to operating near Silverwing Town. They could freely explore the Ore Empire and cross swords with the Ore Empire's Evil Gods Temple. They had long since grown tired of the Evil Gods Temple's antics by this point. Chapter 1843, Titan's Might. Chapter 1843, Titan's Might. When Zero Wing's members heard that it was possible to mine the source fire vein, their eyes glowed with excitement. They all had certain understanding of ore veins, so they knew that the source fire vein was a grade 2 ore vein. This meant that there was a certain chance to obtain magic crystals when mining it. This was something the various large guilds sorely lacked right now, especially Zero Wing. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding and recruiting more members. This meant that the guild needed to nurture far more players. Although Zero Wing had training locations like the Battle Arena, the guild members still had to train in the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. Zero Wing's battle arenas simply couldn't accommodate enough people. The Trial Tower also provided comprehensive training, testing players' limits. If Zero Wing could acquire a large number of magic crystals, the guild would be able to transform the new recruits into usable combat power. Right now, the majority of Zero Wing's members wouldn't be useful in large-scale combat. This was also why Zero Wing's members couldn't venture far from Silverwing Town, and the guild couldn't develop properly in their empire. We'll have to give it a try before we'll know if it's truly possible. I can only say that we have around a 30% success rate, Sherfong said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly confident in his plan. While it was common knowledge that lava monsters were extremely difficult to deal with, not many knew that lava monsters also had obvious weaknesses: ice and water-type attacks. In addition, an ice or water-type environment would dull the lava monster's reactions to an extreme. Once the lava creature's reactions dulled, they'd become far easier to deal with. However, lava monsters filled the canyon before them. In addition, they were nowhere near the monster's levels. If they tried to lure a single lava monster, they'd likely attract a large group instead. They also had to worry about the level 80 mythic lava hound. Moreover, this was the Flame Demon's Valley. The environment was extremely hot. Even after equipping fire resistance equipment and drinking master fire resistance potions, the heat still affected them considerably, and they couldn't fully exhibit their combat powers. Picking a fight with the lava hound would be suicide. Hence, he wasn't confident in success. A 30% success rate? It's so high. Some hope is better than none at all. Guild leader, just tell us what you need us to do. When they heard their chance of success, the team grew excited rather than disappointed. Even the various superpowers weren't likely to occupy this source fire vein, but if Zero Wing could, it could grow into a super first-rate guild within a short time. Zero Wing would then be able to compete for dominance over God's domain. It would no longer be limited to its status as a kingdom's #1 guild. Aqua Rose, who had once been an honorary elder in the veteran first-rate guild, Twilight Echo, had never thought that Zero Wing would one day have a chance of becoming a super first-rate guild. Despite so many years of development, Twilight Echo had never reached the point where it had the potential of becoming a super first-rate guild, yet Zero Wing already had. All right, since everyone is in agreement, Aqua, and those with the sea god's legacy, ready your spells. You should have learned quite a few water-type spells. As for the remaining elementalists, prepare to use ice-type spells. Try to use as many AoE spells as possible. I don't need you all to attack. I just need you to transform this canyon into a world of ice and water. As long as you can change the environment, the lava monsters will weaken and become much easier to deal with. If you succeed, we'll have a chance of getting the vein. Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian, once Aqua and the others begin. You three need to do everything you can to lure the monsters away from the canyon's entrance. Kola, you'll be responsible for tanking the lava hound. All you need to do is lure it away. Everyone else will use the ice and water-type magic scrolls I'll distribute in a moment. I don't need you to buy a lot of time. 5 or 6 minutes will be enough. No matter what happens, do not use Power of Darkness. We'll need it later. When Shifeng finished explaining his plan, his teammate gulped as they glanced at the 8-meter-tall lava hound. They had no confidence of defeating the mythic monster. The other level 70-plus lava monsters shouldn't be an issue, but distracting a level 80 mythic monster for 5 or 6 minutes would be a massive challenge. An unsuppressed level 80 mythic monster would most likely kill them with a single slap, and they weren't allowed to use their berserk skills. Surprisingly, however, Kola brimmed with fighting spirit. If nobody has any problems, let's begin, Shifeng said. After scouting the terrain for about 10 minutes, Aqua Rose and the other casters finally decided on their positions. Meanwhile, after Kola, Turtle Dove, and Yi Wumian prepared to pull every monster's aggro in the canyon. Good. Let's begin, Shifeng commanded once everyone was in position. Immediately, Aqua Rose and the others started to chant incantations and draw runes, drawing a large amount of water and ice-type mana towards them. The non-magical class players also activated their water and ice-type magic scrolls. The flow of mana soon attracted the attention of nearby monsters. These monsters instantly searched for the change's source. However, before these lava monsters discovered Aqua Rose and her companions' locations, AoE spells began to descend. Boom! 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 Suddenly, icicles and waterfalls rained down from the top of the canyon walls. As the streams of ice and water reached the bottom of the canyon, the molten lava vaporized the ice and water, filling the canyon with a dense mist. At the same time, the canyon's temperature began to decrease. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the other spells were only temporary. Their spells couldn't stop the lava from spewing out of the ground and canyon walls. Damn it! Why is there so much lava? If we can't stop it, changing the environment will be impossible, Blackie said, anxiety filling his heart as he watched water and ice become steam. If they failed to change the environment, the lava monsters would easily annihilate them. They shouldn't even dream of securing the source fire vein. Seeing the swarm of lava monsters charge up the canyon, Kola and the other MTs began to grow nervous. These level 70-plus lava monsters hadn't weakened in the slightest. It seems the effects are quite good. Everything is coming along just as I expected. Shifeng smiled as he watched the rising steam. He then took out the ancient weather book and activated weather control. He hadn't actually expected Aqua Rose and the others to change the environment here by themselves. After all, only powerful domain skills could accomplish such a feat. Only a fool would try to change an area's environment with ordinary AoE spells. While the ancient weather book could alter an area's weather, it was too difficult to do so in such an inferno. It would take a very long time for the ancient weather book to alter this environment enough to impact the lava monsters. Meanwhile, the lava hound would have killed the entire team several times. Hence, he needed Aqua Rose and the others to create enough steam in the valley to hasten the ancient weather book's alteration process. Suddenly, a powerful storm began to brew above the canyon, dark clouds forming in the sky. After 5 seconds, rain began to fall, showering the lava monsters. As the rainwater covered their bodies, the lava monstress cried out in pain. Their body temperatures rapidly began to cool. Not only did the lava monster's movement speed begin to decrease, but they also seemed sluggish. Awoo! The lava hound raged as the rain drenched its body, its howl so powerful that it even pushed away the descending rainwater and rubble on the ground. The lava hound then charged for Sure Fong, swiping a paw as it pounced on the swordsman. "You're not getting past me." When the lava hound ignored him, Kola activated Titan's domain and ran at the beast with his shield raised. Boom! Sparks scattered when the lava hound's nails scratched against Kola's Titan guard. The lava hound's gigantic body came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, Kola only stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage exceeding -1,000 appearing above his head. To Kola, who had over 90,000 HP, this damage was practically negligible. So strong. Kola can actually tank that thing by himself. Everyone was surprised to see Kola barely harmed. This was a level 80 mythic monster they were talking about. Although the rain had somewhat weakened the lava hound, it was a mythic monster, yet Kola had received its attack effortlessly without any help. Even Sure Fong was shocked by how little damage Kola had taken. He finally understood just how frightening a fragmented legendary shield was. By the looks of it, the Guardian Knight should have no problems tanking the lava hound by himself, even if he didn't use Titan's domain. Sure Fong also dismissed the worry that plagued his heart. He then activated Gale domain and flew toward the cave entrance in the distance. He quickly reached the mine, realizing that its entrance was so small that barely 3 people, shoulder to shoulder, would be able to enter at the same time. The instant Sure Fong set foot in the mine, a series of system notifications reached his ears. Moreover, he wasn't the only person to receive the system notifications. Everyone in the Flame Demon's Valley had received them. Chapter 1844, Underground Country. Chapter 1844, Underground Country. System, congratulations. You have discovered the Fire God's ancient land. Flame Demon's Valley Region System announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Underground Country, and activated the Primordial Taboo Seal. Players may enter the Underground Country in 10 days. The system announcement repeated 3 times, the system's indifferent voice echoing in everyone's minds for quite some time. Underground Country? Sure Fong was stunned. Fire God's ancient land. He had never heard of the Flame Demon's Valley containing some kind of underground country during his previous life. He only knew that the Fire Demon's Valley's monsters had a high drop rate for source fire, ore, and magic crystals, and a few superpowers had fought fiercely over the area. However, this new expansion pack had never been triggered in the past. Although he had never heard of the Fire God's ancient land before, he was very familiar with ancient lands. Any location that was considered an ancient land had existed before the Great Destruction. Only these locations had disappeared from the public eye after the Great Destruction. Meanwhile, these ancient lands were rumored to have been blessed by ancient gods, which was why they had survived for so long. But as time passed, these ancient lands had become relics. Among the various ancient lands that had been discovered during Sure Feng's life, some contained items that had even been famous during ancient times. These items had all been highly sought after by the various superpowers. Hence, the various superpowers had fought desperately to claim any discovered ancient lands in the past. Sure Fong had never thought that the source fire vein they had found was actually an entrance to the Fire God's ancient land. This rendered Sure Fong speechless. Now that the system announcement had been made, the underground country in the Flame Demon's Valley would be exposed sooner or later. The source fire vein would definitely be discovered as well. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon's Valley was tens of thousands of miles away from Star Moon Kingdom. If the Fire Dragon Empire's superpowers wanted to claim the vein, he'd be powerless to stop them. Fortunately, it wasn't easy to reach the Flame Demon's Valley's core. players would need high enough fire resistance to do so. Triggering this new expansion pack also excited Zero Wings members. Although they didn't know what the underground country was, they knew that this expansion pack represented a huge opportunity. Every kingdom and empire had its own specialty products, and no player had ever explored this underground country yet. This meant that they could monopolize the underground country's specialty products. Depending on the item's value, they could make a fortune by reselling them. Although Zero Wings members were excited about the new expansion pack, when they returned their attention to the horrific number of approaching monsters, they suppressed their excitement and focused on their enemies. As for Shifeng, after a moment of surprise, he quickly charged into the source fire vein and started building a marker for a teleportation magic array. Trying to get all of his team members into the Flame Demon's Valley's core had already been incredibly difficult, not to mention sending an army into the valley. No guild in God's domain would be able to do so at this stage of the game, so it was impossible to mine this source fire vein long term. However, while this task might be impossible for other guilds, the same was not true for Zero Wing. As long as he set up a teleportation marker, he could transport players via teleportation array. Not only would it save his players a lot of travel time, but they could also avoid unnecessary battles in the Flame Demon's Valley. Unfortunately, due to the massive distance between teleportation arrays, the magic crystal cost would be considerable. But compared to the source fire vein's value, the teleportation fees were almost negligible. Aside from the fact that magic crystals could drop from the source fire vein, the source fire ore was incredibly valuable. It also had a small chance of dropping flame source crystals. Meanwhile, in a hot, sandy area in the Flame Demon's Valley's inner region, Melody and her team worked on clearing out the monsters in an ancient ruin. When Shifeng entered the source fire vein, they, too, had heard the regional announcement regarding the new expansion pack. Amazing! Someone actually triggered a new expansion pack in the Flame Demon's Valley. That should be Zero Wing's doing. Is it the matter they mentioned earlier? Although I don't know what the underground country is, it must have a lot of valuable items. Our ninth heaven has struck gold. The only other guild that should be in the Flame Demon's Valley is Zero Wing. Our two guilds should be the only ones who know about this underground country. We'll make a fortune by reselling the items from it. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the Ninth Heaven's members when they heard the system announcement. Traveling into human kingdoms and empires was intensely difficult for neutral races, so any items they purchased in Forest City were far above market price. Now that they had discovered the underground country, they could sell its unique items in Forest City. They'd be able to make a fortune and rapidly develop their guild. So this is Zero Wing's strength? Melody revealed a bitter smile when she read the system announcement. She had been smug and satisfied because she had accepted a high-ranked quest with an extraordinary reward. In contrast, Zero Wing had triggered a new expansion pack in the Flame Demon's Valley. The difference between them was immense. Previously, she had still suspected Zero Wing of targeting Ninth Heaven, but now her suspicions were laughable. To Zero Wing, her high-ranked quest wasn't likely worth a second glance. While Ninth Heaven's members envied Zero Wing for activating a new expansion pack, Shifeng frantically set up the teleportation array's marker. Setting up a teleportation marker was not an easy task. Players needed a considerable understanding of magic arrays to succeed. The procedures were extremely complex, and normally a player would need a lot of time to set up the marker and connect it to a teleportation array. However, to Shifeng, who was adept in drawing advanced magic arrays, this task was easier. He swiftly etched magic arrays on one crystal after another before placing the crystals on a large magic array he had carved into the ground. Very quickly, the mana in the mines started to gather in the magic array. Shifeng could feel the mine's dense mana begin to dwindle. Awoo! Suddenly, Shifeng heard a furious howl from outside of the mine, echoing on the mine's stone walls. guild leader trouble. The lava hound went berserk and is charging towards you. It's ignoring aggro completely. Aqua Rose shouted in the team chat when she saw the enraged lava hound rush back to the canyon. To current players, a berserk level 80 mythic monster was an absolute nightmare. Kola had tried to stop the lava hound with his shield, but had instantly lost over 30,000 HP when the boss had responded with an angry swipe. The lava hound's strength was terrifying. If anyone else had taken that attack, they would have likely died instantly. As soon as Aqua Rose fell silent, the lava hound arrived before the mine's entrance. Fortunately, the mine entrance was too small for the lava hound, so the boss couldn't get in. Seeing this, Aqua Rose and Kola breathed a sigh of relief. However, something then happened that stupefied Zero Wings members. The gigantic lava hound split into 3 miniature copies. Each copy was still a level 80 mythic monster, but they did have slightly lower basic attributes. Before Zero Wings members could react, the 3 lava hounds charged into the mine. Hurry! Hurry up! Sherphone could already hear rapidly approaching footsteps. It was obvious that the lava hound was almost to him. Meanwhile, he only needed to insert one last crystal into the ground to set the spatial coordinates. Unfortunately, the loading bar, which had swiftly filled before, felt extremely slow to Sherphone. It was only 70% full. While conducting the merging process, Sherphone couldn't do anything. He couldn't even activate a skill. When the loading bar reached 90%, 3 1-meter-tall lava hounds appeared before Sherphone. Despicable mortal, you dare violate this sacred ground. You'll pay for your crimes with your soul. The 3 lava hounds spoke in the human language, rage flaring in their eyes as they spat 3 scorching, white beams at Sherphone. Like lasers, the white beams vaporized everything in their path. Chapter 1845, Evil God's Sword. Chapter 1845, Evil God's Sword. Just before the 3 scorching beams slammed into Sherphone, the loading bar before him finally reached 100%. When the beams were less than 10 yards away from Sherphone, a barrier of divine runes appeared. When the 3 beams met the barrier, it shook violently. As for Sherphone, he shot backward like a cannonball. Boom! Sherphone crashed into one of the mine shaft's sturdy walls. What power! Sherphone was shocked as he stared at the mine shaft's deformed terrain. He had never thought that the lava hound would possess such frightening power even after dividing itself into 3 copies. They were currently inside a source fire vein. The walls surrounding them were sturdy and fire-resistant. Especially the source fire Oregon, ordinary flames wouldn't melt it, let alone vaporize it. One could easily imagine how high the lava hound's flames were. If those white-hot flames struck a player's equipment, not even magically enhanced, dark gold equipment would survive. Only epic equipment might. If he hadn't activated absolute domain in time, he likely would have died from that attack. Retreat! Everyone retreat immediately! Sherphone shouted through the team chat once the flames dissipated. Kola could barely tank 1 lava hound, now that they had to face 3 miniature lava hounds, which were only slightly weaker than the full version. He knew they couldn't stay here for a moment longer. After issuing his command, he switched the aura of Earth to the aura of space, preparing to teleport out of this map. Awoo! As Sherphone was about to escape using space movement, the 3 lava hounds howled as one. 3 light red ripples radiated from the beasts, and as if space had frozen, the 7 luminaries' ring failed to open a tear in space. Spatial lockdown? Sher Feng's expression darkened when he saw the growing spatial tear before him disappear. A monster with such peerless strength and the ability spatial lockdown were a nightmare for players. Coming across one such monster almost guaranteed death. Monsters that possessed the spatial lockdown ability were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, only NPCs at the peak of God's domain could execute the ability. Sherfong never thought that an elemental creature like the lava hound would be able to use it as well. You have touched on the almighty fire god's taboo. Sacrifice your soul to beg forgiveness from the fire god. The three lava hounds spoke in a chilling tone before charging at Sherfong. Although the three lava hounds were small, their movements were so powerful that space itself trembled in their wake. Their strength could even rival the complete lava hounds. As the three lava hounds approached Sherfong, they split up and assaulted Sherfong from 3 different directions, transitioning into a battle formation as smoothly as NPCs. Is this a god's guardian? Sherfeng's expression turned somber as he watched the 3 lava hounds approach. It was normal in God's domain to find treasures guarded by powerful monsters, and there were some incredibly powerful existences among these guardian monsters. These guardians had been created by the gods. Normally, gods only created such powerful guardians to protect their wealth. Not only did these guardians have an eternal lifespan, but they were also undying. In addition, they commanded extremely powerful skills and spells. They were even more difficult to deal with than archaic species of the same rank and level. I can only give it a try. Sherfong gritted his teeth and used Heavenly Dragon's power before activating Divine Steps. In the next moment, 10 doppelgangers with the exact same aura and attributes as Sherfong appeared. Sherfong and his doppelgangers then charged at the 3 lava hounds. Although the lava hounds were powerful, Sherfong managed to nullify their attacks by constantly switching positions with his doppelgangers. Using this opportunity, Sherfong quickly made his way towards the mine's exit. Normally, guardian monsters would give up the chase once they were a certain distance away from what they were supposed to protect. As long as Sherfong moved out of range, he could shake off the lava hounds. However, the lava hounds were incredibly difficult to get away from. Not only was their strength incredibly high, but their speed was also impressive. They constantly interrupted Sherfeng's advance and left very little space for him to move forward. By the time Divine Steps' duration ended, Sherfong had only crossed a little over 50 yards. He was still over 100 yards away from the mine's entrance. The instant Sherfeng's doppelgangers disappeared, a lava hound swiped its paw at Sherfong so fast that it was impossible to dodge. With no other choice, Sherfong raised Killing Ray to block the attack. Pung! The instant the lava hound's paw met Sherfeng's sword, he felt his entire arm go numb. The impact sent his body flying backward over 20 yards, dealing over minus 40,000 damage. What incredible strength! This should be close to rivaling a high mythic strength, Sherfong thought as he stared at the lava hound that hit him. His encounter with the lava hound had been brief, and the beast hadn't used any skills, yet he had lost so much HP. He had already activated Heavenly Dragon's power as well, drastically increasing his strength and defense. Right now, his defense was even higher than Cola's, although he didn't have the passive skills that provided damage reduction. Even then, he had still lost over 40,000 HP. The current lava hound before him definitely had much higher strength than the original. Meanwhile, he had to face 3 of these lava hounds. Before Sherfong could figure a way out of this situation, another lava hound pounced at him. Hurriedly, Sherfong activated Parry to block its attack. Pung! Once more, Sherfong flew backward by over 20 yards. Not only hadn't he moved closer to the mine's entrance, but he was actually further from it. This was clearly what the lava hounds had intended to do with their attacks. These lava hounds' combat standards were in no way inferior to expert players. Am I going to die here? Sherfong could not help his bitter smile as he watched the 3rd lava hound pounce at him. It would seem that he had taken on too large of a risk to set up the teleportation marker. While he did not mind losing 1 level of EXP, he carried multiple tools that would drop on his death. Moreover, these items would not simply remain on the ground after being dropped. After a certain time had passed, these valuable items would disappear. Meanwhile, when players died, they'd only resurrect after half an hour unless someone resurrected them with a skill or special tool. By the time he returned to this mine, his dropped items would be gone from this world. As Sherfong clashed with the lava hounds, his HP continued to decrease. 80%, 70%, 60%. Although he had tried to use void steps to blindsight the beasts, the technique was ineffective against the lava hound's sharp sense. Even though the lava hounds couldn't see him, they could pinpoint his location with their other senses, launching another paw swipe or bite attack. Why hasn't the guild leader come out yet? Aqua Rose, who had long since distanced herself from the canyon, muttered as she watched the swarm of lava monsters return to their home. The guild leader should be fine. If he goes all out, he can even contend with mythic monsters, Blackie reassured. It's been so long, though. Moreover, there were 3 lava hounds. I think it's best if I go take a look, Fire Dance said worriedly. I'll go with you, Flying Shadow offered as he followed Fire Dance. Meanwhile, inside the mine, Sherfong watched the circling lava hounds and glanced at the small percentage of HP he had remaining with a bitter smile. Despite activating twofold Berserk, which temporarily granted him the power to contend with Tier 4 mythics, he still couldn't come within 100 yards of the mine's entrance. While he was confident that he could escape a single lava hound, 3 were too much for him to handle. To make matters worse, the 3 lava hounds coordinated perfectly. Although he had thought of using a magic or summoning scroll, the 3 lava hounds were simply too fast. They gave him no opportunities to use such tools. As twofold Berserk's duration continued to run out, Sherfong frantically searched through his bag for items that could help him out of this predicament. Suddenly, he discovered a broken longsword that had been inactive in his bag for quite some time. This longsword was none other than the evil god's inheritance, a treasured sword that had once belonged to the evil god. Seeing that the lava hounds charged at him again, Sherfong gritted his teeth and took out the evil god's inheritance. He then inserted his power into the weapon. Protecting the items that would drop if he died was undoubtedly more important than losing 10 points in all of his attributes. After Sherfong powered the sword, the evil god's inheritance pulsated. An invisible force then spread out from the sword, sweeping through the mine with so much power that even space shook with the intensity. A moment later, a deathly aura pervaded the mine shaft. Chapter 1846. Broken Sword's Power. Chapter 1846. Broken Sword's Power. As the aura of death saturated the mine, space itself froze. The 3 lava hounds slid to a halt as they glared at the broken sword in Sherfeng's hand, wary. Pitch-black divine runes had appeared along the broken blade as the sword released plumes of dark smoke. The weapon felt cold and evil. The lava hounds finally discerned the broken sword's identity, and fear flashed in their eyes. It was as if they had remembered something horrific from their past. Despicable heretic, you dare set foot in this sacred land. Let the almighty fire god's flames purify your soul. After Sherfong replaced the abyssal blade with the evil god's inheritance, the broken sword seemed to trigger something in the 3 lava hounds. Suddenly, they began to grow larger as golden flames flared across their bodies. Despite standing still, the solid rock beneath the lava hounds' feet began to crack. Space tore around them as if it couldn't withstand the golden flames' power. It was as if the space around them was no longer able to withstand the power of the golden flames. Sherfong could also sense a threat of death from that golden fire. Moreover, Sherfong could tell that this death wouldn't just end with a single lost level. He could feel a power akin to soul fire, although this was many times stronger. Burning and devouring his soul would be child's play for this strange fire. If these golden flames burned a player's soul, the player's account would likely be left permanently crippled. Before Sherfong could think of a plan to get out of this troubling situation, the 3 lava hounds pounced as one. At this point, Feng had no skills that he could use to protect himself. In addition, the lava hound's movement speed had significantly increased. With no other options, Feng instinctively executed Sword's Orbit. Countless sword lights enveloped Feng, clashing with the three gigantic, flaming beasts as they attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The resulting impacts tore the nearby rocky ground. The scattered sparks ignited anything they touched, transforming the area into a sea of fire. The three lava hounds were thrown back, forming three large craters as they crashed into the ground. Damages of over -3,000 appeared above their heads. In contrast, Feng remained standing in his original position, although the ground beneath him had been burned and melted. Now he stood in a deep crater of his own that had a smooth, glassy surface. What incredible power! So this is a weapon that had once belonged to an evil god? Feng was stunned as he looked at the injured lava hounds. Truthfully, the broken sword he wielded was only fragmented legendary rank. Although the weapon provided a considerable boost to strength and attack power, he hadn't expected the boost to be this intense. After all, his abyssal blade was even stronger than ordinary epic weapons, but had never been this powerful. Meanwhile, the lava hounds before him nearly had enough strength to rival high mythic ranked monsters. Even after activating twofold berserk, he still hadn't been a match for the lava hound's strength. Yet when he had used the evil god's inheritance against these monsters, he felt as if he had hit a group of weak, powerless dogs. He hadn't felt the intense impact that he had experienced during his prior clashes with these beasts. Although he had seen weapons that could weaken an opponent's power in the past, he had never seen one as strong as the evil god's inheritance. The weapon had actually decimated Tier 4 mythic monsters' strength to such a great extent. That wasn't all. When he had clashed with the lava hounds, he had felt his own strength skyrocket. It was as if the broken sword had absorbed the monster's strength, transferring it to him. As Feng tried to get a better grasp on the evil god's inheritance's power, a lava hound stood up. This time, however, it did not charge at Feng. Instead, it howled with anger and formed a golden, threefold magic array in front of itself. A moment later, a beam of fire shot out from the magic array, moving so fast that Feng couldn't dodge in time. This beam was the result of the lava hound's Tier 4 spell, Red Lotus Breath, the same spell that had vaporized the source fire earlier. In response, Feng simply swung the evil god's inheritance at the approaching beam of fire. Boom! The broken sword sliced the crimson beam in half, the flames disintegrating the stone wall behind Feng. Feng stumbled 5 steps back as a damage of over -10,000 appeared above his head. Sure enough, Feng was indescribably shocked, glancing down at the evil god's inheritance in his hand. As he had guessed, the evil god's inheritance could absorb an enemy's power, converting it into his own. Moreover, he had received far more power from this attack than the last. Not only had he gained 20% more strength, but his fire resistance had also increased by 30%. This ability was simply frightening. Due to this ability, his combat power had instantly soared. Moreover, he could sense that this still wasn't the evil god's inheritance's limit. Although he couldn't see the evil god's inheritance's exact attributes, when he wielded the weapon, he felt that he hadn't fully grasped the broken sword's power. The broken sword could grant him even more boons depending on the strength of the attack he received. However, the provided improvements were not without a flaw: their short duration. Each time it absorbed an attack's power, the weapon's wielder could only retain it for a short 10 seconds. Even so, it was amazing. Feng found it truly hard to imagine that the evil god's inheritance was still incomplete and that he only exhibited 10% of its power after sacrificing his attributes. If he could exhibit the weapon's full power, the result would be unimaginable. Most likely, he'd be able to suppress the 3 lava hounds completely. One should be able to leave now. When he saw the other 2 beasts charge towards him, Shifeng licked his lips in excitement and ran to meet his enemies in battle. Previously, the difference between their basic attributes had been too great. Even after using twofold berserk, he had been thoroughly suppressed. Now, however, his strength had surpassed the lava hounds after he had weakened them and boosted his own with the evil god's inheritance. Shifeng relied on his superior strength and technique to push the two lava hounds to the side. He then dashed for the mine's entrance like a powerful gale. When the lava hounds caught up to Shifeng, he easily threw them back with an attack. In less than 5 seconds, Shifeng burst from the mine and back into the canyon. Thousands of lava monsters then turned to look at the swordsman. Big Sis Fire, the guild leader, is out, Flying Shadow said, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw Shifeng emerge from the mine. However, his excitement quickly faded, and a somber expression dominated his face. Thousands of lava monsters surrounded Shifeng, including the 3 mythic lava hounds that chased after him. Even a Tyr, 2 assassin like him, or Fire Dance would have no hope of surviving such an encirclement, much less a swordsman like Shifeng. I'll attract the monster's attention, ready a defensive magic scroll, and prepare to use it on the guild leader. Fire Dance felt her scalp tingle as she watched the swarm of monsters close in on Shifeng, but she had to try to rescue her guild leader. She could feel how extraordinary the flames that enveloped the lava hounds were. If those flames claimed Shifeng's life, he'd lose far more than a single level. Just as Fire Dance was about to dash forward, Shifeng raised the evil god's inheritance into the air. Suddenly, the canyon's mana began to gather around the broken blade, and the sword gradually took on a mist-like state. Shifeng swung the weapon lightly at the surrounding lava monsters. The mist-like broken sword suddenly disappeared from Shifeng's hand and transformed into 5 pitch-black sword lights that flew at the offending monsters, devouring everything in their path. This move was the evil god's inheritance's only skill after Shifeng had sacrificed a fraction of his attributes. Godslayer. With one attack, every chieftain and lord-ranked lava monster nearby was incinerated, their ashes scattering in the wind. The surviving monsters were heavily injured and unable to make the slightest movement. Chapter 1847, Flame Demon's Crown. Chapter 1847, Flame Demon's Crown. When Shifeng had swung the broken sword, the attack had carved 5 deep grooves in the rocky ground around him. The canyon's terrain had changed drastically. What great destructive power! Shock filled Shifeng as he gazed at the evil god's inheritance in his hand. Godslayer's destructive power was even greater than that of a Tier 4 super large-scale destruction spell. He had turned several hundred-level, 70-plus lava monsters into ash instantly. The skill truly had the power to decimate heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the monsters he had killed with Godslayer hadn't granted Shifeng any EXP. In fact, he would not gain any EXP from slain monsters while he had the evil god's inheritance active. The sword would absorb it all. After killing so many monsters, the black mist the evil god's inheritance emitted had become denser. Following which, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System. Evil god's inheritance has accumulated sufficient life force and recovered the first evil god's mark, activating a portion of its power. The evil god's inheritance has such an effect? Shifeng was surprised. He had thought that he could only repair the weapon by collecting the missing fragments. He had never expected the broken blade to recover some of its lost power by absorbing others' life force. Evil god's inheritance, one-handed sword. A treasured sword that the evil god had once used. However, the sword had been destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword had been destroyed, the evil god's power within remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible to restore the sword to its past glory. This piece is the sword's broken hilt. By permanently sacrificing 10 points of all attributes, the user may temporarily use the sword's power. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. First Evil God's Mark. Power absorption can increase strength by a maximum of 100%, stamina by 20%, and all resistances by 100%. When this fragment is within 1,000 yards of other fragments, the fragments will resonate. Drops upon death. Cannot be traded. Although he could strengthen the evil god's inheritance by killing a large number of monsters, he had no intentions of doing so. While Shi Feng might wield extraordinary power when he used the evil god's inheritance, he'd have to sacrifice 10 points from every basic attribute permanently each time he wielded the weapon. While 10 points in all attributes might not be much to a Tier 2 player, it would add up. If he used the weapon for too often, he would cripple his account. One could say that the evil god's inheritance was even more evil than magic weapons. Hence, the evil god's inheritance should only be used as a final trump card. Shi Feng had no intentions of feeding the evil god's inheritance any more life force right now, either. He only had half an hour to use the weapon after activating it. How much life force could he possibly accumulate in half an hour? However, the ability to strengthen the evil god's inheritance had truly been an unexpected boon. Following which, Shi Feng charged out of the hole he had opened in the monster encirclement. Now that the evil god's inheritance had grown stronger, he had a much easier time dealing with the 3 lava hounds that chased after him. Is this the guild leader at his full strength? Flying Shadow, who watched from the valley's entrance, was astonished as he watched Shi Feng take on 3 level 80 lava hounds without trouble. Even Fire Dance, who prepared to move out, was stunned. She had assumed that after so many battles and adventures, the distance between her and Shi Feng had shortened. Looking at it now, however, it would seem that the gap was larger than ever. What the 2 assassins did not know was that Shi Feng fully relied on the evil god's inheritance to command such power. Without it, he might not have survived even after activating twofold berserk. Shi Feng quickly escaped the lava hound's grasp, and although this further enraged the mythic monsters, they didn't dare leave their domain by as much as a centimeter. They could only watch until Shi Feng left their sight. Despicable heretic! The almighty fire god will not let you get away with this. After Shi Feng had vanished, the lava hounds released furious howls, the sounds echoing throughout the valley. At the same time, a system notification reached Shi Feng's ears. System, you have incurred the Ari god's wrath. As long as you enter the fire god's territory, its guardians will hunt you to the death. How ruthless! Shi Feng could not help his astonishment as he read the system notification. He had only set up a teleportation marker in the fire god's ancient land, yet he was now prohibited from entering any location the fire god sheltered. This penalty was truly severe. After all, the fire god was a god who had left behind many areas in God's domain. The fire god had even been responsible for creating a number of other worlds. This penalty basically warned him that he could lose his life if he entered any of these locations. Unless he was strong enough to defeat the area's guardians, he shouldn't even consider exploring the locations. But after giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng didn't mourn the loss. Now that he had constructed a teleportation marker in the fire god's ancient land, he could lead a team to mine the source fire without revealing themselves to the lava hounds as long as he prepared properly. In 10 days, he could also visit the so-called underground country, possibly obtaining another significant harvest. Overall, he considered this transaction quite profitable. After leaving the canyon, Shi Feng regrouped with Zero Wing's other members. He then briefed Aqua Rose about the teleportation marker and had her contact her subordinates to prepare. They would need enough fire resistance to survive in the Flame Demon's Valley's core region. Moreover, only intermediate miners or higher could mine the source fire ore. They'd only be able to revisit the mine after fulfilling these two conditions. It would take quite some time to prepare. After the team rested for a short moment, Sherfong led his team into the heart of the Flame Demon's Valley. Although they came across quite a few monsters on their way, and Sherfong was currently weakened, the team advanced relatively quickly with their powerful MTs like Kola and Sherfang summoned Tier 3 demons. As no one had explored the Flame Demon's Valley thus far, it was home to a lot of monsters, which, fortunately, provided far more EXP than normal. Moreover, a large number of treasure chests hid in the area. After venturing through the core region for 4 hours, some of the team's level 56 members had risen to level 57. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had also discovered 6 treasure chests in the area. They had found 3 bronze treasure chests, a mysterious iron treasure chest, a secret silver treasure chest, and a fine gold treasure chest. The discovery surprised both Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who frequently searched for treasure chests in the fields. It was common knowledge that treasure chests were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, a map only had 2 or 3 at one time. Yet, after wandering in a small section of the core region, they had discovered 6. Moreover, one was a fine gold treasure chest. Past level 50, a bronze treasure chest would contain loot that could rival the items a High Lord dropped, while mysterious iron chests items were on par with a Great Lord, and secret silver treasure chests dropped items on par with a Grand Lord's loot. As for a fine gold treasure chest, its loot could rival that of a mythic monster. However, in the Flame Demon's Valley, both the monsters and the treasure chests offered weapons and equipment that were all level 70 or higher. Unfortunately, current players couldn't use these items unless they had weapons and equipment that could reduce level requirements by 15 levels or more. As Sherfong activated the fine gold treasure chest, it released a light that illuminated the gloomy sky above the Flame Demon's Valley. Even players several thousand yards away could see the glow. The Flame Demon's crown? Sherfong was flabbergasted when he saw the exquisite flaming crown inside the treasure chest. Chapter 1848, Ancient Demon. Chapter 1848, Ancient Demon. Guild Leader, did you find something good? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she watched Sherfang's blank expression. The rest of the team turned to look at Sherfang, as well anticipation flashing in their eyes. They all wanted to know what kind of treasure a fine gold treasure chest had to offer. A fine gold treasure chest was almost impossible to find in level 50+ maps. The best players normally found were secret silver rank. Meanwhile, even mysterious iron treasure chests could cause a heated struggle between guild teams. The higher quality treasure chest players found, the more of a commotion activating the treasure chest would cause. In turn, this would lead to more players finding out about the treasure chest. Moreover, after players acquired the items inside a treasure chest, there was a 2-hour period when the items would be guaranteed to drop upon death. Hence, whenever a treasure chest appeared in the fields, a slaughter would soon follow. Fortunately, Zero Wing's team didn't have to worry about being attacked. After all, this place was the Flame Demon's Valley. The only other players that might see the glow from the fine gold treasure chest were the 9th Heaven members. Even if other players with hostile intentions discovered them, they had no fear that anyone would try to rob them. "Something good has dropped," Sherfong said, laughing. He then retrieved the Flame Demon's crown and shared its statistics in the team chat. Flame Demon's crown, head, fine gold rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 800, Agility 800, and Intelligence 800 defense, plus 100 additional passive ski dash. Flame Demon's body allows the wearer to gain the body of a flame demon, increasing fire resistance by 200 and becoming immune to burning effects. Additional active ski dash. Flame Avatar becomes immune to all flame damage for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. After reading the Flame Demon's crown's details, the team lost their prior excitement. Guild leader, this crown is a scam. Not only does it have such a high equipment requirement, but it doesn't actually offer any basic attributes. The only good thing about it is its high fire resistance, but it isn't worth sacrificing everything else. I feel the same. The monsters in harsh environments are generally very powerful. Although this crown can provide sufficient fire resistance to survive in these maps, without the basic attributes, you'll have a difficult time dealing with monsters. It would be much better to equip several pieces of equipment that provide less fire resistance, but have significant basic attributes. Its defensive properties are even more important. No matter how I look at this crown, it doesn't seem to have any. Everyone quickly discerned the pros and cons of the Flame Demon's crown. Even level 50 common cloth armor had more than 100 defense. The Flame Demon's crown's defense was practically a useless decoration. In addition, losing the basic attributes from a piece of equipment would reduce a player's attributes by around 10%. This would cause at least a 20% reduction in combat power. Moreover, due to the lack of defense in the head section, others would have a weakness to exploit. If one were struck in the head, it was entirely possible that they'd suffer a fainted state. As God's domain continued to update, the equipment players' war would have greater importance. Equipment would play a role in a player's defense beyond basic attributes. Take two players with the same defense, for example. If one of these players wore chest armor, while the other player did not, the player without a chest piece would receive more damage when struck in that area and suffer additional negative effects. If a player took a blow to the head, they would feel dizzy and powerless, and their reactions would become sluggish. If one were stuck in the arm, it would go numb and become difficult to move. There were subtle differences in the negative effects depending on the materials of their equipment as well. An attack's impact was one such example. During the early stages of the game, these negative effects were barely noticeable, but as players took on higher-leveled monsters, these negative effects would become more prominent. As a result, players would have to choose their equipment carefully. It wasn't enough to prioritize basic attributes. Players also needed to focus on their equipment's compatibility and defensive properties. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon's crown, made of fire with a pitiful 100 points in defense, clearly didn't have any. It was a costume piece at best. If one equipped the Flame Demon's crown during battle, they'd be asking for an early death. Sir Foam simply revealed a bitter smile as he stored the Flame Demon's crown. He had to admit that his guild members' standards had significantly improved. Their understanding of weapons and equipment was no longer limited to basic attributes. Unfortunately, they were still somewhat ignorant. This didn't particularly surprise Sir Foam. His teammates were still relatively low-leveled after all. They still didn't fully understand resistances. They did not know just how valuable a piece of equipment capable of increasing fire resistance by 200 points was. Among the items in the fine gold treasure chest, the Flame Demon's crown was easily more valuable than the other items combined. By the time mainstream players had reached level 100 and beyond in the past, a Flame Demon's crown had sold for a whopping 5,000 gold. With that amount of money, one could purchase an epic equipment with poor attributes. Even so, players rarely sold their Flame Demon's crowns. Equipment that added 200 fire resistance was extremely rare. Most importantly, the Flame Demon's crown's Flame Demon's body allowed its wearer to become immune to burning effects. In other words, no matter how hot an environment was, players would not suffer any negative effects. They could maintain their combat power at its peak. Of course, due to the Flame Demon's crown's glaring weakness, it was only suitable for expert players. Ordinary players would be better off wearing several pieces of equipment that provided both basic attributes and fire resistance. Ordinary players already fought to get their basic attributes up to standard, and as a result, struggled against monsters and in team dungeon raids. They would be asking for trouble by using a piece of specialized equipment like the Flame Demon's crown. However, expert players were different. They would easily have enough basic attributes even without wearing a headpiece. When fighting in sweltering environments, it was far more important for expert players to have high fire resistance. Hence, during the later stages of the game, the various large guilds' main force members had stopped focusing on basic attributes. Instead, they had prioritized resistances and physique. Moreover, the Flame Demon's crown was like an entry pass to the Flame Demon's Valley. As long as one had a Flame Demon's crown, they could travel anywhere within the valley. They wouldn't even have any issues exploring the Flaming Valley's core. Originally, Shifeng had worried that he didn't have enough fire resistance to survive in the central area, but now that he had the Flame Demon's crown, he wasn't concerned. Now, only the Flame Demon King himself would be a problem. In God's domain, the Flame Demon King was categorized as a world boss. Counter to most expectations, world bosses were not much stronger than ordinary field bosses. The system did not grant world bosses any special traits either. However, they did have full control over their territories. While in a world boss's territory, players would be prevented from using magic scrolls and magic arrays. It wasn't even possible to use magical tools. At most, players could use their weapons and equipment skills. It was a nightmare for most players. After emptying the fine gold treasure chest, Shifeng and the others continued towards the central region. After traveling for a little over an hour, they finally arrived before a fiery world. White-hot flames danced along the mountain range before them. The ring of mountains resembled a burning sun, making it difficult to look at. "This place is so hot!" Blackie exclaimed as he looked at the flaming mountain range. Despite standing some distance away from the mountain range, he felt as if like roasting meat. Everyone on the team felt the sweltering heat. Even walking exhausted their stamina. Meanwhile, a gigantic figure wielding a trident patrolled the center of this mountain ring. Every one of this figure's movements stirred the flames around it as lava rose into the air. Even from several thousand yards away, Zero Wing's team could feel the figure's fierce aura. When they saw the Flame Demon King's true appearance, they couldn't help their gasps. Even Shifeng was shocked. Flame Demon King, elemental creature, ancient fiend, mythic, level 83. HP 720, 000, 000/720, 000. An ancient fiend. How is this possible? Shifeng was indescribably shocked when he saw the Flame Demon King's statistics. Shouldn't it be an archaic species? Chapter 1849, World Gate. Chapter 1849, World Gate. Guild Leader, don't tell me we're supposed to fight that boss. Is that really a mythic monster? The Flame Demon King was a 50-meter tall giant. Every one of its movements stirred up a storm in the sea of fire around it. Zero Wing's team could tell how terrifying this monster was just by looking at it. When he saw the Flame Demon King, Kola, who had brimmed with confidence, felt his scalp tingle. This boss could likely even slay a 1,000-man team of level 80, Tier 2 experts. Compared to the mythic monsters they've encountered thus far, the Flame Demon King was on an entirely different level. Could the new expansion pack I triggered have made the Flame Demon King stronger? Shifeng pondered as he looked at the Flame Demon King. The more he thought about it, the more his theory seemed plausible. After all, the Flame Demon's Valley was only a level 70+ map. It wasn't a level 100+ map. An ancient fiend shouldn't be here. An ancient fiend was an elemental creature that had fully unlocked its bloodline and reverted to its ancestral form. Although ancient fiends were no match for dragons in terms of life rating, they were fully capable of rivaling ferocious beasts. Even an expert team that was 20 levels higher wouldn't be a match for a mythic-ranked ancient fiend, much less an expert team of the same level. In addition, The Flame Demon King had a world boss's special ability. Not even a 100-man team of level 100. Tier 3 players could defeat this monster. There's no helping it, I can only adjust my plans. Following which, Shifeng addressed his team. I had thought that I could complete this quest and get everyone out of here safely. But that's no longer possible. I'll have to ask you all to sacrifice yourselves to lure the Flame Demon King away from its territory. Try to buy as much time for me as possible. Violet, you won't be joining the fight. I need you to hide in the distance. Once the battle is over, you'll be responsible for resurrecting the team. All he could do now was lure the Flame Demon King away from the World Gate. The players that would be responsible for buying time would die, but with the resurrection skill he had given Violet Cloud, they could reduce the death penalty his teammates suffered. I understand. Violet Cloud nodded. None of his teammates had any objections to Shifeng's proposal. They were the guild's main force members. Their weapons, equipment, and levels had been granted by their guild. It wasn't unusual to die for their guild's benefit very quickly. The team followed Shifeng's instructions. Kola would be the first player responsible for attracting the Flame Demon King's attention and luring it to the designated area. After Kola died, Turtledove and Iwumian would take over. Once all 3 MTs had died, the rest of the team would split up and flee, forcing the Flame Demon King to waste as much time as possible chasing them down. Move out! Shifeng commanded once. He was in position a short distance away from the valley's entrance. Following his orders, Kola charged into the flaming valley. Shortly after he had set foot in the sea of fire, a deafening roar echoed from the valley's center. Little human, you dare trespass in the Flame Demon King, Monacoland's territory. I'll show you just how frightening fire's anger is. As the voice faded, the Flame Demon King emerged from the raging flames, its movements causing waves of fire that washed over Kola. Not daring to be careless, Kola immediately activated Power of Darkness and hid behind Titan Guard. Boom! As the firestorm slammed into him, Kola stumbled 3 steps backward, a damage exceeding minus 20,000 appearing above his head. So strong! Just its movements caused such a powerful attack. Aqua Rose, who watched from afar, could not help her shock when she saw Kola lose 1/8 of his HP despite his active berserk skill. Normally, Kola could face a level 70 mythic monster head-on after activating his berserk skill, yet he had just lost so much HP after an indirect attack from the Flame Demon King. The team's other members paled when they saw this. If they had received that indirect attack, they would have likely lost over 50% of their HP. They felt like ants before this world boss. As the Flame Demon King's frightening strength stunned Zero Wings players, the boss had arrived before Kola. The Flame Demon King then thrust its trident at the Guardian Knight with so much speed that the attack had been invisible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Kola had already raised Titan Guard and blocked the attack in time. After blocking the attack, however, Kola had lost all feeling in his arms. Like a cannonball, he had been thrown back, only stopping as he crashed into a massive boulder. Kola's HP instantly fell by over 80,000, more than half of his total. The team was stunned. Just one attack had left Kola so miserable. The gap in strength was despairing. Heal him, quickly! Shifeng shouted through the team chat. The outcome didn't surprise him. After all, their opponent was a mythic-ranked ancient fiend. If not for the fragmented, legendary-ranked Titan Guard, Kola might have died instantly. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, the Tier 2 healers snapped out of their daze and cast healing spells on Kola, instantly restoring the Guardian Knight's HP to 70%. However, the Flame Demon King was already stabbing its trident at Kola again, the weapon releasing white-hot fire. The white-hot flames shocked Kola. Hurriedly, he activated Protection Blessing. After its upgrade to Tier 2 protection blessing reduced the damage he took by 60%. However, when the trident met Kola's shield, the stone under his feet shattered, forming a crater. Meanwhile, Kola's HP fell by more than 60,000, dropping his HP into the red. By the time the Flame Demon King executed another attack, the team's healers only recovered Kola's HP to 50% of his total. Realizing how precarious his situation was, Kola used Titan's Heart, forming 3 layers of protective energy, which could absorb up to 10 times his maximum HP around him. With Titan's Heart in effect, Kola quickly fled the Sea of Fire. Seeing Kola pull away from the valley, Sherfong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had upgraded Titan Guard to the fragmented legendary rank earlier. Otherwise, the 3 MTs wouldn't be able to lure the Flame Demon King away before they died, even if Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian worked together. Afterward equipping the Flame Demon's crown, Sherfong activated Gale Domain and charged into the flames that could even melt fine iron. As expected of the Flame Demon's crown, it really is wondrously effective. When Sherfong soared through the fire, he only felt a little warm. He wasn't in any pain at all. Due to the additional 200 fire resistance the crown provided, he now had over 400 fire resistance. His HP only fell by a little over 100 each second he remained in the fire. After flying for about 40 seconds, he noticed Kola's name darken among the list of his team members. It was obvious that the Flame Demon King had killed Kola. So quickly, when Sherfong realized that he was still over 200 yards away from the stone gate in the center of the valley, his expression darkened. Kola was the sturdiest player in the team. He had thought that the Guardian Knight alone would be able to buy him enough time to reach the World Gate, but it seemed that the Flame Demon King was much stronger than he had expected. As soon as Sherfong reached the World Gate, he pulled out the Philosopher's Hand and used it to activate the stone doors. At this point, Turtledove had also fallen, and only Yi Wumian remained alive of the team's 3 MTs. I need to hurry. Sherfong used the Philosopher's Hand's power to repair the broken magic arrays on the World Gate. As he did, a furious roar reached him from outside of the valley. Despicable trespasser! You dare to open the World Gate! As the voice faded, a pillar of fire rose from its origin, following which, everyone but Sherfong and Violet Cloud's names went dark. This situation put immense pressure on Sherfong. He pushed himself to work faster. Faster. While Sherfong repaired the World Gate's magic arrays, he could feel the space around him boil. This meant that he was already standing within the Flame Demon King's sphere of influence. The ancient fiend's movement speed had completely exceeded his expectations. Despicable human, vanish alongside your sins. When the Flame Demon King caught sight of Sherfong, it threw its flaming trident at the swordsman. However, before the trident could reach Sherfong, he activated the aura of Earth's absolute domain. Yes, it's done. Using the period of invulnerability absolute domain granted him, Sherfong completed the final magic array, following which he placed a hand on the World Gate's main magic array and said, "Open! World Gate." Chapter 1850 Hidden Reward. Chapter 1850 Hidden Reward. With Sherfeng's command, the divine runes on the gigantic pair of doors before him began to glow with a purple-gold light a moment later. The divine runes released a beam of light that threatened to devour the Flame Demon King. No. Upon seeing the beam, the Flame Demon King, who was within 50 yards of Sherfong, turned in a panic and tried to flee. However, the beam of light was much faster than the Flame Demon King. In the blink of an eye, the purple-gold light enveloped the world boss, and the ancient fiend cried out in pain. In the next moment, the Flame Demon King began to shrink, and the flames around its body gradually extinguished. A short moment later, the World Gate slowly opened. Some force sucked the valley's fire through the opening gates, and the Flame Demon King began to shrink even faster. From its original height of 50 meters, the Flame Demon King quickly shrunk to 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. By the time the World Gate was fully open, the black hole within had devoured every last flame in the valley. The Flame Demon King had also been dragged towards the World Gate by the black hole's powerful gravity. "No, this is my power," the Flame Demon King shouted, panicking as it used every shred of power to fight the black hole's pull. Seeing this, Sherfong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had no hope against a level 83 mythic-ranked ancient fiend right now. Fortunately, the World Gate could remove things that didn't originate from the continent of God's domain. While the World Gate had activated, the Philosopher's Hand had also undergone a transformation. The Philosopher's Hand had originally been made of translucent crystal, radiating an ominous feeling. Now, however, not only had the ominous feeling disappeared, but the translucent hand had also transformed into a blood-red bead. What pristine mana! As Sherfong held the blood-red bead, he could feel incredibly pure mana emerge from it. This mana was even purer than that from the 7 luminaries crystals. Suddenly, Sherfong heard the sound of a system notification. "System, congratulations. You have completed the epic-ranked main storyline quest, Philosopher's Wish, before level 80. Rewarding Philosopher's Hand, plus 40% EXP of current level, 5 legacy skill points, 30 free mastery points, 30,000 subclass, proficiency points, and 1 subclass, dark gold design." When the system notification ended, Sherfang's experience bar rose to 52% of level 68. However, obtaining the complete Philosopher's Hand excited Sherfong far more than the bountiful EXP. This was a bona fide legendary item. Any superpower in God's domain would easily go mad over this. Moreover, Sherfong was surprised by the additional reward for completing the quest before reaching level 80. 5 legacy skill points were no small matter. In addition, the awarded 30,000 subclass proficiency points would save him a lot of time when upgrading his Forger subclass. After reaching the master rank, players would still need a ridiculous number of proficiency points to rise from a basic master to an intermediate master. While ordinary master lifestyle players might not have trouble earning the required proficiency points, it was a different story for Sherfong. Sherfong had many matters he needed to deal with, and he only had a small amount of time to invest in his forging. As a result, he didn't obtain forging proficiency points very quickly. However, the most valuable of the rewards had to be the subclass Dark Gold Design. This subclass Dark Gold Design wasn't like ordinary designs. Not only could it upgrade a design to Dark Gold rank, but the new design would be a player creation. It was common knowledge that becoming a master lifestyle player was incredibly difficult. Players needed to create completely new items, which had to meet certain requirements. To accomplish this feat, players needed a certain understanding of items and materials. This was also the case when players tried to rise from a basic master to an intermediate master. In fact, the promotion to an intermediate master was even more difficult, since players would have to create 1 dark gold item or 3 fine gold items. This hurdle had been the end of the line for many basic master lifestyle players during Sherfang's previous life. In the past, when one had referred to a master lifestyle player, they had generally meant basic masters. The majority of God's domain's master lifestyle players had been basic rank. After 10 years in the game, basic masters hadn't received as much attention from first-rate guilds, although they were still VIPs in second-rate guilds. At most, they would be treated slightly better than the average lifestyle player. Only intermediate masters had earned first-rate guild's respect. Now that he had a subclass Dark Gold design, he had received a free pass to become an intermediate master. Of course, an intermediate master that reached the rank by using a subclass Dark Gold design wasn't as capable as a player that reached the rank through their own hard work and original items. The latter had solidified their foundation, while the former had none. A player who became an intermediate master, though their work would have a higher possibility of creating more dark gold items in the future, soon becoming an advanced master. On the other hand, the intermediate master that did not possess a sturdy foundation would struggle to advance. The only real benefit of using such a cheap method to become an intermediate master was the higher production success rates that came with the rank. Even so, many basic master lifestyle players had spent their entire life savings to get their hands on a subclass dark gold design during Shifeng's previous life, since they had already reached their limits. As Shifeng celebrated his additional rewards, the World Gate began to close. By the time the World Gate had shut, the valley was void of fire. Only the scorched earth remained. Despicable human. It took me hundreds of years to accumulate that power, and now it's all gone. You will pay for this with your soul. I will turn you into a puppet that will forever live under my command. The Flame Demon King bellowed as it glared at Shifeng. Currently, the Flame Demon King was only 8 meters tall. It looked like an infant compared to its previous size. Its aura was also much weaker. Flame Demon King, elemental creature, mythic. Level 81. HP 32,000/32,000,000. The Flame Demon King didn't even have the HP of a mythic monster anymore. A mana depletion debuff also graced its status bar, lasting for a whole hour. The World Gate has robbed it of so much energy? Shifeng was astonished when he saw the enraged Flame Demon King. The valley's flames had originated from a higher plane, containing unparalleled power. The fire had been highly sought after by fire elementals, since they could increase the elemental's power. The Flame Demon King had only grown so strong because it had continuously absorbed these flames' power. Now that the World Gate had returned these flames to their source, the Flame Demon King had lost the power it had accumulated over the years. With the energy that had bolstered its physical form gone, it was only natural that the Flame Demon King had weakened. Only, Shifeng never thought that the Flame Demon King would grow this weak. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng abandoned all thoughts of escape. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When the mana depletion debuff ended, the Flame Demon King would recover its strength. Although it wouldn't be as strong as it had been, it would still be beyond current players' capabilities. Before the Flame Demon King could launch an attack, Shifeng activated Power of Darkness, Phantom Kill, and Dragon Soul. A level 68 High Lord ranked Black Dragon should have 0 chances against a level 80 mythic monster, but now, the Black Dragon had the upper hand against the weakened Flame Demon King. While the Black Dragon kept the Flame Demon King busy, Shifeng activated every skill he had to the weakened boss. Thunder Flame Explosion, Flame Burst, 9 Dragon Slash, Lightning Slash. Although the weakened Flame Demon King was still a world boss, whose ability prevented players from using external tools, it no longer mattered. The Flame Demon King's defense had drastically fallen after all. Now, Shifeng's normal attacks dealt over minus 30,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over minus 70,000 damage. Even the weakest of his skills inflicted over minus 100,000 damage. Even when the Flame Demon King used its powerful AoE attacks, Shifeng, who had over 400 fire resistance, only took a little over minus 3,000 damage from each hit. The Flame Demon King's HP continued to fall. 80%, 50%, 20%. When the Black Dragon's duration was almost over, the Flame Demon King had around 10% HP remaining. Once the Black Dragon was gone, Shifeng would have to fight the world boss head-on. I guess there's no other choice. Shifeng sighed as he came to terms with his current predicament. A moment later, he retrieved the evil god's inheritance from his bag once more. Trying to escape a world boss was an extremely difficult task. This was especially true now that he had used all of his skills. Furthermore, it wasn't every day that he found himself in such a favorable position against a world boss. Die. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng sacrificed his attributes to activate the evil god's inheritance. He then activated Godslayer. 5 pitch-black sword lights instantly pierced the Flame Demon King, leaving 5 deep grooves in the rocky ground before Shifeng. Despicable human. If the World Gate hadn't taken my power from me, the Flame Demon King's eyes burned with rage as it glared at Shifeng. But despite its fury, the Flame Demon King's HP didn't stop depleting before it eventually reached 0. Boom! As the Flame Demon King fell to the ground, its fiery body started to dissipate. A short moment later, only Shifeng remained in the scorched valley. Chapter 1851 Flame Demon King's Loot. Chapter 1851 Flame Demon King's Loot. After the Flame Demon King died, the rampaging mana in the valley settled down. It's finally dead. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief as the black dragon disappeared, shortly after the Flame Demon King died. If not for the black dragon's assistance, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Flame Demon King. After all, even though the Flame Demon King was weakened, it was still a mythic monster. The boss had possessed not only superior strength, but also far more HP. Even if the Flame Demon King had only 10% of its HP left, it would still have had more than enough time to kill him. Although he had to sacrifice another 10 points of every basic attribute to kill the Flame Demon King, he forgot about the loss when he saw the small mountain of items the boss dropped. The Flame Demon King was a world boss. Although it had been weakened due to his quest, it was still a mythic ranked world boss, hence the extremely bountiful loot. Not to mention, as this was the first time the Flame Demon King was killed, it was guaranteed to drop a 4-star guild promotion order. Future Flame Demon Kings killed would have only a certain chance of dropping the promotion order. This item was also the reason why he had persisted in killing the Flame Demon King to the point of permanently weakening himself. Currently, Zero Wing was a 3-star guild and held a significant advantage over other guilds. However, as the various superpowers started raiding level 50, 100-man Helm mode team dungeons, it was only a matter of time before they became 3-star guilds as well. Meanwhile, compared to Zero Wing, the various superpowers would gain much more of an advantage from being a 3-star guild, be it the Guild Employment Center or Guild Training Room. These two facilities needed guilds to reach a certain scale in order to display their usefulness fully. In other words, the larger a guild was, the better the guild could leverage these two facilities. In the case of Zero Wing, despite the rapid expansion it was currently undergoing, in terms of member count, it was far from rivaling even first-rate guilds. The operations of the various superpowers spanned over a dozen kingdoms and empires. Their member counts naturally dwarfed Zero Wing's. Once these superpowers became 3-star guilds, their development speed would undoubtedly skyrocket. At that time, not only would these superpowers be able to nurture a large number of elite players, but the income their guilds generated would also increase substantially. If Zero Wing, a guild that ruled over only a single kingdom, wished to surpass these superpowers, which had become 3-star guilds, in terms of development speed, then there was only one way to do so: by getting promoted into a 4-star guild. Unlike a 3-star guild, the benefits offered by a 4-star guild did not manifest with the scale of a guild. Instead, these benefits were apparent in the finer details. Reaching the 4-star rank would not give a guild the privilege to construct any additional facilities. Instead, what a guild gained from the 4-star rank was the recognition of the Adventurers Association as a large-scale guild. At that time, the Adventurers Association would directly issue large-scale quests to the guild. These large-scale quests ranged from easy to very difficult. Even national-level quests were available. The rewards for these quests were extremely generous. Moreover, These quests also provided players with good opportunities to raise their ranks in the Adventurers Association. In addition to receiving large-scale quests, 4-star guilds would be designated a temporary rest area in every Adventurers Association on the continent of God's Domain. While this rest area was relatively small, it allowed members of 4-star guilds to receive commissioned quests from every NPC town and city on the continent, not just from towns and cities where their respective guilds had residences. Due to this benefit, members of 4-star guilds could travel all over the continent to do quests, no longer hindered in their leveling speed and acquirement of resources by competition over a limited number of quests. The only downside to this was the Adventurers Association's tax on players' quest rewards when completing commissioned quests accepted from these designated rest areas. This, in turn, reduced the guild's income from these quests. Even so, this benefit would still help guilds generate much more wealth than before. At the same time, guilds would also be able to raise their popularity in the various NPC kingdoms and empires significantly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was the distinguishing feature of a 4-star guild. After reaching the 4-star rank, a guild's development would no longer be tied down to the territories they controlled. Of course, the consequence of this feature was also very obvious. The amount of competition guilds had to face would increase drastically. However, so long as Zero Wing managed to become a 4-star guild ahead of others, it would seize a significant advantage over the other guilds. Hence Shifeng's persistence in killing the Flame Demon King. Following which, Shifeng started going through the Flame Demon King's loot. Just like he expected, there was indeed a 4-star guild promotion order among the dropped items. So long as a 3-star guild possessed 200,000 guild popularity, it could be upgraded into a 4-star guild using this promotion order. As expected of a world boss, its loot share is bountiful. Shifeng was inwardly astonished as he looked over the statistics of the other dropped items. The Flame Demon King had dropped over 100 items in total, the majority of which were rare materials, including the extremely rare 7 Luminaries crystal. Although only 3 7 Luminaries crystals dropped, the equivalent often units, the value of these 7 Luminaries crystals still exceeded that of the other materials by a large margin. The rest of the loot were level 70+ weapons and equipment. Practically every one of these weapons and equipment was of fine gold rank. Only one of them was epic rank. Among the fine gold equipment dropped, for pieces belonged to the level 70 fine gold ranked sins of Thunderfire set. The boss also dropped the entire level 70 fine gold ranked Scorching Wind set. While the weapons and equipment dropped looked subpar at best, Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement when he saw them. His reaction was because the Sins of Thunderfire set was top-tier set equipment for magical classes. This was set equipment that only level 70+ mythic ranked field bosses dropped. The set had a total of 6 pieces, and even superpowers would need to expend a lot of effort to collect the complete set. As for the Scorching Wind set, it was similarly top-tier set equipment, but for plate armor classes instead of magical classes. Not only did the Scorching Wind set provide higher fire resistance than the Dark Corrosion set, but its 6-piece set effect was also extremely heaven-defying. It allowed players to transform into a war god of fire and acquire a life rating that could rival archaic species. Although players would incur double damage from ice and water-type attacks than they normally would, it was still plenty amazing. The Sins of Thunderfire set's 6-piece set effect was similar to the Scorching Wind set's, allowing its user to transform into a Thunderfire messenger. Due to these 2 set effects, despite the ordinary basic attributes the 2 sets provided, they had ended up publicly recognized as the strongest level 70 set equipment available in the game. Even level 70 Dark Gold set equipment could not rival them. Shifeng had never thought that he would be able to obtain the entire Scorching Wind set as for the Sins of Thunderfire set. He was just short of 2 set pieces to complete the set. Once he geared 2 guild experts in these 2 sets, he would have himself 2 peak experts, As for the sole epic equipment dropped, it was a pair of cloth armor gloves named Hands of Fire. Not only did the gloves provide a significant amount of fire resistance, but it even increased the spell completion rate of players by 2%. It also had a skill that allowed its user to summon a Lord ranked fire familiar, making this pair of gloves perfect for Magicka class players that were not adept in melee combat. After Sherfong was done going through the Flame Demon King's loot, he then took out the Philosopher's Hand from his bag and inspected it, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he looked through its attribute panel. As he needed to deal with the Flame Demon King before, he had not had any time to inspect the fully recovered Philosopher's Hand. Now that the Flame Demon King was dealt with, he naturally had to take a good look at this legendary item, which had disappeared from God's domain in his previous life. Chapter 1852, Complete Philosopher's Hand. Chapter 1852, Complete Philosopher's Hand. The instant Sherfong retrieved the Philosopher's Hand from his bag, he felt the space around him grow heavier. It felt as if space itself couldn't withstand the pristine energy within the Philosopher's Hand. Now that Sherfong had the chance to get a better feel for the Philosopher's Hand, he felt a powerful inspiration well within him. His mind felt sharp and focused like never before. It was as if the world had faded away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. So this is the true Philosopher's Hand? Sherfong could not help his excitement as he gazed at the crimson bead in his hand. Philosopher's Hand, legendary rank item. A special gemstone crafted by the philosopher Erhart, containing incredible power that is capable of manipulating the soul. Additional passive effect. The wielder of the Philosopher's Hand will have all of their subclasses temporarily raised by 1 rank. Additional active skill, 1 dash. Philosopher's Soul offers players guidance for 10 hours when crafting items. Cooldown, 12 hours additional active skill, 2 dash. Soul Fantasy allows players to enter an imaginary world for 8 hours. During this time, players may use the materials that they know of to produce items without limit. Cooldown, 15 hours. Although the Philosopher's Hand only possessed 3 skills, these skills were heaven-defying. Based on Sherfeng's knowledge, only the epic-ranked Icarus's Heart could temporarily raise a lifestyle player to master rank. In Sherfeng's opinion, Icarus's Heart's ability to do so was already heaven-defying, but compared to the Philosopher's Hand, Icarus's Heart was a cheap knockoff. However, compared to the Philosopher's Hand, Icarus's Heart couldn't even be considered a cheap knockoff. The fact that the Philosopher's Hand could unconditionally raise a player's subclass by 1 rank meant that it could transform a basic master into an intermediate master, or an intermediate master into an advanced master. The Philosopher's Soul also offered the system's guidance, which would be a great help to players when they produced items. Originally, the skill had been limited to a 1-hour duration. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible to accomplish anything useful in that time. Crafting items was a time-consuming process. After all, especially complex items. How many items could players possibly make within 1 hour? Now that the skill's duration had increased to 10 hours, players could attempt to craft far more complex items with the system's guidance. Lastly, Soul Fantasy granted players access to the main god system's resource warehouse. After seeing the Philosopher's Hand's 2 active skills, Sherfong finally understood why the item was capable of producing so many lifestyle masters. Regardless of the subclass, any lifestyle player would require materials to craft new items. Although some tools allowed players to participate in simulations, these simulations couldn't truly replicate the material's properties. At most, these simulations allowed players to get a feel of the production procedures. An actual attempt would still require real materials. Meanwhile, to reach the master rank, players needed very high-ranked items. Hence, the material requirements were quite high. However, high-ranking materials were not easy to obtain, and players would need these materials in large quantities. Experimenting with a few sets of materials would barely yield any results. Every lifestyle master was born of an astronomical resource investment. This was even true for the talented geniuses. Only geniuses would need to spend fewer materials compared to ordinary lifestyle masters. However, with Soul Fantasy, players could experiment to their heart's content without worrying about lacking materials. Naturally, this would make new item creation very easy. I'm going to have a headache once I return. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the philosopher's hand. While he had acquired the alchemy treasure, there was still the matter of how to use it. There was only one philosopher's hand, yet the Candlelight trading firm had tons of advanced lifestyle players waiting to use it. He would have to decide which players were worthy of the privilege. Most importantly, he'd have to worry about information leaks. Due to an information leak, Kingdom Sword, the Philosopher's Hand's owner in the past, had become a target for the various superpowers, eventually vanishing from God's domain altogether. Although Zero Wing was impressively powerful right now, if multiple superpowers decided to make it their target, it would suffer a similar fate. He needed to be extremely careful when using the Philosopher's Hand. Shifeng stored the Philosopher's Hand and exited the Scorched Valley. When Zero Wing's members, whom Violet Cloud had resurrected, saw Shifeng emerge, they breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the Flame Demon King's outburst, the entire team had been annihilated in an instant. They had barely bought their guild leader any time. "Guild leader, how did the quest go?" Aqua Rose asked worriedly. Not only were high-ranked quests incredibly dangerous, but they also gave players very few chances of success. Plenty of quests only gave players a single attempt, and since their deaths had been so unexpected, they knew it was likely that this attempt had been a failure. Hence, Aqua Rose wondered if they'd have a second chance. On the off chance that this quest didn't offer a second chance, Shifeng would have to suffer the system's penalty. To ordinary guild experts, suffering a system penalty wouldn't be much of a problem. At worst, if the penalty were severe, they could just start over with a new account. However, Shifeng was different. He was Zero Wing's guild leader. If he suffered such a severe penalty, it would shake the very foundation of the guild. "Relax. I completed my quest," Shifeng said, chuckling at the worried expression on Aqua Rose's face. "That's wonderful. I worried that we had failed the quest, and you'd have to pay a high price for it. Now that the quest is complete, we didn't waste our trip here," Aqua Rose said, breathing a sigh of relief. She then looked at Shifeng curiously and asked, "But, guild leader, you really are amazing. You actually escaped the Flame Demon King after completing your quest. Looking at the terrain, there should only be one path out of the valley. How did you manage to hide from the boss, guild leader?" She had experienced the Flame Demon King's frightening might personally. The world boss had been beyond terrifying. It was basically a god to current players. She found it very difficult to imagine any players defeating the Flame Demon King, even after reaching the same level. She didn't even know if a 100-man team of level 100 players had any hope against the Flame Demon King. Hearing Aqua Rose's question, the rest of Shifeng's team turned towards him, curious. The Flame Demon King had slain Turtle Dove, a tier 2 metric tons who had activated her berserk skill. In just 3 hits, yet Shifeng had escaped the boss unharmed. It was incredible. "Hide? I wish I could have hidden from it, but the valley is only so large. Where would I possibly hide?" Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Huh. If you didn't hide from it, how did you get away safely, guild leader? Didn't the Flame Demon King discover you as you left?" Shifeng's reply on confused Aqua rose further. When the Flame Demon King had killed her, she had caught a glimpse of the boss as it charged back into the valley, where Shifeng had still been. "It discovered me, of course," Shifeng said, smiling. "But rather than wait for it to attack, I decided to strike first." "Then, guild leader, how did you get out?" Aqua Rose asked, utterly confounded. Did you use an auto-resurrection tool? Although auto-resurrection tools were very rare and precious in God's domain, they were nothing new. Aqua Rose couldn't think of any other way that Sherfong would have escaped the Flame Demon King's pursuit. Take a look at this, Sherfong said, smiling as he retrieved a gigantic, crimson crystal ball from his bag. The fire-type mana within the crystal ball was so dense that the ambient fire-type mana automatically gathered around it. Isn't that a flame core? But the fire-type mana in the core is incredibly dense. It's even denser than the flame cores we obtained from Great Lord ranked flame demons. Looking at the gigantic flame core in Sherfang's hands, Aqua Rose realized a possibility. Doubtfully she asked, could it be, Guild Leader, did you kill the Flame Demon King? Chapter 1853, Returning to White River City. Chapter 1853, Returning to White River City. Looking at the flame core in Sherfang's hand, Kola and the others fell silent, incredulity flashing in their eyes. Guild Leader, are you for real? They had all witnessed and experienced the Flame Demon King's might. Only Kola had been able to stand against the boss for any length of time. The rest of the team had been forced to flee to buy their guild leader the time he needed. While they considered the possibility of Sherfong fighting such a boss, they knew that it would only be a matter of time before he died as well. As for Sherfong slaying the Flame Demon King, that was simply impossible. However, the flame core before them was proof of the swordsman's claim. Moreover, the raging inferno that had consumed the valley was gone. Not even a spark remained. For a time, they were utterly baffled. I have killed the Flame Demon King, but only its weakened version, Sherfong explained, smiling. With the explanation, the team could, more or less, accept the fact that Sherfong had killed the boss. Otherwise, they would have suspected Sherfong of abusing some bug in the game. Right, Kola, how far are you from level 58 right now? Sherfong asked as he turned to the MT. Level 58. After taking a look at his experience bar, Kola said, after my recent death, I'm 73% away from level 58. What about you, Summer? Sherfong asked as he turned to alluring Summer, who wore an exquisite set of light blue robes. How far are you from level 59? I'm down to 6% of level 58. I'll need quite a few days before I reach level 59, alluring Summer said. Guild Leader, what's going on? Aqua Rose asked, giving Sherfong a strange look. She didn't understand why he suddenly asked about those two's levels. It's nothing. You two are a little low-leveled right now. Once we return, stop raiding dungeons and come level with me. Violet, you'll join us as well, Sherfong said after giving the matter some thought. Now that he had the Scorching Wind set and Sins of Thunderfire set, it would be a waste to let them collect dust. Although the level 70 equipment requirement was quite high, it wasn't a problem without its solutions. Both Kola and Alluring Summer had equipment that reduced items' level requirements, though only by 5 levels. However, he had requirement gemstones, which could reduce the level requirements by another 5 levels. Once they equipped the requirement gemstones, Kola and Alluring Summer could wear items that were 10 levels higher than them. Once they donned the set equipment, it would increase the overall strength of the guild's main force by a significant margin. We're low-leveled. Alluring Summer blinked in astonishment at her own level. She already had the highest level in the team. Even in an empire, she'd be the undisputed #1 player on the empire's ranking list. However, the comment didn't dampen Alluring Summer's excitement in the least. After all, she was going to level up alongside Sherfong. Guild Leader, we've rested already. Let's hurry and head back, Kola said impatiently after hearing Sherfang's intentions. Their teammates looked on with a little envy. When leveling up with Sherfong, not only would they rise in levels with astonishing speed, but they'd also improve their combat standards quickly. Following which, Everyone used return scrolls to teleport back to White River City. Once they returned, Sherfong had Aqua Rose organize a team to mine the source fire vein, only selecting trustworthy players. He then contacted Melancholic Smile, instructing her to select trustworthy advanced lifestyle players from the Candlelight trading firm for the Philosopher's Hand. These players would be required to sign an extremely strict contract, since containing the secret of the Philosopher's Hand was of the utmost importance. He could not afford for the public to discover its existence. He'd only be able to relax after Zero Wing could properly protect itself. Otherwise, Zero Wing would definitely follow in the kingdom's sword's footsteps. While Sherfong rode an advanced horse carriage towards the Adventurers Association to promote Zero Wing to a 4-star guild, Gentle Snow contacted him. Guild leader, big trouble. Gentle Snow said anxiously, "Not long ago there was a system announcement in the Orc Empire stating that Blackwater had captured the Crimson Flame Fortress." The Crimson Flame Fortress? Isn't that a transit hub to the Orc capital city? They actually managed to capture it? Sherfong had already investigated the Orc Empire's various fortresses. Each fortress varied in its importance. The more important it was, the more orcs it would contain. The Crimson Flame Fortress was a crucial transit hub for the Orc Empire. Players heading for the Orc capital city or other kingdoms or empires through the Orc Empire would have to pass through this fortress. Because of this, the Crimson Flame Fortress was invaluable to the Orc Empire. According to player reports, over 700,000 orcs were stationed there, including 4 mythic orcs. One of these 4 mythic orcs even had a special bloodline, which made it far stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. In addition, the Crimson Flame Fortress was protected by powerful war weapons and defensive walls. Current players shouldn't be capable of raiding the Crimson Flame Fortress, even with Beast Emperor's help. We don't know how they managed to do it exactly, but based on the current reports, Blackwater has already dispatched a large number of players to garrison in the Crimson Flame Fortress. Blackwater has also officially announced the fortress's grand opening to the public on the Orc Empire's official forums. In addition, Blackwater has placed a bounty on every Zero Wing member. Right now, players gain 1 point for killing a normal member, 5 points for elite members, and 50 points for core members. These points can then be traded for coins or weapons and equipment. In addition, depending on how many points a player has collected, they can get discounts for the Crimson Flame Fortress's teleportation arrays. Players will receive a 10% discount for 500 accumulated points, 20% if they accumulate 3,000 points, and 30% if they accumulate 10,000 points. Those with over 10,000 points will even enjoy the benefits of a Blackwater core member. Shortly after this forum post was uploaded, a large number of players swarmed towards the Crimson Flame Fortress. The Orc Empire is in chaos. I doubt it will be long before this news reaches players in the neighboring kingdoms as well. Even more players will join this madness. I've also heard that a large number of dark players have set their sights on our members. As he listened to Gentle Snow's report, Sherfang's expression darkened. They're being so ruthless. Sherfang also could not help his surprise at Blackwater's generosity. To secure a share of the pie known as God's Domain, the Blackwater Corporation had invested heavily into the Blackwater Guild. That investment enabled the guild to offer its members even greater benefits than other superpowers. As a result, many expert players had sought to join the guild, especially when they had learned of its core member benefits. The benefits were so generous that even large guilds' upper echelons envied Blackwater's core members. However, becoming a core member in Blackwater wasn't easy. It wasn't enough to be an expert player. One also needed a list of noteworthy achievements. Moreover, Blackwater limited the number of core members the guild could have at a single time. With how many expert players Blackwater had, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to become a core member. Even so, a vast number of players did everything they could to achieve that status. Now that Blackwater offered those same benefits for kill points, how could players ignore the temptation? Moreover, by doing so, Blackwater could scout for true peak experts. Even if Blackwater couldn't convince these peak experts to bear the responsibility of a core member, the guild could persuade these experts to become allies. Guild leader, should we limit our guild members' activity within the Orc Empire? Gentle Snow suggested. No. Sherfong shook his head. We're already limited to a small area. If we reduce that further, our members in Silverwing Town won't be able to level up. Since Blackwater has already declared war against us, then we'll prepare for war as well. Post an announcement on the Orc Empire's forums, stating that Zero Wing will offer the same point system as Blackwater. But Blackwater has too many advantages over us. Even if we establish a similar system, I'm afraid that very few people will side with us, Gentle Snow said worriedly. Relax. I have a surprise for Blackwater, Sherfong said, smiling. Sherfong disconnected the call as the carriage arrived before the Adventurers Association. After alighting from the carriage, he walked into the building, brimming with confidence. Chapter 1854, Promotion to a 4-Star Guild. Chapter 1854, Promotion to a 4-Star Guild. Dark Knight Empire, Light Shadow City, Dark Soul's main headquarters. Zero Wing is quite interesting. I don't know if this guild is brave or overestimates itself. It's provoked so many powers that nobody usually dares to. Not only has Lu Xinglua targeted Zero Wing now, but Blackwater also wants to exterminate the guild, Tigerbreaker said, smiling as he read the report he had just received regarding Blackwater's official declaration of war against Zero Wing. This latest move from Blackwater was particularly vicious. Not only could Blackwater's bounty destroy Zero Wing's members regardless of rank, but the guild would also be able to lure a large number of players to the Crimson Flame Fortress, earning considerable profits. In addition, it would have its pick of peak experts, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Although Zero Wing's foundation was sturdy, Blackwater was on an entirely different level. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing's economy crumbled. Alliance Master, should we proceed with our original plan? Pathless, the Tier 2 Elementalist, quietly asked from beside Tigerbreaker. Of course, we had only accepted Starlink's commission, but now that Blackwater has joined the fray, not only are we going to proceed with our plan, but we'll also increase the number of participating members, Tigerbreaker said, snorting. We suffered quite a loss at Zero Wing's hands. It's time for Zero Wing to pay back that debt tenfold. Notify every adventure team and tell them to send their experts to the Or Empire. I'll take command of the operation, personally. We'll teach Zero Wing to fear Dark Soul. Understood. Pathless nodded slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since Dark Soul had grown famous, his and Tigerbreaker's adventure team, the strongest in the Alliance, had rarely taken action. Normally, they left the toughest commissions to the Dark Hunters and Shadowclaw adventure teams. White River City, Adventurers Association. As soon as Sherfong entered the building, he noticed players crowding the lobby, chatting about Blackwater and its Crimson Flame Fortress. Blackwater is amazing. It actually captured the Crimson Flame Fortress so quickly. Exploring the Or Empire will be much easier now. I've also heard that the Crimson Flame Fortress can teleport players to any nearby locations like Zero Wing City. We'll be able to avoid the Or's inspection points in the Empire's inner region and reach its core area. That's right. I've heard that the Empire's core area is basically a treasure trove. It has a lot of rare ores and herbs, and the monsters in that area provide far more EXP than in the inner region. If we can get into the Or capital city, we'll have an even greater time. I've heard that the monsters in the regional dungeon have a chance of dropping magic crystals. I've heard that as well. The Or capital city is an extremely rare Azura mode regional dungeon. Moreover, It's a level 50 to level 100 super large scale regional dungeon. Including the fact that it's in a neutral map, it'll offer far better loot than any regional dungeon available right now. Zero Wing is in trouble this time. Now that Blackwater has made such a vicious move, I'm afraid Zero Wing will struggle to survive in the Or Empire. I've heard that quite a few WH-known and top adventure teams were doing everything they could to garrison in Silverwing Town, but those that succeeded probably regret their decisions now. When the players in the lobby spoke about the Crimson Flame Fortress, their eyes glowed with excitement and anticipation. When they spoke about Zero Wing, their tone carried disappointment and pity. At this point, nobody had an optimistic view of Zero Wing's chances against Blackwater. After all, the difference between both sides was simply massive. Previously, Zero Wing had held its ground thanks to Silverwing Town, but now that Blackwater had secured the Crimson Flame Fortress, Zero Wing had lost the advantage Silverwing Town granted. News sure spreads quickly. Sherfong revealed a bitter smile when he overheard the conversations around him. It seems Blackwater had prepared to advertise this matter, waiting for the right moment. Blackwater's successful capture of the Crimson Flame Fortress had only been announced recently, yet White River City's public was already talking about it no matter how he thought about it. This shouldn't be possible. While it wasn't unusual that the various major powers' upper echelons had learned of the situation very quickly, they had intelligence members everywhere. But the same couldn't be said for ordinary players. Most ordinary players only learned about other countries' news through other players. Normally, it took a few hours or even days before White River City's populace would learn of something happening in the Or Empire. Yet, as soon as he had received news about the Crimson Flame Fortress from Gentle Snow, the ordinary players in the Adventurers Association were already talking about it. The information had spread too quickly. The only explanation was that Blackwater had sent some of its members to White River City to talk about the news, secretly spreading the word. However, Sherfong did not particularly mind as he headed toward the association's second-floor hall. As Sherfong arrived before the VIP counter on the second-floor hall, he received a call. The caller was none other than Phoenix Rain. Guild Leader Black Flame, I've just heard about Blackwater's declaration of war on Zero Wing. As an ally, how can I be of help? Phoenix Rain asked. Zero Wing's development had progressed well lately. Moreover, Zero Wing's naval force continued to grow stronger, assisting her on Thunder Island. This help gave her more leeway. Now that Zero Wing was in such a predicament, she had to pay back the debt she owed. Since Phoenix Pavilion Master has offered, I won't shy away. I've been informed that Blackwater has been quite close with Nine Dragons Emperor recently. I'm guessing that Nine Dragons Emperor helped the guild capture the Crimson Flame Fortress. I hope that you can help me hinder Nine Dragons Emperor as much as possible, Sherfong said, his gratitude obvious in his voice. That won't be a problem. I'll send some people to cause him some trouble. We'll make sure that Nine Dragons Emperor has no time to assist in the Or Empire, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. However, Blackwater and Beast Emperor are still allies. Their combined forces should not be underestimated. I can have Blue Phoenix lead a team of experts to assist you. Although they wouldn't be enough to contend with Blackwater and Beast Emperor's forces, they can deter dark players from participating. That won't be necessary. Blue Phoenix is your capable and trusted aide. She must have a lotto do as well, Sherfong said, chuckling. As for Blackwater, Beast Emperor, and the dark players, I have a plan to deal with them. They'll soon learn that Zero Wing shouldn't be trifled with. He knew that Phoenix Rain had her own issues right now. The struggle on Thunder Island was far more troublesome than the struggle in the Or Empire. Every competitor on Thunder Island was a superpower with an extraordinary foundation, and a single misstep could eliminate one from the competition. If Phoenix Rain could prevent Nine Dragons Emperor from joining the fight in the Or Empire, that would be enough. All right, if you need extra funds, you can contact me for help at any time. Phoenix Rain was a little surprised that Sherfong had rejected her goodwill, but it wouldn't be right to insist on sending him reinforcements. After discussing the dark corrosion set, Phoenix Rain disconnected the call. Big Sis Rain, how did things go with Zero Wing? Should I lead some of my men over? Blue Phoenix asked curiously. Not at the moment. It seems that Zero Wing has already prepared for this. However, since Blackwater has decided to go all out, I doubt those preparations will last very long. It's best if you are ready to head out at a moment's notice, Phoenix Rain said. I understand. Blue Phoenix nodded. She felt as if Zero Wing was being too stubborn this time. Blackwater had occupied the Iron Empire, and its development speed was ridiculously fast. Even the Great Pavilion Master was awed by Blackwater's success. Blackwater even had more experts than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion right now. The guild only lacked Domain Realm experts. However, while Blackwater didn't have Domain Realm experts, it had countermeasures for such monstrous players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to remove the super first-rate guilds that had occupied the Empire. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room of White River City's Adventurers Association, Lord Protector, how may I be of service today? An NPC senior administrator asked Sherfong respectfully. I wish to promote Zero Wing to a 4-star guild. Here is the promotion order, Sherfong said. He then retrieved the 4-star guild promotion order and placed it on the table for the senior administrator to inspect. Chapter 1855, Town Level Guild. Chapter 1855, Town Level Guild. Promotion to a 4-star guild? That won't be a problem, the NPC senior administrator said as he turned his eyes towards the purple-golden token on the table. Once he saw the token, however, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he asked, Lord Protector, do you really intend to use this advanced 4-star guild promotion order? Is something wrong with it? Sherfong asked. Although he had noticed that the 4-star guild promotion order he had acquired was a different color than those he had seen in his previous life, it was a 4-star guild promotion order. He hadn't paid it much attention, assuming that the promotion order was slightly different since it had dropped from a world boss. Lord Protector, advanced 4-star guild promotion orders were produced when the Adventurers Association had first established. There are only 22 of these advanced promotion orders in existence, scattered across God's Domains continent. They are considered a trial for adventurer guilds, and the more advanced promotion orders an adventurer guild collects, the higher its status will be, enjoying greater treatment in the Adventurer Association once it becomes a 4-star guild. If an adventurer guild collects 3 advanced 4-star guild promotion orders, it will be treated as a city-state level guild. If an adventurer guild collects 7 advanced promotion orders, it'll be treated as a kingdom-level guild. Currently, you already have 1 advanced promotion order. If you collect another 2, the Adventurers Association will recognize your guild as a city-state, Lord Protector. However, if you promote your guild now, you will lose the opportunity and will have to climb the ranks slowly, starting as a town-level guild. Are you sure that you want to use this advanced 4-star guild promotion order now? After listening to the senior administrator's explanation, Sherfong looked at the purple gold token on the table a little surprised. So, the Adventurers Association has this kind of method to elevate a guild status. Sherfong understood what the statuses the senior administrator had mentioned represented. Other guilds would only come to learn and value the information after they were promoted to 4-star status. Once guilds reached 4-star status, they'd open a path in the Adventurers Association, gaining a temporary residence in every Adventurers Association across the continent of God's domain. From then on, members of 4-star guilds' base of operations wouldn't be limited to 1 or a few locations. They could expand their development across the entire continent and use the opportunity to increase the EXP and income they earned. This so-called path meant recognition from the Adventurers Association as an official guild. Official guilds would then be able to engage in adventurer guild work. However, even after becoming an official guild, guilds would receive varying benefits from the Adventurers Association. When a guild first became a 4-star guild, it would be treated as an ordinary level guild. If the guild wished to receive more support from the association, it would have to raise its status. The simplest method of doing so involved upgrading the guild status from ordinary to town level, city-state level, kingdom level, and finally empire level. Depending on the guild's rank in the Adventurers Association, the guild would have access to different degrees of problems. At the ordinary level, guilds would be commissioned to solve civilian problems. Generally, these problems were similar to large-scale guild quests that required guilds to wipe out some demonic beasts harassing the civilian population. Only, they might reward more EXP than ordinary large-scale guild quests. After an adventure guild reached the town level, the Adventurers Association would acknowledge the guild's ability to solve a town's problems. Normally, town-level guilds would receive commissions from town nobles, and the rewards would be much better than ordinary-level commissions. Even when a town-level guild accepted a civilian commission, the quest would reward more than what an ordinary-level guild would receive. After all, a town-level guild was much stronger than an ordinary-level guild. When a guild reached city-state level, it proved to the Adventurers Association that it was strong enough to solve issues that plagued an entire region. Commissions city-state level guilds generally received involved crusades against the dark forces in a particular area. Normally, to rise from ordinary level to city-state level, a guild had to complete a significant number of large-scale guild quests, slowly accumulating prestige in the Adventurers Association. Large-scale guild quests only awarded 3 to 5 prestige points, but becoming a town-level guild required 700 to 1,000 prestige, depending on where the guild's main headquarters was located. The number and quality of large-scale guild quests would differ depending on the size of its NPC city, so the more prosperous the city was, the more prestige a guild needed to increase its rank. "Thank you for the advice, but I have decided to go through with the promotion," Sherfong said after giving the matter some thought. The revelation was indeed surprising. After all, just one advance promotion order was enough to promote a guild to town level. Normally, it would take a large guild several years to achieve such a feat as for reaching the city-state levels. Not many large guilds would rise so high within their lifetimes. This was because promotion to the city-state level required a guild to complete a large-scale promotion quest in addition to earning enough prestige. This promotion quest was despairingly difficult. In the past, only a small number of second-rate guilds had completed the quest. Yet a guild only needed 3 advance promotion orders to become a city-state level guild. As for kingdom level, only a small number of first-rate guilds had reached that rank in the past. However, Sherfong didn't have the time to search for more advanced 4-star guild promotion orders. Most importantly, he didn't have a clear idea of where to obtain them. Even if he knew that world bosses dropped them, he wasn't strong enough to hunt those bosses yet. He had only slain the Flame Demon King thanks to his quest. If he tried to raid a mythic ranked world boss, he'd only be asking for a beating. Since Lord Protector has decided the processing fees and guild residence reconstruction fees come to a total of 60,000 gold. However, due to your status, we can offer you a discount of 10,000 gold, dropping your total to 50,000 gold, the senior administrator said after making some calculations. 50,000? Doesn't a normal promotion to 4-star status only cost 12,000 gold? Sherfong had already begun to retrieve the money from his bag, but after hearing the total cost, he froze with shock. As you are using the advanced 4-star guild promotion order, the promotion will require more work than usual. We also have to notify the various cities' nobles and announce the officialization of the Zero Wing Guild. Hence, the procedural fees are slightly higher, the senior administrator said. How fraudulent. The senior administrator's statement rendered Sherfong speechless. However, when he thought about how Zero Wing would instantly become a town-level guild, he considered the cost relatively low. This was basically spending money to save time. Following which, he obediently took out 50,000 gold and handed it to the NPC. While he had seen to his quest, Phoenix Rain and Unyielding Heart had paid off the materials they had purchased, earning him another 120,000 gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford the promotion fees. Once the NPC confirmed Sherfeng's payment, a series of system notifications reached Sherfeng's ears. Chapter 1856 Shock. Chapter 1856 Shock. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming Star Moon Kingdom's first 4-star guild, rewarding 1 set of intermediate guild defensive magic arrays, 3,000 gold in guild funds, and 50,000 guild popularity. Guild emblem upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to own a 4-star guild residence, rewarding 100 Adventurers Association prestige and 20,000 guild popularity. Guild battle flag upgraded to bronze rank. Upon hearing the system announcements, Star Moon Kingdom's players couldn't help but gasp. I'm not hearing things, am I? Zero Wing actually became a 4-star guild? Zero Wing is amazing. I haven't even heard of a 3-star super guild. Yet, Zero Wing has already been promoted to a 4-star guild. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. I've heard that joining a 3-star guild will help new players quickly become elites. The Bronze Guild emblem even increases the buffs when you're in a party with other guild members. A 3-star guild receives more high-ranked quests than a 2-star guild, too. What kind of benefits will a 4-star guild enjoy? I don't know, but the benefits are definitely going to be better. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild emblem has been upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank. The buffs the emblem provides will be much stronger. Maybe I should try my luck with joining Zero Wing. As expected of Zero Wing, Blackwater has just declared war on the guild. Yet Zero Wing has retaliated with such power. Blackwater will likely find Zero Wing a difficult opponent. There's no doubt about that. I just received some insider information from a friend of mine. He just got his Mysterious Iron guild emblem from the guild residence, and he says it's much stronger than before. The bronze emblem only provides 3% more HP and 1% more attack power, but the Mysterious Iron version provides up to 2% to all basic attributes, attack power, defense, and EXP gain. As long as 6 or more guild members are within 150 yards, players will enjoy the maximum buff. There's no need to be in the same party. Right. There's also the bronze ranked guild battle flag. That's basically a treasure for raiding dungeons. As long as you purchase it, you can plant it in a dungeon, and all guild members within 200 yards will receive a 10% increase to all attributes for 5 minutes. After seeing the system announcements, Star Moon Kingdom's independent players engaged in a heated discussion on the official forums. Many players had abandoned the thought of joining Zero Wing after Blackwater's declaration of war. But now that Zero Wing was a 4-star guild, it offered even better benefits. When these independent players learned about these benefits, they began to reconsider their positions. Zero Wing's new benefits were simply too tempting, especially the guild emblem. Previously, the Bronze Guild emblem had offered free teleportation between guild residences and increased attributes when in a party with other guild members. Not only did the Bronze Guild emblem save Zero Wing's members money, but it also made it easier to grind monsters. Now that the guild emblem had been upgraded to Mysterious Iron rank, its effects had more than doubled. Moreover, the guild now had access to the Bronze Guild battle flag. With the battle flag's help, Zero Wing's members would have a much easier time with dungeon bosses. After all, not every player in the game had the opportunity to learn a berserk skill. Meanwhile, The guild battle flags buff was akin to a mini berserk skill for the entire team. Meanwhile, the various major powers soon learned of Zero Wing's latest promotion. So, this is what Black Flame was talking about. Phoenix Rain could not help but shake her head and smile as she read the latest report regarding Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing hasn't changed. It is always full of surprises. Big Sis Rain, I wish I could see the expressions of Blackwater and Nine Dragons Emperor's people when they hear about this, Blue Phoenix said, giggling. Even she was tempted by the benefits a 4-star guild enjoyed, not to mention independent players. She could already imagine the massive crowd that would form outside of Zero Wing's guild residences. Zero Wing would definitely increase its strength in a short time. Moreover, with the mysterious Iron Guild emblem and Bronze Guild battle flag, she could already foresee Zero Wing's members improving significantly in a short time. After all, both items would drastically reduce the difficulty of raiding team dungeons. Players that had struggled to increase their attributes could now raid these dungeons, acquiring better weapons and equipment. These players could then use these weapons and equipment to raid team dungeons of greater difficulty and acquire even better items, creating an endless cycle. Black Flame's latest trump card is certainly impressive. With the benefits of a 4-star guild hastening its development, Zero Wing has a chance in a war of attrition against Blackwater in the Orc Empire. As more time passes, Zero Wing will also be able to include more members in the fight. On the other hand, Blackwater severely lacks manpower, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. She hadn't actually thought that Sherfong was capable of such a move. It was no wonder why the man had rejected her offer for reinforcements. Orc Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress. After the Crimson Flame Fortress had opened to the public, a large number of players had gathered there, seeking the Orc capital city's treasures. The fortress's player population was even more frightening than Silverwing Town's. However, while the town was quite lively, the meeting room in the castle was not. Vice Guild Leader, according to our investigation, many experts from the neighboring kingdoms have begun to consider visiting Starmoon Kingdom to join Zero Wing due to its promotion to a 4-star guild, Falling Fire said, reading the report in his hands with a grim expression. All 20-plus guild upper echelons inside the meeting room were deathly silent as they looked at the woman in the seat of honor. The woman had long, light red hair draped over her shoulders, and she wore a suit of sacred crimson armor. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 and radiated a majestic charm. However, when everyone present looked at this charming beauty, fear and cowardice overwhelmed them, clear on their faces. Even Falling Fire, who was responsible for Blackwater's forces in the Orc Empire, only engaged this woman with trepidation. Their reaction was not because she was a level 57, Tier 2 shield warrior. Rather, it was due to her identity as one of Blackwater's Vice Guild leaders and her title as the Iron Valkyrie, granted by the Secret Pavilion. Xuanwu Sha. Despite her age, Xuanwu Sha had become a master-level expert in the Blackwater Corporation's dojo. She was also one of the corporation's heirs. After joining God's domain, she had displayed monstrous talent. First, she had defeated over 50 experts on the God's Domain experts list. Then, she had challenged several old monsters from the various super guilds before leading Blackwater's forces to dominate the Iron Empire, relying on her vicious tactics until she secured the guild's position as the Empire's overlord. Now, to secure Blackwater's hold of the Orc Empire, she had arrived to oversee the guild's development personally. She was also responsible for the plan to target Zero Wing. Good. Then, can anyone here tell me why we only learned about Zero Wing's promotion after the fact? Xuanwu Sha asked softly as she swept her gaze over the people before her. Chapter 1857, Airport. Chapter 1857, Airport. The atmosphere inside the quiet meeting room became even tenser at Xuanwu Chish's question. After the silence continued for some time, a young man, who was a level 56, Tier 2 assassin, stood up. Vice Guild Leader, my subordinates did not do their job properly and failed to notice Zero Wing's actions in time. Afterward, I'll have them transferred. No, I'll send them packing right away. The assassin youth said nervously. Blackwater has no need for incompetent people. When everyone present heard the intelligence team leader's decision, they did not express any opinions about it, neither did they feel surprised by it. After all, the vice guild leader before them was extremely vicious in her actions. Moreover, her viciousness wasn't limited to her enemies but extended to her allies as well. Xuanwu Qisha did not tolerate mistakes from her subordinates. A subordinate that slipped up would incur terrifying consequences. Not to mention, Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild was a huge incident, yet the intelligence team spying on Zero Wing had actually failed to get any hint of it. Well said. Xuanwu Qisha smiled, clapping her hands as she walked up to the assassin youth. In that case, you can also get lost now. Following Xuanwu Qisha's words, everyone in the room received a notification that the assassin youth had been expelled from the guild and was no longer a member of Blackwater. Vice Guild Leader. When the assassin youth saw the expulsion notice, he turned to Xuanwu Qisha in shock. He had never thought that she would actually remove a managerial figure like himself just like that. Just as the assassin youth was about to say something more, Xuanwu Qisha suddenly unsheathed the sword hanging from her waist and sent a dark purple arc cutting at him. Before the assassin youth could even react, his vision started darkening. A moment later, the assassin youth's body collapsed to the ground and multiple weapons and equipment dropped beside his body. After the assassin youth died, his corpse slowly disintegrated, transforming into dark purple smoke. The smoke then flowed into Xuanwu Qisha's sword. Everyone inside the room could faintly hear agonizing screams coming from the purple smoke. Suddenly, fear permeated the entire room. Everyone present looked at Xuanwu Qisha with a dumbfounded expression. The assassin youth, named Grey Blade, was the vice commander of the Empire Branch Guild's main force. At the same time, he was the head of the Branch Guild's intelligence department. Despite his high position, Xuanwu Qisha had actually expelled him after just a few words. She had even killed Grey Blade without hesitation. This situation evoked an unprecedented fear in everyone. They could tell that Grey Blade had not died an ordinary death. Otherwise, the assassin youth wouldn't have dropped over half of the weapons and equipment he wielded and let loose such soul-piercing cries. He also definitely did not lose just one level. Once Grey Blade resurrected, his account would most likely be crippled. After Xuanwu Qisha sheathed the glowing purple sword she wielded, no one inside the meeting room dared to look at her in the eye. Everyone simply lowered their heads and fixed their eyes on the floor, deeply afraid of becoming the next Grey Blade. Snow Scar, you'll take over his job from now on. I believe you won't disappoint me, right? Xuanwu Qisha said as she looked toward a cloaked and thin level 56, Tier 2 berserker standing by the entrance of the room. Vice Guild Leader, please rest assured. The Heavenly Eagle Legion I lead definitely will not disappoint you. The berserker addressed as Snow Scar said respectfully as he lowered the hood of his black cloak. Upon hearing the name Snow Scar, everyone present turned automatically to look at the berserker. When they saw the man's appearance, they could not help but gape in shock. Snow Scar? Isn't he the #1 berserker of the super first-rate guild Puzzled Star? Falling Fire was also surprised when he saw Snow Scar. Everyone present was no stranger to this name. Puzzled Star was a super first-rate guild that had contended against Blackwater over the Iron Empire. Meanwhile, among Puzzled Star's forces, the berserker named Snow Scar had given Blackwater plenty of headaches. Yet now, Snow Scar had actually joined Blackwater. Moreover, he had even become one of Xuanwu Qisha's direct subordinates. This revelation was simply too shocking. Since Zero Wing plans on using the benefits of a 4-star guild to fight a war of attrition with us, let's play along with them Xuanwuqisha said as she eyed the map of the Or Empire displayed at the center of the meeting table. When she looked at the terrain around Silverwing City, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The Iron Empire has become very boring lately, now that no more enemies remain there. Hopefully, Zero Wing can bring me some entertainment. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Due to Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild, the guild residence in White River City had gotten upgraded into a 4-star residence. The new guild residence was much more majestic than before. The guild hall was now a massive 9-story tall building. Not only were there more private rooms available, but even the first-floor lobby had undergone significant changes. Now, aside from the counter that issued high-ranking quests, there was also a counter operated by the Adventurers Association inside the lobby. This counter allowed players to pick up high-ranking quests that were normally out of reach. Meanwhile, these quests could help Tier 2 players not only quickly raise their reputation in the Adventurers Association, but also acquire tons of EXP and remuneration. Guild Leader. Thus far, the number of applicants for the guild test has increased by 50%. Many of our guild's experts have also started forming teams with elite members to raid level 50 team dungeons. I believe it won't be long before our guild elites have level 50 secret silver equipment as well, Aqua Rose reported excitedly. Then we'll be able to dispatch large numbers of well-equipped elite and expert members to Silverwing Town and show Blackwater and those dark players who's boss. Although mainstream players had already reached level 50, due to the sharp decrease in drop rate for level 50 weapons and equipment, players weren't particularly well equipped right now. Let alone elite players, even level 50-plus expert players currently had only a few pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment on them. Excellent. Since so many people in the guild wish to raid level 50 team dungeons, let them prioritize raiding these team dungeons, Shifeng said as he pointed out a few level 50 team dungeons in Starmoon Kingdom. Although these team dungeons did not drop the best weapons, equipment, and materials, there were sources of fire essence stones, ice crystal water, and Titan Oregon. These 3 materials were extremely rare and were very difficult to acquire from the market. However, they were also the main materials necessary for the Hell Tank. Currently, due to Zero Wing's promotion to 4-star guild, the guild's fame had skyrocketed, and the guild's growth potential had risen considerably. As a result of this change, however, the guild had also earned the attention of many superpowers. Originally, he had planned on directly taking control of the secret stone fortress. However, if he did so now, the consequences would be extremely severe. The various superpowers coveting the fortress would definitely go crazy over the matter. Hence, what he needed to do right now wasn't to take control of the secret stone fortress, but to boost the guild's combat power. Meanwhile, the simplest way to do so was to expand the guild's arsenal of war weapons. Currently, he had 2 new war weapons he could make. One was the Guardian Puppet, while the other was the Hell Tank. He had just acquired the Philosopher's Hand, and it would take Melancholic Smile some time to select trustworthy advanced lifestyle players. Nurturing these advanced lifestyle players into masters would also take quite a lot of time. The production of the Guardian Puppet required too many masters. It simply wasn't feasible to nurture the necessary masters within the amount of time remaining to take control of the secret stone fortress. Hence, the only option he had left was the Hell Tank. With sufficient Hell Tanks, although these wouldn't allow Zero Wing's members to roam the Or Empire uncontested, defending the secret stone fortress should not be a problem. I understand. I'll have our guild members focus on raiding these dungeons, Aqua Rose said, nodding. She then started making the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, after Shifeng was done assigning tasks, he went to White River City's teleportation hall and teleported to Starmoon City, then headed to the capital's city hall. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? An NPC senior administrator greeted Shifeng as soon as he entered the building. Hello, I wish to construct an airport linked to Starmoon City in Silverwing Town. Here is my airport's construction certificate, Sherfong replied as he retrieved an ancient parchment from his bag. Chapter 1858, Medium Airship. Chapter 1858, Medium Airship. After the senior administrator verified the airport building order's authenticity, he presented a list of airport designs for Sherfong to choose from. Unlike other advanced constructions, players only needed an airport building order to construct an airport. The airport size would depend on the player's budget. Players had 3 sizes to choose from: small, medium, and large. The larger an airport was, the more airship docks it would have. Moreover, the system would allocate higher quality airships. How expensive? As Sherfong examined the various airports' prices, he felt like a poor bastard. The cheapest airport on the list the senior administrator had provided cost 50,000 gold to construct, whereas the most expensive small airport cost 150,000 gold. Needless to say, the medium and large airports cost even more. Although he had known the minimum price for constructing a small airport, he hadn't expected such a large price disparity between the cheapest and most expensive small airports available. Of course, the most expensive small airport was worth every coin. The 50,000 gold airport looked shabby next to the 150,000 gold option. The 50,000 gold airport only had 4 small docks, which were only available to ordinary small airships. The 150,000 gold option had 6 small docks, and all 6 housed small bronze airships. Not only were small bronze airships 30% faster than ordinary small airships, but their load capacity was also 50% higher. The profits a small bronze airship could generate was more than double that of an ordinary small airship. However, after deducting the promotion fees he had paid earlier, he only had a little over 90,000 gold on hand. It was obviously not possible to construct the best small airport available right now. Moreover, if he wished to become the Secret Stone Fortress's advanced manager, he needed to fork over another 60,000 gold. He still had 2 days left before he had to pay the 60,000 gold for the Secret Stone Fortress. Although he could earn a lot of money through the guild's territories and selling the rare materials from the ice crystal world, he should have barely enough money for the cheapest airport and the required fees for the Secret Stone Fortress with the total profits. It seems I have no choice but to go with the cheapest option for now and rebuild a better one once I have the money to do so. Sherfong could not help his sigh as he read the list. As long as players qualified to build an airport in a town, they could build whatever kind of airport they wished. However, once an airport had been constructed, it couldn't be upgraded. If players weren't satisfied with their small airport and wanted to construct a medium airport, they'd have to remove the current construction and build the desired airport from scratch. In other words, players would have to pay the full price for a medium airport, rather than the price difference. This was why even super guilds didn't dare to expand their airports casually. Lord Protector, as you are the first heaven-blessed individual in Starmoon Kingdom to construct an airport, we have 2 additional small airport models and 1 medium airport model we can offer. May I know if you are interested in seeing them? The senior administrator asked, smiling at Sherfong, who was deep in thought. Let me take a look. Sherfang's eyes glowed with interest when he heard the NPC's offer. This additional recommendation was the equivalent of a bonus reward. Naturally, he wouldn't ignore the potential opportunity. The senior administrator then retrieved a second list, handing it to Sherfong. Although the list only had 1 page, listing only 3 airport variations, descriptions covered the page. Only a fraction of the descriptions included simple introductions, while rules and regulations took up the majority of the page. Model 024, Small Airport. Price, 150,000 gold. Has 5 small docks, each equipped with a small bronze airship. Has 1 medium dock, equipped with a medium bronze airship. Installment plan, down payment of 60,000 gold and pay an additional 200,000 gold within 1 month. If payment is not completed within that time, the airport will be repossessed. Model 039, small airport. Price, 180,000 gold. Has 6 small docks, each equipped with a small bronze airship. Has 1 medium dock, equipped with a medium bronze airship. Installment plan, down payment of 80,000 gold and pay an additional 240,000 gold within 1 month. If payment is not completed within that time, the airport will be repossessed. Shi Feng couldn't ignore the temptation of these 2 models. Not only could he pay in installments, but the small airports even had a medium dock and a medium bronze airship. Normally, this benefit was only included with medium airports. A medium airship wasn't just larger than a small airship. It also allowed NPC merchants to transport large and special cargo that small airships couldn't handle. As for the medium airport the NPC recommended, Shi Feng had instinctively ignored it. 500,000 gold was more than enough of a reason to pass the option by. Lord Protector, are you satisfied with the airports listed? The senior administrator asked. If you cannot decide or lack sufficient funds, we can reserve these 3 options for you for 3 days. No need. I'll go with Model 024, Shi Feng said without hesitation. He definitely couldn't afford the medium airport, even if he bankrupted himself. As for Model 039, he would have chosen it if he could have. After all, it only costs an additional 30,000 gold, or a total of 60,000 if he chose the installment plan, for an additional small dock and small bronze airship. However, if he paid the 80,000 down payment, he would have a very difficult time collecting the 60,000 gold required to claim the secret stone fortress. Hence, he had chosen Model 024. Although paying the remaining 200,000 gold within 1 month would be a little troublesome, with Zero Wing's current development rate, it wasn't entirely impossible. Moreover, with an additional medium dock and medium bronze airship, his airport would likely generate enough income to cover a significant portion of his debt. Furthermore, the airport's construction would increase the income from Silverwing Town's other facilities. Lord Protector, the Model 024 you have chosen comes to 150,000 gold. Would you like to issue a one-time payment or pay in installments? The senior administrator asked respectfully. I'll pay in installments, Shi Feng said. He then retrieved 60,000 gold from his bag, leaving him with just a little over 30,000 gold. All right. Once the senior administrator confirmed the payment, he explained, I have received the 60,000 gold. I will soon send people to Silverwing Town to start the construction. The airport will take 2 natural days to complete. If you wish it, you can reduce the construction time to 1 natural day by paying an additional 6,000 gold. Just build it normally, Shi Feng replied. Building an airport required a lot of time, which he knew. That was also why he had chosen to construct the airport now. If he completed the airport a day before schedule, it would do more harm than good. Once Shi Feng finished with the airport selection, he returned to White River City's candlelight trading firm. He had to set aside his original plan of helping Cola and Alluring Summer level up, sending the 2 to Beslow Hills, a neutral map near Star Moon Kingdom, once they had formed a 6-man party instead. The Beslow Hills was a level 70 neutral map and home to the undead. Although the monsters there were roughly as strong as the monsters in the Flame Demon's Valley, the party would face far less danger than in the valley. Moreover, undead generally had below average HP. With Cola's current equipment, he'd be able to resist the undead army in the area. His 5 party members would simply need to consume holy light potions, converting their attacks into light type. Light type attacks dealt double damage to undead, which would significantly increase the party's grinding speed. Many of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds had used this method to power level new, low-level members in the past. The only downside to this was that undead monsters were very poor. Even after killing an army of several hundred undead, One wouldn't earn enough money to cover the cost of a single holy light potion. After making the necessary arrangements for cola and alluring summer's leveling, Feng returned to his special forging room in the candlelight trading firm. He then took the subclass dark gold design from his bag. Anticipation flashed in Feng's eyes as he gazed at the blank parchment before him. He then pulled the Hell Tank designal from his bag. The Hell Tank required multiple subclasses to craft its various components. The Forger subclass was only one of them. Among the parts the Forger subclass had to craft, the most important were the power source and the sturdy outer shell. As an intermediate tank, both were fine gold rank. If he could upgrade one of them to dark gold rank, it would definitely improve the overall Hell Tank. With his current forging standards, modifying the Hell Tank's power source or outer shell would be impossible. Not even an advanced master forger was guaranteed to accomplish the task. However, the subclass dark gold design before him could forcefully modify and upgrade a low-rank design to dark gold rank, making them possible. Of course, he had never actually heard of anyone achieving the feat, so he wasn't sure if it was possible. But if he succeeded, the Hell Tank would become far more powerful. Improving the outer shell will only increase the tank's defense and durability, but the tank's offensive abilities are more important. Let's go with the power source. After examining the Hell Tank design before him for some time, Feng decided to upgrade the tank's power source. Feng activated the subclass Dark Gold design and designated the Hell Tank's power source design as the target. A loading bar then appeared as the system analyzed and modified the design. Please succeed. Feng silently prayed as he watched the loading bar slowly fill. TL notes. Hell Tank changed Hell Chariot from Chapter 1771 Hell Tank. Chapter 1859 Improved Power Source. Chapter 1859 Improved Power Source. As the light blue loading bar filled, the analysis began to take more time to complete. Once the analysis reached 90% completion, each subsequent percentage took over a dozen seconds. Don't tell me it's going to fail. Feng couldn't help his growing nerves as he watched the loading bar. Blank subclass designs generally had a 100% modification success rate, but as far as he knew, no one had ever tried to modify parts of a design. The subclass design was a one-time use item, vanishing regardless of whether the modification succeeded or not. Nobody would take the risk of losing an opportunity to upgrade their subclass to the next rank. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the modification finished, and Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations! You have modified the Hell Tank's power source and acquired the Dark Gold Ranked Hell Tank power source design. System, congratulations! You have created the Dark Gold Ranked Hell Tank power source design. Wonderful! Feng was ecstatic as he watched words and diagrams appear on the blank parchment before him. Now that he had created a new Dark Gold item, he only needed to accumulate 100,000 forging proficiency points to become an intermediate master forger. Following which, Feng eagerly clicked to inspect the Dark Gold power source design. The upgrade would improve the power source's transfer of energy throughout the Hell Tank. Not only would this increase the Hell Tank's movement speed, but it would also increase the power of the tank's cannons. Amazing! It's so much stronger after the modification. Feng was astonished as he inspected the upgraded power source. At the fine gold rank, the power source could supply anywhere from 200 to 300 units of energy per second. This energy would power the Hell Tank's movement, defenses, and attacks. After its upgrade to dark gold rank, the power source could generate between 320 and 400 units of energy per second. In terms of performance, the power source had improved by more than 30%. Moreover, the new power source's energy output was far more stable. Now, the Hell Tank's dark gold power source could rival the power source of an advanced tank. Although advanced tanks' power sources were also dark gold rank, they required far more precious materials to construct the required materials for the Hell tank's modified power source. On the other hand, hadn't changed. Only, the design now required a higher quantity of materials. The fact that it could rival an advanced tank's power source was amazing. The various empires commanded advanced tanks to combat mythic monsters. These war weapons weren't available to players. Guild leader, I've already collected all the materials you've requested in Blackwing City. Abyss and the others have also returned from Ocean Viewing Town. Melancholic Smile reported joyfully as she entered Shurfeng's forging room. Should I bring them to you? Send them here, Shurfeng said, nodding. Now that he had completed the modifications, he could start the Hell tank's production. With Titan City and Burning Abyss's tutelage, the Candlelight trading firm had gained 2 more master engineers, bringing the total to 3, the minimum required to craft the Hell tank. Although Shurfeng wasn't an intermediate master forger yet, with the Philosopher's Hand he could perform like one. In addition, he had a much higher success rate when forging the power source than ordinary intermediate master forgers, since he had created the upgraded power source. A short moment later, Burning Abyss and the 2 other master engineers stepped into Shurfeng's special forging room. Despite these 3-player status as master engineers, they still looked at Shurfeng with nervous and excited energy. Anywhere else, even a first-rate guild leader would have to treat them with respect due to their identities as master engineers. However, as employees of the Candlelight trading firm, they knew their place in the trading firm. Master lifestyle players might be good, but they were not irreplaceable. With the Candlelight trading firm's strength, it would have no issues nurturing more masters in the future. They were proof of this. Guild leader, do you need us for something? Burning Abyss asked. I've asked you here today to help me produce an item. However, before we do, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement, Shurfeng told Burning Abyss's group of 3. If any of you don't wish to do so, I won't force you. I'll just find someone else to replace you later. If there are no problems, the contracts are on the table. Burning Abyss and his companions revealed confused expressions. Before they had become master engineers, they had signed Candlelight's core member contract, which was already quite strict. Logically, there should be no need to sign an additional confidentiality agreement. Although these 3 were curious, they didn't hesitate to sign the new contract Shurfeng had presented. Good. Since you've signed the contract, take a look at this, Shurfeng said as he revealed the Hell chariot design to the 3 master engineers. If you don't have any issues with it, you may begin production right away. When the 3 master engineers saw the design, they were dazed. Amazing! This is an intermediate tank. Burning Abyss's eyes glowed with excitement as Head read the Hell tank's introduction. The other 2 master engineers couldn't tear themselves away from the design after seeing it, and they wanted nothing more than to test their skills on the Hell tank's production. Although they had learned a lot while producing speedboats, the knowledge they had gained was a drop in the ocean compared to what they would learn as they crafted this intermediate tank. If they grasped the Hell tank's production method, it could even help promote them to intermediate masters. Guild leader, we don't have any problems with the engineering aspects of this design, but some of its components will require an intermediate master forger, Burning Abyss said awkwardly. Don't worry about that. I'll send the components to you soon, Shurfeng said. Shurfeng's decisive, confident reply stunned the 3 engineers. Has the guild leader already been promoted to intermediate master forger? This thought popped into the master engineers' minds. They couldn't think of any other explanation for how Shurfeng would acquire the required components. An intermediate master. They had only become basic masters after a long struggle, and even now they had no idea how to become intermediate masters. They didn't even know if they could reach the intermediate master rank, yet Shurfeng had just hinted that he had already become one. All right, you guys should get to work on the basic components. I'll have the forging components sent over soon. Naturally, Shifeng knew what these three were thinking, but he didn't bother to refute their assumptions. Although he wasn't an official intermediate master, he wasn't far from becoming one. After all, he only lacked sufficient proficiency points. He could easily deal with that by investing time into forging items. Following which, Burning Abyss and the others went to another special workshop and started to craft the necessary basic components. As for Shifeng, he activated the Philosopher's Hand's Philosopher's Soul. He then began to refine the Titan ore and the various other materials Melancholic Smile had delivered. After 8 straight hours of work, Shifeng had finally crafted all of the Hell Tank's forged components. Although he had failed multiple times and wasted a lot of materials, the losses were within his expectations. Burning Abyss and his engineers had long since completed their part, and once they received the forged components, the trio carefully began to piece it all together. As Shifeng watched the 3 master engineers combine the individual components and transform them into a full-fledged tank, he could not help his growing excitement. The Hell Tank was crimson and 4 times the size of a tank in the real world. The Hell Tank took up nearly half of the special forming room like some gigantic, slumbering beast. Guild leader, it's a success. We combined all of the components successfully. Burning Abyss shouted in elation as he inserted the final piece and received a notification from the system. Chapter 1860, New Hell Tank. Chapter I-860, New Hell Tank. Burning Abyss's joyful voice echoed inside the spacious and messy special workshop. When the other 2 master engineers saw the cold, pitch-black Hell Tank before them, they, too, could not help but become excited. As the makers of the Hell Tank, they knew very clearly just how amazing it was. The Hell Tank's armor was made from Titan ore, an incomparably tough material that was basically indestructible to current players. If players couldn't damage the Hell Tank's armor, then they wouldn't be able to reduce its durability either. With the frightening mana output of the Hell Tank's power source, the tank would be capable of rolling over any Tier 3 monsters in its path. As for Tier 2 players, they were no different from powerless children before the Hell Tank. The destructive power of the Hell Tank's body itself was already plenty troublesome to players. What more the firepower the Hell Tank possessed. When they thought about fielding the Hell Tank in combat in the future, they could easily imagine the Hell Tank's destructive power instilling fear into their enemies. They really wished they could put the Hell Tank to use right away. Excellent. Shifeng also could not help a little excitement as he looked at the completed Hell Tank. Burning Abyss and the other 2 only understood that the Hell Tank was a very powerful weapon. However, they failed to appreciate what an intermediate tank represented, never having witnessed how frightening an existence an intermediate tank was when used against players out in the fields. Even a 100-man, Tier 2 expert team would be helpless against a fully armed intermediate tank. There would only be one outcome: death. The powerful armor of an intermediate tank was not something that Tier 2 skills and spells could destroy. Only Tier 3 attacks stood a chance of damaging an intermediate tank slightly. Hence, for Tier 2 players, going up against an intermediate tank would be akin to raiding an invincible monster. However, the immunity to Tier 2 attacks and below still wasn't the most amazing aspect of an intermediate tank. The crucial detail about an intermediate tank was its speed and power. If one had an intermediate tank, one could basically move unhindered, so long as one did not come across Tier 3 or above players and monsters or players that wielded war weapons. After verifying that the production was a success, Shifeng arrived before the Hell Tank and stored it inside his epic ranked spatial bag. This scene stupefied Burning Abyss and his fellow master engineers. The Hell Tank wasn't an item that could be stored whole in a player's bag space. If players wished to store it there, they would have to disassemble it first into smaller parts, because not only did the Hell Tank occupy too many bag space slots, but its weight was also extraordinary. Normally, several players would be required to lug it around. Currently, Even the most expensive 1,000 slot bag sold on the market could hold only 1/10 of the Hell tank. If one wanted to store the entire Hell tank in a single bag, said bag would need a capacity of 10,000 slots. However, this was still not the most crucial point. The deciding factor was the weight. Carrying a Hell tank required at least 5 strength-focused Tier 2 players. Nevertheless, Shifeng had actually stored the entire Hell tank all by himself. What Burning Abyss and the other two did not know was that epic-ranked spatial bags existed in God's domain. Take Shifeng's spatial bag, for example. Not only could it store 12,000 slots worth of items, but it also had a built-in warehouse that allowed the storage of non-bag space items. In addition, items stored inside the spatial bag wouldn't add to the load of players. Hence, Shifeng was able to store the Hell tank without problems. After collecting the Hell tank, Shifeng had to inspect its attributes. As the Hell tank was a war weapon, its attribute panel could not be inspected while it was present in the outside world. At most, one would see only its name when inspecting it. Only after storing it in a bag space could one inspect it. Hell tank, intermediate tank equipped with a dark gold rank power source. Maximum capacity. 20 people increases movement speed by 210%. Possesses upper rank tier 2 defensive capabilities. Durability 400 additional skill 1 dash. Magic shield. Constructs a tier 3 magic barrier that can absorb up to a maximum of 3 million damage for 24 minutes. Each use costs 18 magic crystals. Cooldown 10 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Hell cannon 1,700 yard range. Deals a devastating blow at the tier 3 standard to a 35-yard radius. Each use costs 90 magic crystals. Cooldown 14 seconds. Additional skill 3 dash. Flame spears. Creates 14 flame spears. Each flame spear carries power at the peak of tier 2 and has a 150-yard attack range. Cooldown 7 seconds. It's improved by so much? Shifeng hid his astonishment as he looked at the attributes of the Hell tank. The original Hell tank was already top tier among intermediate tanks. However, upgrading its power source to dark gold rank had improved it significantly in every aspect. Not only did the higher mana output bring a 30% increase to its movement speed, but it also amplified the magic runes carved on the Hell tank's armor, boosting the Hell tank's defensive capabilities from Tier 2 to upper rank Tier 2. With this, even Tier 3 attacks would barely damage the Hell tank. Aside from that, the upgraded power source had also strengthened the Hell tank's firepower slightly and reduced its energy consumption somewhat. Overall, the Hell tank's combat power had improved by at least 40%. Although it still wasn't comparable to an advanced tank, it also far superior to an ordinary intermediate tank. Guild leader, now that we've completed the first Hell tank, may we start production on the second one? Burning Abyss asked carefully as he looked at the silent Shifeng. He was already captivated with the Hell tank at this point. The engineering techniques involved in the Hell tank's production were superior to the production techniques for the ships he had made thus far. One could say that tanks were his current romance. Right now, all he wanted to do was mass-produce the Hell tank and research the theories behind its production so that he could create his own tank in the future. However, the materials required to produce the Hell tank were simply too staggering. Just the engineering materials needed were already extremely difficult to acquire, not to mention the forging materials. Without permission from the guild, the Hell tank was not something he could produce as he wished. Of course, currently, what you all need to do is produce the Hell tank's engineering components from the materials on hand. If you run out, you can ask Melancholic for some more. I'll also try to have the forging components delivered to you as soon as possible, Shifeng replied, nodding. After seeing the Hell tank's strength, he was even more certain of its necessity. Although Melancholic Smile had collected barely enough materials for 3 or 4 hell tanks, which would be hardly sufficient to accomplish anything major, he had already mobilized the entire guild's power to collect the necessary main materials. It wouldn't be long before they acquired more Titan Oregon. Upon hearing Shifeng's command, the 3 master engineers grew even more excited. Without hesitation, they rushed back to their respective workstations and resumed producing the engineering components. As for Shifeng, he returned to his special forging room and crafted the forging components. He wanted to fabricate as many hell tanks as possible before the airport's completion. Like so, 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zero Wings members were continuously raiding the dungeons. Shifeng specified and collected a large amount of Titan Oregon, including the other rare materials, Melancholic Smile, sourced from other kingdoms and empires, which were integral to the hell tanks' production. Shifeng and the others had managed to build 5 more hell tanks. Now, a total of 6 hell tanks were sitting inside the Candlelight trading firm's underground warehouse. Looking at the 6 hell tanks, Shifeng found them to be a spectacle to behold. Shifeng's forging proficiency had also increased rapidly during this period. Including the proficiency points the system awarded him before, he had over 70,000 forging proficiency points accumulated. He now needed just a little over 20,000 points to officially reach the intermediate master rank. As Shifeng was considering producing the components for the 7th hell tank, he suddenly received a system notification. System: the construction of Silverwing Town's airport is completed. Please check and ratify the construction work. Chapter 1861. Airport opening times up already? Chapter 1861. Airport opening times up already. After reading the system notification, Shifeng promptly stopped his work, contacted Cream Cocoa, and instructed her to take his place. He had worked constantly over the past 2 days to produce the hell tank. He had also used the Philosopher's Hand to help Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile forge the hell tank's components. After all, he was Zero Wings guild leader. He didn't have a lot of spare time to commit to the hell tank. Now that the 2 women had become basic master forgers, the Philosopher's Hand could help them perform as intermediate master forgers as well. As the 2 women forged more components, their forging standards improved. Likewise, their production success rate increased. Although they weren't nearly as skilled as Shifeng when crafting the hell tank's upgraded power source, their success range was tolerable. With this, Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa could work on the hell tank's forged components as long as they had materials, even if he wasn't around. When hell tanks were used on a battlefield, they weren't very effective unless an army had a certain number of them. However, once they had a sufficient force, players wouldn't be able to compare to their destructive power. Hence, production of the hell tanks must continue without pause. Moreover, once she used and familiarized herself with the Philosopher's Hand, Melancholic Smile could use the alchemy treasure effectively to nurture Candlelight's advanced lifestyle players. With it, she could gauge which players would quickly reach master rank. This, in turn, would increase Candlelight's strength far more quickly. After passing his work off to Cream Cocoa, Shifeng used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Silverwing Town, or Empire, Silverwing Town. As Shifeng walked through the streets, he could see that the town's player population had significantly decreased. The previously crowded main street alone had lost over half of its players. A strange depression had descended on the town. It was nowhere near as lively as it had been. Sure enough, the Crimson Flame Fortress's allure to elite and expert players is quite strong. With a glance at the streets, Shifeng noticed that the majority of these players were ordinary players. Very few were elites or experts. The Crimson Flame Fortress definitely couldn't compete with Silverwing Town in terms of facilities, but it could teleport players to various locations near the Ore capital city while evading the Ore army's strict patrol. It was a fatal attraction for elite and expert players, since this allowed them to reach the Azura mode regional dungeon with far more ease. In contrast, although Silverwing Town was very close to the primordial divine ruin, a limited number of players were allowed to enter the ruin at any one time. Meanwhile, the various large guilds and superpowers monopolized the entry slots. Independent players had no chance of entering the ruin. It was natural that these players wanted to head towards the capital city in search of treasure and EXP. After all, every player wanted to grow stronger and get rich overnight. The capital city provided a golden opportunity. Even if players failed to find amazing treasure, they could acquire enough magic crystals in the regional dungeon to earn a small fortune, selling them to the various large guilds in bulk. Although the various team dungeons had a chance of dropping magic crystals, they didn't drop many and the drop rate was painfully low. In contrast, even the capital city's level 50+ Lord ranked monsters had a considerably high drop rate, and these Lord ranked monsters were common in the regional dungeon. Damn the Blackwater Guild. They've gone too far. We're not even Zero Wing members. We're just here for a few Silverwing Town transportation quests. Yet they treat us like Zero Wing members, annihilating our team without a second thought. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Blackwater's members and the Dark players have stated that from tomorrow on, any player that wants to complete a transportation quest in Silverwing Town will have to pay a protection fee. Otherwise, they won't guarantee our safety during our quest. Surviving in Silverwing Town had become too difficult. I'm thinking of heading to the capital city and be done with it. This is Zero Wing's territory. Isn't the guild going to do anything about this? Does Zero Wing even have the leeway to? Right now, Zero Wing's teams are constantly fighting Blackwater's members and the Dark players. There have already been several hundred skirmishes within Silverwing Town's vicinity. However, Blackwater is simply too ruthless. It used its point system to attract large numbers of elite and expert players to fight for it. Now, Blackwater's forces outnumber Zero Wing by many times. Zero Wing just doesn't have enough manpower to protect every corner of its territory. I've heard that Zero Wing has suffered more than 20,000 casualties already. Where would Zero Wing find the time and manpower to deal with the highway robberies? I've also heard that Aqua Rose personally led an expert legion to stop Blackwater's members in order to protect its territory. In the end, nearly half of Zero Wing's main force members and more than 2,000 Zero Wing experts died in that battle. Meanwhile, Blackwater lost a little over 2,000 experts and 3,000 elites. In the end, as Blackwater had too many people, and since bounty hunters had begun to join the fight, Aqua Rose's legion was forced to retreat. Now, Zero Wing has limited its movement around the town. It seems Silverwing Town isn't hospitable anymore. Let's just try our luck in the capital city. Hearing the players leisurely chat on the street, some of the nearby independent players couldn't help their deep sigh. Silverwing Town wasn't declining because its facilities had fallen behind the times, but because of Blackwater's ruthlessness. The guild gave independent players no hope of making a living in Silverwing Town. They're targeting the town's independent players now. Sher Fong was surprised as he overheard the conversations. Has Blackwater's leader in the Empire been replaced? Guilds rarely involved independent players when they fought each other in God's domain. Not only was the act morally bankrupt, but it would also leave a bad impression of the guild. Most importantly, it would turn independent players against the guild. Yet, Blackwater ignored these consequences and attacked independent players. It had even gone as far as to charge protection fees. The vicious methods the guild employed wasn't typical of Blackwater's previous pattern. Previously, Blackwater had operated arrogantly. Although it had tried to use overwhelming power to force its opponents to submit, the guild had only pointed its blade at its enemies. The guild hadn't involved bystanders. However, Sher Fong didn't give the matter much thought as he made his way towards the new airport. Regardless of what Blackwater actions, there was one thing he could be sure of. The Guild was his enemy. Although Blackwater's new tactics were unexpected, now that the airport was complete, he could begin to take action. Very quickly, Sherfong arrived in the town's eastern outer area. Since this area didn't have any particularly important buildings, very few players normally visited this side of town. Since Silverwing Town had deteriorated, even fewer people wandered this way. However, the gigantic magic barrier that enveloped the airport was extremely eye-catching, so a few passing players had stopped to examine the massive barrier. Recently, over a dozen level 100 NPC guards had gathered at the mountain-like barrier's entrance, attracting even more attention. Lord Protector, I am the guard team's knight, Captain Fleisch. I will be responsible for guiding you once we're inside. Fleisch, a Tier 3 knight captain, respectfully introduced himself as Sherfong arrived. I'll have to trouble you then, Sherfong said, nodding, as he followed Fleisch into the magic barrier. The moment he entered the magic barrier, a luxurious, spacious airport appeared before his eyes. Icy cold, metallic airships, radiating a manufactured aura, filled the airport, which could practically rival the medium airports he remembered from his previous life. The only difference was the airport size. It was just a little smaller. Lord Protector, this is a special model small airport. It has a total of 5 small docks and 1 medium dock. Each dock comes with its own airship. The airport's operation will require 150 people and 50 people to guard it. The 5 small airships will require 25 intermediate machinists to fly, and the medium airship will require 8 advanced machinists. Once the personnel has been assigned, the airport can open to the public, Fleisch explained as he guided Sherfong through the airport. As you are a city protector, we can help recruit these people for you. However, you will have to pay a monthly employment fee of 4,000 gold. All right, let's go with that. Sherfong had, more or less, learned about airport's personnel requirements during his previous life. Finding the required staff to operate the airport was relatively easy, but finding the appropriate machinists wasn't. The machinist subclass was quite special and rare. It required one to have the engineer, forger, and magician subclasses. Ordinary players already had plenty of trouble developing one subclass, let alone 3. Moreover, one needed to know how to merge the 3 subclasses' techniques. It would take far more time to nurture a machinist than other subclasses as well. With how suddenly he had acquired the airport, he hadn't prepared for this aspect. Naturally, the fact that the system was willing to handle this issue was a welcome reprieve. Following which, Sherfong paid the 4,000 gold monthly employment fee. I have received the 4,000 gold. All staff members will arrive in 10 minutes. Once they do, we can open the airport to the public when you're ready. If there are no issues, I will take my leave, Fleisch said before turning to exit the airport. Following which, Sherfong toured the airport to pass the time. 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. System, do you wish to open the airport to the public? Chapter 1862, Situation Changes. Chapter 1862, Situation Changes. When the system alerted him of the notification, Sherfong, who stood on one of the flight platforms, noticed that NPCs had already begun their work in the airport. He then called up the airport's system interface and chose to open the airport to the public. Immediately, the pitch-black barrier that enveloped the airport began to disintegrate. As it did, it revealed a colossal building, which was over 100 meters tall and as large as a stadium that could accommodate 50,000 people. 6 airships were suspended on their flight platforms, which were located on the airport's top floor. In the blink of an eye, the airport had become the most iconic building throughout Silverwing Town. Crap, is that an airship? How is this possible? How does Silverwing Town have airships? I thought only NPCs could have them. What's going on? Zero Wing has constructed an airport in Silverwing Town? The airport's revelation shocked every player in Silverwing Town. It was difficult to ignore since the 6 airships were so eye-catching. The town's players would see these massive vessels by simply lifting their heads, especially the medium airship. It was nearly the same size as a large passenger plane in the real world. It looked like a flying battleship. As everyone discussed the airport, the sound of system notification reached their ears. Or Empire Region System announcement. Congratulations to Silverwing Town for being the first to construct an airport in the Or Empire, rewarding Silverwing Town 30,000 popularity and 1 city passage order. The system announcement repeated 3 times, confirming players' suspicions. Are you kidding me? That's really an airport. Zero Wing actually built one. Now that Silverwing Town has an airport, doesn't that mean we won't have to run all the way to visit the town anymore? We just board an airship. That's exactly what it means. What other use would an airport have? I wonder which NPC city this airport is connected to? Silverwing Town's independent players couldn't help but cheer with joy. They might not know an airport's exact purpose, but they knew that it would make travel to Silverwing Town far easier and more convenient. Instead of running from their home countries to the Or Empire, they could simply board an airship to Silverwing Town. They were incredibly excited just thinking about it. Meanwhile, when they heard the system announcement, the players grinding in the Or Empire read it with glowing, excited expressions. They had long since learned to loathe running from place to place, especially when venturing into a dangerous, neutral map like the Or Empire. Now, however, they could just hitch a ride on an airship. This new convenience would allow them to travel between the Or Empire and their home countries frequently, saving on repair fees, particularly because the repair fees in the Or Empire were unusually high. Meanwhile, a large number of Dark players fought Zero Wing's members on a gravel hill not far from Silverwing Town. However, due to the unexpected system announcement, the battling Dark players froze in shock. Big Sis Aqua, our guild leader, is simply too awesome. He actually got his hands on an airport as well. Operating in the Or Empire will be much easier now. With the airport, players that had avoided the Or Empire due to the troublesome travel can take an airship straight to Silverwing Town. As more players visit, these Dark players will have a harder time near Silverwing Town. Moreover, with so many independent players, it'll be impossible for Blackwater to continue suppressing Silverwing Town, Turtledove exclaimed as she watched the Dark players slide to a halt. Since so many Dark players had gone overboard, even Zero Wing's main force members, such as herself, had been forced to take action. Not only were there so many of these Dark players, but there were also a few extremely powerful experts among them. They moved stealthily as well, making them incredibly challenging to defeat. This had given their team a huge headache. However, with Silverwing Town's new airport, their problems could be easily solved. It wouldn't be long before the news of the airport reached the neighboring countries. The Dark players' momentum continued to increase because normal players had such difficulty visiting the Or Empire. In contrast, since the Or Empire was allied with the Dark forces, Dark players could teleport to the Or capital city directly. However, now that Silverwing Town had an airport, normal players could travel into the Or Empire with relative ease. To Dark players, this was definitely not good news. This would turn the tables on them in the Or Empire. Not only would this allow normal players to earn glory points by killing Dark players in the Or Empire, but they could also acquire the Dark players' weapons and equipment, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once the airport gained popularity and independent players flooded into the Empire, Dark players would have an even worse time in the Or Empire than they did in human kingdoms and empires. Indeed, but we can't let down our guard. Blackwater and Beast Emperor are our main enemies. Based on the latest reports, Blackwater has dispatched its capable vice guild leader, Xuanwu-Chi-Sha, to lead the fight in the Empire. Xuanwu-Chi-Sha's actions thus far have been minor tricks to wear us down. If Xuanwu-Chi-Sha takes this seriously, we'll definitely be in trouble. Aqua Rose nodded in agreement with Turtle Dove's estimation when she saw the dark players' panicked expressions, but she also offered her teammates a warning. Neither Blackwater nor Beast Emperor had taken any direct action yet. The two forces had been relying on others to do their dirty work, yet they'd forced Zero Wing into such a precarious position. Big Sis Aqua, the guild leader, has asked us to return. He says that he has something he wants to discuss with us, Flying Shadow said. I understand. Let's retreat then, Aqua Rose said. With a last glance at the scattering dark players, she gave up the idea of chasing them down and led her team back to Silverwing Town. Now that the airport had been constructed, the dark players' days were numbered. Even if Zero Wing didn't try to exterminate these pests, these dark players wouldn't dare linger near Silverwing Town. Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's residence. Zero Wing's upper echelons who had been grinding or fighting dark players near Silverwing Town promptly gathered in the residence upon receiving Shurfeng's call for a meeting. The spacious meeting room practically vibrated with activity as its occupants chatted about Silverwing Town's new airport. The more they talked about it, the more energetic they became. Their exhaustion after ceaselessly fighting had vanished. Guild leader, aside from Cola and the others that are leveling up on your orders, everyone has arrived, Aqua Rose reported to Shurfeng, who remained silent in his seat. Good. Let's begin the meeting then. Shurfeng nodded, following which Aqua Rose stood from her seat with a light cough. Immediately, the meeting room fell silent as everyone turned toward the guild leader's throne, wondering about the purpose of today's meeting. I'm sure you all know about Silverwing Town's recent development. I believe that all of you have had your hands full with the fight against the Dark Players and Blackwater's members. You should have also noticed that we have been forced to shrink our territory around Silverwing Town, Shurfeng said and gestured, calling up the Orc Empire's regional map in the center of the meeting table. However, now that the airport is complete, I've decided to expand Zero Wing's activity in the Orc Empire to increase our members' leveling speed and obtain more resources to strengthen the guild. When they heard Shurfeng's intentions, everyone in the meeting room grew excited. They had waited a long time for this moment. Because of the Dark Players and Beast Emperor's evil beasts, they had been forced to reduce their territory and activity. But now that they had solved the problem of the Dark Players, this was a good opportunity to expand. Guild leader, how far are we planning on expanding our territory? Aqua Rose asked. We're going to take the Orc Empire's entire southeastern region, Shurfeng announced, gesturing at the southeast section of the map before him. Chapter 1863, Expansion Plan. Chapter 1863, Expansion Plan. After Shurfeng was done speaking, the originally lively meeting room promptly fell silent. Everyone inside gaped in shock as they took in Shurfeng's calm expression. It was as if he considered what he had just mentioned something trifling, something that could be accomplished easily. The Orc Empire was an extremely large map. Although it might not be comparable to an actual empire, it was at least 10 times larger than an ordinary neutral map. Even now, the territory they occupied in the Orc Empire covered only the vicinity of the primordial divine ruin in the outer area of the Orc Empire's eastern region. On the other hand, the Empire's entire southeastern region was more than 10 times larger than their current territory. Executing such a large-scale territorial expansion might be possible if their guild did not have any enemies in the Orc Empire, but they were currently at war with Blackwater. This meant that there would be territorial disputes over the scarce, high-resource areas. In order to ensure that guild members would be able to develop themselves normally in these areas, they would have to increase the manpower allocation to these areas in order to ensure their advantage. However, their forces were already stretched thin, just defending their current territory. Spreading their forces further would allow Blackwater and Beast Emperor to deal them a severe blow. Nowadays, not only did Blackwater's members in the Orc Empire greatly outnumbered Zero Wings, but due to Blackwater's bounty system, there were also a large number of experts hunting Zero Wings members. Now, the only reason why they could afford an expansion was the solution of the dark player problem. Doing so guaranteed that guild members could grind efficiently and acquire all sorts of resources. However, attempting to expand their territory in the Orc Empire to more than 10 times its current size would simply be counterproductive. After all, Zero Wing did not have the strength or manpower to defend such a large area. Without sufficient manpower for surveillance and patrol squads, the guild's teams would very easily be surrounded and annihilated by Blackwater's and Beast Emperor's armies. In God's domain, guild teams caused quite a commotion when grinding or conducting large-scale quests, especially when operating in high-resource areas. Their movements were easily detectable. Hence, whenever guild teams were conducting an operation, they needed people constantly patrolling and monitoring the surroundings to prevent getting ambushed and surrounded by enemies. Moreover, even if they dealt with the manpower problem by moving more members from Starmoon Kingdom to the Orc Empire, the players tasked with surveillance and patrols needed to have sufficient strength. Otherwise, they would end up getting killed by some random party from the enemy. It might be fine if these players were killed once or twice, but if the frequency grew too high, these players would end up crippled. Not to mention, the players tasked with surveillance and patrol had to be capable of executing proper defenses and buying time. After all, compared to a large team of players, a small group of players would have an easier time escaping. Hence, players tasked with surveillance and patrol needed to be able to buy time for the larger team to retreat. Without sufficient strength, players simply wouldn't be up to such a task. Guild leader, although we can acquire more high-resource areas by expanding our territory and increase the guild's development speed, with our current strength, we simply can't afford to defend such a large area. This expansion will just end up backfiring on us and give Blackwater the opportunity to weaken our expert and elite players. Aqua Rose then added, "My suggestion is to occupy 2 or 3 high-resource areas first. If it's just that much, we'll have enough manpower and strength to defend these areas. Once we stabilize our strength, we can then proceed with occupying more high-resource areas." The crowd inside the room expressed their agreement after hearing Aqua Rose's suggestion. While expanding Zero Wing's territory by more than 10 times would indeed increase the guild members' leveling speed significantly and rake in a lot of wealth, that was dependent on them being able to defend their territory. If their members were to get killed repeatedly by Blackwater's and Beast Emperor's forces, then the expansion would just do more harm than good to their guild. While it is indeed good to take things step by step, we simply do not have the time for that right now, Sherfong said, shaking his head. If we go by the current number of members we have in Silverwing Town, your suggestion is indeed excellent. However, I plan to transfer at least 150,000 members from Starmoon Kingdom once we're done with the expansion. If we occupy just 3 high-resource areas, there simply wouldn't be enough resources to go around. 150,000. Aqua Rose could not help but be shocked by Sherfeng's words. Why are we suddenly transferring so many people over? Thus far, Zero Wing had only 120,000 members operating in Silverwing Town. Moreover, this number was a result of Silverwing Town recently becoming an intermediate town. If the number of guild members operating in Silverwing Town more than doubled, the current leveling resources available around Silverwing Town wouldn't be enough to allow them all to develop rapidly. Moreover, due to the appearance of the airport, the leveling resources available within the vicinity of Silverwing Town would soon face further pressure from the influx of independent players. Everyone else in the meeting room also gasped at Sherfeng's statement. They simply could not understand what was going through Sherfeng's mind. Their guild leader's plan was ludicrous. While increasing the number of guild members operating in the Orc Empire would bolster Silverwing Town's strength, at the end of the day, God's Domain was still a virtual reality game. In every virtual reality game, leveling resources were finite. Each leveling area had only so much resources available. Too many players sharing them would impact the leveling speed of these players. Although transferring so many guild members over would increase Zero Wing's momentum in the Orc Empire within a short period, as more time passed, Zero Wing's members would fall behind Blackwater's members in terms of both levels and equipment. This was also the reason why the various superpowers did not concentrate all their members in a single location, despite having a huge advantage in strength and numbers. Even if a superpower were trying to target a power in a particular area, it would only dispatch a small number of expert and elite members. This way, not only would it increase the guild's overall strength in the area, but it also wouldn't affect the other guild members operating in the affected area. In the case of Blackwater, the reason why it could dispatch so many players into the Orc Empire without affecting its guild members' development was the Crimson Flame Fortress and the guild's cooperation with Beast Emperor. With these two factors, Blackwater was free to monopolize all kinds of resources in the Orc Empire. The current super guilds and super first-rate guilds definitely wouldn't be able to match Blackwater's feat. I believe you all know about the secret stone fortress that recently appeared in the Orc Empire, Sherfong said. MHM. It's the only NPC fortress in the Orc Empire operated by the human race. The fortress comes equipped with all kinds of facilities. At the same time, it is extremely close to the Orc Empire's inner area. One could say that it is a rest stop for players trying to move from the Orc Empire's outer area to the inner area. Moreover, it is also close to the inner area's Copper Mountain Fortress, which is extremely rich in resources. If we utilize the secret stone fortress's teleportation ability, we could teleport to the vicinity of the Copper Mountain Fortress. Due to this reason, many guilds have set their sights on the secret stone fortress already. They are thinking of ways to raise their status in the fortress so that they can garrison it and use it as a foundation to capture the Copper Mountain Fortress. After hearing Sherfang's sudden non sequitur, Aqua Rose gave a detailed introduction of the secret stone fortress. At this point in time, the secret stone fortress was already a competition ground for the various large guilds. Particularly after witnessing the Crimson Flame Fortress's daily income, the various superpowers were extremely eager to control a fortress of their own. That's right. Originally, I wanted to keep this matter secret. However, there is no longer a need to do so, Sherfong said, nodding. He then swept a glance at everyone present and added, "Through completing a quest, I have already acquired the rights to garrison the secret stone fortress. I believe you all should understand what this entails.